eternal COD highlight. Cammy is a wizard.
Here comes the first man. Oh my word, it is lethal work in sight. Good luck, mate. You got a damage into the first. The second man makes his way down as well. 15 seconds, and Jamie Craven might have done it.
Man, if the Blue Jays are calling him clutch, then you know he's clutch. He gets it done in a 1v3.
Sun's gonna connect. Awakening.
There's a chance. Gwyn gets away though, and the trade's rolling through Perk. 1v3 wants to get active. 1v1. MP Rex, the new man on the block, dead and gunned down. Purge for the ace, given the defuse. Mr. Do-It-All.
Now that was absolutely rancid.
Good research. Starting to spring on forward. Shotzzy gives you 2 again. He's been terrific here at P2 so far. Shotzzy just holding by himself. Beautiful plays there to get 3 on that first push. It's gonna have to be perfect, and Shotzzy once again from the stairs and goes demon mode.
He's at 46, 47. We might hit 50.
47 out of Shotzzy. This is the Shotzzy we have not seen.
And the pinch from Tobias Yule Jonsson. Trying to keep this streak rolling. Can he find his fifth? Sure can. 6 now on the back line. They've finally done it, folks. Looking for the defuse. Kleenex. 1, 2, 3 for Kleenex, you demon.
Or something crazy happening. Still gonna win the gunfights. Gonna be down to Cammy. Him versus the world. Capture the fight.
Cammy.
Oh my.
What is this round? Cammy. Sun's not going to connect. 1v1. Holy Cammy. Are we witnessing the most unbelievable round of control of all time? Cammy.
That's an eternal COD highlight. Cammy is a wizard.
The timing on this could be unbelievable. No one from the Ravens have turned. Oh, Sip, and an emotionless kill. Are we witnessing the most unbelievable round of control of all? Cammy.
But he's still in and behind, swapping weapons. Streak up to 9.
Purge for the clutch. Purge for the ace. Mr. Do-It-All.
Spots them out. Super. And what a series it was.
I'm Mason. I'm just here to play some Call of Duty.
He's here with one mission, and that is to play Call of Duty. Welcome to the league, Mason. We'll talk Mercules in just a moment, but first, we have 2 weeks left of qualifiers here in Major 4, and all of our teams are fighting for a top 8 spot. We got Alley Cat and Nameless on the desk. I want to start with you, Rosalie. What are you most excited about here in week 2 of our Major 4 qualifier?
See if we get some more upsets. Obviously, the easy answer, though, has got to be the new change in Optic Texas.
All right, let's talk about this Texas squad, because we thought somebody was going to scoop up Mercules for week 1 of the qualifiers. We were stunned to not see him on a starting lineup. Well, it makes sense now. Despite beating Vancouver, Optic is going to swap out Skies for Mercules. Let's take a look at this guy and what he brought to the table. He was the surprise fill-in for Toronto Ultra. When Beans couldn't make it down to the Miami event, we saw Mercules showcase his skills to a top 4 finish.
Yeah, Mercules, it was only a matter of time till he found a roster spot. He played that well at the last major. And you're bringing in a guy that, fills a big void on this Optic team. With Optic, obviously, when you lose Kenny, you lose an in-game leader, but you lose the calm, confident demeanor that Kenny brought in-game as well. And, I've been a harsh critic of this Optic Texas roster, like losing their minds in these games, throwing situations away. And I think that calmness is going to be a massive factor in bringing in Mercules. When you listen to the comms, he's never missing a comm, and he's an absolute shooter, right? So he's got a good couple of skill sets that he can bring into this Optic team and immediately make them better.
I'm so glad you brought that up, because honestly, when it comes to Mercules, he brings in a lot individually as a player to this team.
He started playing COD at 5 years old?
Is that
a real stat?
Yeah.
Can you even hold a controller?
Mercules, I want to hang out with your parents. They sound awesome.
He uses a default PS5 controller. Can we get him a Scuff?
Do you
think he needs one?
I'm about to say,
He would only get better. Shout out Scuff.
Allie, what do you love about this guy?
Nothing. Just the fact that, not only can he be a big slayer, right? You go back on Toronto, he went on 8 sprees. He went on 4 sprees, but he was also incredibly clutch when it came to the search and destroys. There were multiple rounds that he was stuck in 1v1s or 1v2s that he came out on top of. And that's the kind of ice and talent Optic Texas loves to put into their roster.
There was once a time when Optic was the #1 seed entering Major #1. They had a 6-1 overall record online. Then they got rid of Hook. Things got weird. Bring Hook back in, Pred goes elsewhere. You get rid of your original AR and Kenny. Now it's Skies' turn on the way out. But Optic most recently pulled off a 3-0 over a top 3 squad of Vancouver Surge. So what's going on in the Texas camp?
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be a lot of people like, oh, you finally look good, you made a change. Listen, I've been on teams where I've won a championship and made a change, right? Like sometimes you know your team better than everyone else, and this is one of those situations where there was a clear upgrade on a guy who can come in and fix a lot of issues on the team, and you just have to take that chance. Now, given they did beat Vancouver, but what happened in that match? Shotzzy dropped 48 kills in that map number 1 to set the tone, right? So you could consider that match a fluke. And now you're in a situation where you're up 40 points and you got the next best guy in challengers coming up to your team. If you're an Optic fan, you should be elated.
Allie, we take a look. We have the worst and the best teams in the league in action today, but then you also have 4 squads right there in the mix of things where everyone is fighting for 3 of the top 8 spots. How far off is Cloud9, and can they catch up to the 4 bubble?
They're still pretty far off. That loss versus Toronto Ultra does kind of hurt them, but they did get a win versus Vegas Falcons. The problem is it doesn't get easier from here. We keep looking at their schedule. They have easily one of the hardest during the split.
One of the surprises on that list, maybe that Miami, with 2 rookies, is ranked higher than Optic Texas. Let's talk about the star-studded squad that comes from Spain. This is a ridiculous performance after finishing top 3 in Madrid. We're like, oh, that was a crowd buff.
Yeah.
No, they keep improving and they keep evolving behind the rookies. Let's take a look at Super and Rancor. The ARs have been bringing the firepower.
I mean, they have one of the best AR duos in the league. And you talk about search and destroy, Chris. They're 13-3 since adding in Super to the lineup, and he has been a superstar in that game mode. I mean, this Miami team have had an incredible season. You really think about it. 2 Sundays on the year so far. They're only getting better, Allie. And look at the individuals. They got 2 guys contending for Rookie of the Year.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, who wrote the anime arc into our rivals that are on the same team fighting for this Rookie of the Year? If anything, I just see it as an opportunity for both of them to push each other to get better. And they both kind of add very different things to this roster. We saw the success with Rancor when he was initially added, and they have a top 3 placing already. He brought the fire, he brought the engagement and the pace. And then you bring in Super, and he brings the brain. He brings the search and destroy. I mean, my God, the guy is a 1.48 overall in the year in search and destroy. I love seeing the race between these 2.
Let's remind everybody at home, these are some grown-ass men. These guys are in their mid-20s. Rancor, though, is going to be one of the stars that I think caught a lot of people off guard. We've heard the rumblings of Super. I never heard the name Rancor before the start of this season.
True.
That's a really good point. And, with Rancor, kind of like my assessment of him as a player is he's just a solid player. Like, gunny-wise, makes solid decisions, right? Values his life. And I think he emits a lot of the traits that will be good year to year in Call of Duty. Obviously, there's a period of time where when we go to a new title, you have to be able to adjust that. And I think Rancor is going to do well in that regard. It's just a true AR player. And, on that graphic with the stats, it didn't show it listed. He leads their team in hardpoint damage.
Respawn, he's a monster. I feel like Super is the monster in Search and Destroy.
Yes.
It's such a complementary duo.
Yes, it's they play off each other so well. One of the better AR duos in our league.
That is a look at Miami as they are just a few games behind Carolina. I was taking a look. Who does Miami want to play? Well, they got their choices ahead of them depending on their performances. But you have a chance to play against some of the best upcoming players in the league. And not only do you have a chance to earn some serious prize money, but if you place high here, Allie, the gold is getting a trip to EWC. We also have an invitation for the Challengers Champ runner-up.
You don't want to miss it. Make sure you get your tickets now. I mean, EWC is going to be one of the biggest events of the year. And also, Challengers players still got to keep making names for themselves. You see what they're doing in the league.
Everyone's fighting for a spot at Champs. And, of course, EWC. Before that, though, is Major 4. And we are going to have our 12 teams in attendance with 8 starting in the winner's bracket, the bottom 4 seeds in the elimination bracket. And break it down for me, expectations.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this, it's going to be a world of pain for some of these teams if one of Surge or Thieves end up in that lower bracket. I mean, imagine needing to make a run and you got to play one of them. That's going to be hell. So expect them to move on up. And Minnesota Rockers still sitting on a donut. They need some points, need some wins.
Allie, true or false? Thieves and Surge both start in the winner's bracket despite an 0-2 start.
Both start in the winner's bracket. I don't know for Vancouver Surge, just simply because they get handed to a loss to Optic Texas, which is just unreal to me. And I think that kind of sets them up in a weird spot spot because following that, they have to play Boston Breach. Okay, not that bad. Then they have to play Toronto Ultra. That's a top 4 team. Talking top 4 teams, Atlanta FaZe looks disgusting.
This is the one team that I don't feel has shown any weakness. They silenced the haters with the win over the Thieves, and now the team with the win over Vancouver as well is looking clean.
Yeah, I mean, that match, like thunder, is selling him, reminding us who he is, dropping almost 40 on that map number 1, and then the search and destroy. This split so far, ridiculous once again. Beat Vancouver on 2 of them, Thieves most recently, and then the Control, obviously still world class. Atlanta FaZe team still probably has some things to figure out in terms of Hardpoint outside of Rewind, but that being said, they're still top 2 in the game.
Alec, this is probably the hardest start to a major qualifier. You've taken down 2 of your top 4 teams. Does Atlanta FaZe finish 5-0 with the number 1 seed going into the last major?
Easily. Easily. They go up against Cloud9 today. I mean, sometimes Cloud9 with the makeup of that roster could turn up, but with the way Atlanta FaZe look versus LA Thieves and the fact that you follow that up with Gentleman's
in Vegas.
Falcons. Thank you. They should go 5-0.
They go 5-0.
Speaking of the Falcons, they're
100%.
playing first, and here's a look at your schedule for our Friday, May 9th. We've got 3 matches coming your way. The big one, your Monster Energy matchup, Cloud9, desperate for points. Atlanta FaZe, really nothing to gain at this point. You're in cruise control, but the games begin with Miami looking to continue their climb. Meanwhile, Pred looking to hand Vegas their 3rd win of the season. Stay tuned. It's the CDL.
Visit scuff.co/CDL for your chance to win the Road to Champs giveaway and join us at CDL Champs.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
The 2025 Miami Heretics Team Pack is available now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this spray. Vamos, 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 vamos! Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. It is the Call of Duty League. Maven is excited for this one because it features his favorite team. I'm talking the Vegas Falcons, and today they take on Miami Heretics, a squad that is challenging not only for a spot at champs, but maybe even top 5, top 4, Allie. A ridiculous run this season.
Ridiculous run, but I mean, you look at the side of Vegas Falcons and it's just kind of like the dips and the highs are just way too up and down. Pred's got a 1.35 in control, but then you look on the flip side, he's rocking a 0.63 in search and destroy. So the slang just hasn't really been there for the Vegas Falcons consistently across the board, and that's causing them some issues against some of these teams that their team average is around a 1.1.1.
Yeah, I mean, I think a good sign for them was like they were icing up in the later rounds in the search and destroys.
Like round 11 against Minnesota last week?
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't even just like the round 11s. It's like they were going down in the search. Like
True.
4-1, coming back, making really good adjustments, right? So that's a good sign for them. The Hardpoint's taking a bit of a fall off. Now they haven't been playing as much Skyline, right? So gonna need to expand their Hardpoint map pool. But, you know, to your point, Chris, like for Vegas, they're just trying to get a winner's bracket spot, right? Through any way possible. And in this matchup in particular, it's extremely difficult because you're not going to come in and win both of the S&Ds versus Miami. So we need the last stage version of Vegas that was winning their HPs.
Remember, this squad is also headed to EWC. They're looking to improve before another multi-million-dollar tournament with champs out of their sights. It's all about Major 4 in the short term, though. We take a look. It's Priestess, Xnid, Arcides, And the king in the bottom left, Mr. Pred, has been the X factor. Can he bring enough firepower to cause another upset against Super's crew?
I think absolutely. I think the talent across this roster is really high. It's just one of those situations of like they all need to be able to do it at the same time. It can't be one player kind of putting everybody on their back in different game modes.
All right, people are upset I used the word king. Let's move on. Miami Heretics pretty good. They've been fun to watch. We talked about Rancor. We talked about Super. Can we highlight the other two guys on this team? Because Metals may be the biggest X factor in the league. When he's having takeover games, this team is cruising to victories, but we don't get those every single time.
This is true, but even when he doesn't put up those superstar numbers, thankfully the core three are enough of an engagement, right? He can play the dirty work. And the cool thing about Miami right now is that their S&D looks way stronger than it has been. They just need to play that first blood a little bit more because they're a top 2 conversing team. It's just about getting into that engagement.
Yeah, we talked so much about the ARs and the search and destroy in this team. We should show some love to Metals and Real. Metals has been performing lately. Like in the Hardpoint, he's got .97, which is solid, but he's averaging 3,000 damage at Hardpoint the last 30 days. Like he has been putting in his work, right? Like he's bringing enough to the plate. Then you look at the search and destroy. He's been statistically playing very good, having some huge plays and
first blood.
Yeah, and you got to remember, like he's playing around guys who like Real's a pretty selfish player, right? Rancor also pretty selfish plays for kills. So Metals, I think, has risen to the occasion for these guys, and the sky's the limit, man. Miami,
X factor is not a bad thing. Those are the key players that can make your team explosive to give you runs for championships. Can you find consistency against the Falcons today, though? If you can't do it against the Falcons, you can't do it against anybody. So you got to showcase your skills today. You've already taken down a juggernaut last week. Miami is sitting on top of the board after taking down LA Thieves. They also went to a Game 5 against Gorilla Mates.
Listen, I'm at the point where, like, if you're going to win in Game 5 versus LA Thieves, there's no reason for you not to end this split 5-0. That's how I look at this. This should be a win versus the Vegas Falcons today. But again, for Miami Heretics, like, they're a team that when they go up against specific matchups, it can get a little weird. And Vegas Falcons has the potential to be one of them.
That's the easiest split I've ever seen. Like, they should, now that they've beaten Thieves, they should go 5-0.
Yeah.
Given what we've seen.
And can you do the Super before we go to Maps and Modes? Bring them up, baby.
Or the job.
There we go. The Maps and Modes, ladies and gentlemen.
Don't find me. My host asked me.
Is the guy. Vault, red card, vault, red card. And knows how to play along. Yes, and this thing. We got Protocol if it's a Game 5. Any chance we see Protocol tonight?
I don't know if we get there. Maybe just because I look at the spread and I more so don't really love it for Miami. It looks like maybe they're testing their map right now, which they need to do because right now they really only have Hacienda under their belt so far, it feels like, in the last 30 days. So they're trying to expand right now, and you just got to hope for the best.
Let's lock in. I'll go first, Miami Heretics. Thank you for the 3-1 tonight. We're moving on.
I'm definitely still going to go with the Miami Heretics. I think they're a stronger team.
How many maps?
I'm going to go with 4.
Vamos, 3-1 Miami.
We're all saying 4 maps, Miami, even the fans, which means the Falcons get their 3rd win of the season tonight. Don't they, Maven?
Yeah, sure, why not? I think we're cosplaying that we're in Miami. I think it's 78 degrees inside this room. So when I start sweating and already complaining, Joe, we'll have a little fun.
If pants are off at any moment.
Yeah, if my pants come off, that's 100% because we're in Miami, apparently. But no, listen, this is going to be fun. Miami, let's see if you can get to the 3-0 start. I think I agree with the desk. They should have a good opportunity here to go 5-0. Vegas Falcons, I mean, they already played spoilers once already by beating Rocker. Maybe they can do it again here.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you heard Tris kind of talk about it. They're just sort of locked in on the rest of their year. Their big tournaments. Can you win some money? Major 4, maybe major splash at EWC. Outside of that, yeah, they're just, again, we talk about it every single time. We know what this team is now. It's Pred, it's exited. What else is going to be for the future?
They're building for something. And yeah, I mean, what would be a success this year? I mean, if I don't know, you're able to pull off a top 4, top 8. Yeah, no, it's insane. What is a success? Because you do have this, you know, you have champs, maybe EWC if they keep the same roster. I don't know. What would be, honestly, what would it be for you? Because, all right, take the players aside, like, with the start they had. But top 4?
6.
Top 6, maybe? Just get like 1? Like, that'd be a success considering how it started?
Yeah.
Okay, no.
100%. I mean, that's 2 match wins at LAN. So
that's true.
That'd be pretty solid.
We'll see if they'll be able to do just that. Might be difficult to do considering the level of competition we've got in the league currently, and they've got a test right now.
Yeah, and on the other side for Miami, it's like you have to lock this hard point in. Your search and destroy is so good, 1 in 3 on the stage. You lost 2 to LAG, which is a big surprise. I mean, we've seen LAG have some good games, but we're considering Miami, you know, to be in the top 4 with how good they have looked with Super, with their recent LAN performance. So they have to lock in their respawns.
No, absolutely do. And yeah, this might be one where you can catch them a bit if you're Falcons. You heard the devs talking about maybe working on some maps, trying to expand the map pool. We'll see a lot of the top teams try to do that, especially at this point in the year. So maybe some openings for Falcons to catch them with some favorable maps within the matchup, but let's not get it twisted. Heretics absolutely the favorite here by a wide margin. Looking to get a good kind of winner's bracket start and back-to-back majors here.
Yeah, you had Real and Rencore trying to spawn out back P2. Falcons, they had everybody spawn out, so bit of an odd one. Great shots from Rencore right there. The headshots onto Pred. Well, you still have these close spawns, so nice plays from Real and Rencore on the rotation to lock this down.
No, that was a snap and a half. That was very, very clean out of Rencore. Now let's see his POV if they try to hold this from the front side. The pressure is here. The damage is in from Rencore, but not able to finish the kill. 3 are going to drop really on Real to try and hold the cross and make sure nobody gets through, and he does a beautiful job of that. Despite the fact he loses everybody, they still have the back spawn. He gets 3. You're still in a good spot.
Yeah, and he's the guy who's been a little critical of himself lately. Just feels like, you know, he had a strong start to the year. It was really him and Rencore. Maybe there was just more room for him, more numbers on the map with some of their past rosters, where right now I think he's just trying to get comfortable back with Super.
Yeah, he sort of said like uncomfortable or trying to find his rhythm again. I just think when you're a player like him, I don't know, or a Shotzzy or whoever that plays it like the pace they do, anytime there's a team change, anytime you're trying to add maps to the pool, anytime the game changes a bit, you're probably the one that feels it the most. It takes a little time to get back into your rhythm.
Well, and also I think last year he had the who is this guy sort of, right? He was a rookie. How does this guy like to play?
Yeah.
We all know, like, he is this lurker, likes to go on these flanks, sort of, and teams are going to look for that when they're playing Heretics. So he's got to learn how to switch that up.
I think that's been one thing we've highlighted a lot this year. Players in those positions with some of these maps, it's been difficult to find their openings.
Year.
They've been getting shut down a lot, and yeah, no, you're absolutely right. But what a healthy 30 or so point advantage for Heretics currently as we focus on the P3 with under 30 seconds remaining. A lot of focus going to be the potential spawn and flip, but for now, Falcons doing a great job making sure Heretics aren't in the point. They've held the rotation, made sure nothing is snuck on through. They played safe enough. The spawn's still coming in by Art.
Yeah, everybody pulling out the ARs. You see exited the feed. Priest to RC's finding kills at the right time. Real going to be the forward man for Heretics, but he's going to get cut down as Pred's hunting him. So, I mean, you have so much room to work with here. I say you just got to be careful. That back spawn was open for a second. Yeah, there it is. So, yeah, no one plays safe. Metal spawns in the back.
He's like, whoa, okay.
Number 5 and Priest is going to spawn out. That should be the call. Luckily, they had that. But yeah, I was going to say, no one was blocking.
No one blocking. Now Metal's just trying to capitalize, hoping his teammates can get a little bit closer before he pounces. Now he's going to go, finds the opening. Teammate's going to find 2 more. There's the last one. That's just misplayed by Falcons. You do probably the hardest part, right? Like, you play that basically perfect throughout the later stretch of the P3. You not only get the time, but you hold the spawns, and that's a blunder that might cost you the map.
I mean, yeah, nobody's in Art, nobody's statue. So you just blacked out as a team. Yeah, you aren't wrong. You held down P3.
No, that was really, really good. Like, final half of P3.
You just gifted it to him.
No, that is going to be a tough one to swallow.
That's just dumb.
No, it is. You're not wrong. You are not wrong. And Heretics are going to turn that into a healthy chunk of time. And I was going to say, like, really good job by Falcons, too, because I think Heretics, like, when they really get their ideal set up at 4, like, they're one of the better teams at holding it. Just the AR firepower they have, their comms are on point, they're great at holding their crosses. I feel like we see, like, Rancor and Super go on good sprees there at all times. Yep. So not giving that to them was great, but then you didn't give it to them.
Sure did. And on top of that, someone who's giving it to him, it's Real. He's on 19. I mean, he was at 13, 12 or 13 at like P3, so he's kept it going here. You know, I think he's just kind of locked it on himself, finding that game again.
Seems to be working on it, and you know, Rhaegar, who's been sort of their superstar, not really having the numbers right now. He's been their respawn demon more often than not, but hey, fact is, you've got an advantage right now. You got to assume he's going to start to heat up. I'm like surprised to see him at that because we haven't watched his POV much. When we did, it was like that ridiculous snap, and I'm like, okay, he's hot, but
well, it just had the tough spawns, right? You're fighting up the street for half of that first set. See if it gets a little bit cleaner. You see Prisha trying to play safe alongside Exnid for this P2. Real, though, is on the hunt, but does get cut down. So Falcons with a chance here to cash in at P2.
Yeah, good job by Prisha, just playing patient off spawn, just L-triggering up, not letting Real maybe catch a timing there and disrupt things. As you said, another opportunity maybe to bring this back in their favor, but everyone's just going to get smoked. It's the ARs from Heretics that light it up. Falcons have the back spawn still, but I mean, if you're good at the time of your Heretics, this is everything you want and more. One player going to spawn out, I believe, in Pred. He's going to be able to pinch this, and we'll see if it turns into something.
Yeah, you would love to find maybe a little bit more if you're Pred, maybe to peek out Cap, but maybe he thinks they know he's going to split there, so they would have looked for him. Had a chance. They would have cut off the reinforcements. Instead, plays for the catwalk, and I don't know if it's really going to work out. Heretics do a good job again fighting back.
Can you do the splits, Joe?
No.
Dude,
not at all.
I'm pretty flexible, but I can't do that.
Oh, not a chance.
That's part of my body that's not flexible.
No, too much gaming.
I'm trying right now. It's not going well, Joe.
Why are you trying to do this?
I don't really know. I think I would have pulled something. We used to always talk about splits, and got me thinking.
Oh, split spots.
Yeah. Yep, that's how my head got there, Joe. That's the ADHD taking over. Heretics trying to stay in control of this one. They'll have the left side early control. Last time, yeah, this is where I think they went to the blender a little bit when you talk about the slaying department, at least early on before they gifted P4. They were battling from a tough position throughout. This time, how long can they hold it? So far, so good, but RC's POV for now is he's trying to find openings into the P3. Pressure to Heretics to make sure nobody is flirting on through. Holding the line for now.
Yeah, that's just really it. You see Rencore just making sure they have spawns hard side. RC's trying to do what he can. But yeah, this is why I think you saw Rencore kind of struggling on the first half, because they were dealing with this just from the opposite side. Super, he's on the hill. He's up to 24.
Like, look at the map control. Like,
yes, so much. They are going to find a couple of kills, so there will be some early pressure. Do they get a spawn out? They do get one, so you have a 4-on-3 right now at Real on the other side of the map.
Your best opportunity to capitalize if you are Falcons. We'll see if they're able to do it. Rankar still trying to heat up, able to win that fight though, and maybe solidify this hold. That's a great sweep to the board there from Heretics. And now they get into their position. I think when they get to their setup, they're one of the better teams at holding this. Can they do it now? Funneling everybody through poolside, all the ARs out and hitting. So far, so good. The point man at Arcity's trying to bring it, but not able to do it as Metals finds 2 in a row.
Yeah, I mean, you see Real just making sure no one takes a route, but he has them spawning all of pool. You are just funneled on in, about to hit a 30 bomb. You're not going to touch this hill if you're Falcons. So, I mean, maybe for a moment, maybe a bit of a contest here from Pred, but that is going to be it. Another spree for this man.
Real is frying 31 and 15, 5 in a row, up nearly 100. Let's see the comps for Miami Heretics.
Y otro más sigue dentro.
Vamos a tiempo ahora. Escuchadme, vas a ir por la izquierda.
Vale.
Vas a ir por la izquierda, vamos a ir por ahora.
Uno canto conmigo. Matamos la izquierda del lobby, Pred. No le veo de super. Está en la escalera.
Estoy jugando en ponte.
Otro más conmigo, creo.
Si es propia doble, está free, está muerto tú.
Lobby, Moni, tú. Moni no veo. Pilar muerto. Cati, Moni.
Vale, Kate, Sexy, asaltar. Pilares de Record.
Pilares ahí son 2.
Voy
a ir por dobles o...
Podrían hacer algunos splits anteriores.
Otro más derecha, Edit. Siempre 4, chavales. Punto conmigo, Pilar, ¿sabes? Ahí en el lobby. Sale 4. ¿Qué te pasa? Uno canta, Pred, me pincha. Una bala.
El de blanco no lo veo.
Muerto,
Un tiro Cat. Vale, sí. Cat, ¿podemos ver el con vosotros?
Cat, Pred. Y punto, Cat y punto.
Doble side esa win.
Te tengo que ir acá.
Doble side, un tiro. Y otro Pilares.
Una bala presta.
Y buscamos Pred de la izquierda.
Uno sobre izquierda y uno. Palmeras. Va por siguiente noche, ¿vale? Estoy al fondo. Corre el lobby, no. Unos camiones, me están buscando al fondo. Vale, necesitan ayuda. Está el Bator, Chema,
El camión
no lo veo.
Palmera abierto, aquí tienes un tiro Palmera. La primera Aguantar.
Buena, queda aprieto al fondo. Estoy jugando
el punto, creo que
estoy jugando los nuevos.
Jodate el fondo.
Un tiro. Prete en gas.
Mete el fondo, mete el fondo.
¿Dónde te cara conmigo?
Sigue de arriba,
muy tocados. Eso es súper lejos. Piscina. Sigue de arriba.
No puedo.
Muerto. Han nacido en todos lados. Vamos a ir una vez más. Vamos a ir al fondo.
Ahí nos cambiamos de pedo.
Un tiro muerto.
Van a sentar para acá.
Por ese lado. Me voy a pillar. Te puse. Le queda punto.
Hace marca de punto.
Están a bala.
No, vale. Gato, otro. Va a ir cargando de derecha. Hay que parar aquí, chavales. Ahí nos cambian de pedo.
Creo que me mata y otro Bacali. Son 3 y crack. Los 3. Todos, ¿sabes? Todos.
Tengo el P1, bro.
Son 3. No tengo pasarela. Pueden ir medio, ¿vale?
Tengo dos
Te ayudo, Chema, te ayudo. Voy a ir para Uchi. Chema muerto. Doble muerto. Falta uno de extra. Estoy bloqueando Uchi.
Es el último.
Chema, vete.
Igual de Ball si viene medio. Siga en Ball aguantando,
Claro y medio. Está de cara en el volcado. No veo.
Y Ball, ¿te acordás? Ball todavía.
En el árbol de...
Déjale Ball.
Blinka,
vivo,
A decent stretch from Falcons in the middle of that to kind of bring it back a bit, get within 60, once down 100, but okay, one does spawn in behind. I was about to say, you have the perfect position right now if you were Heretics, but I believe Exodus pops in behind.
Yeah, you do have a one-on-one, though. He's going to win it, so maybe a chance here. They will not go away.
I didn't see if he spawned there, or if he...
I think he did, yeah. I think maybe Real just a little bit too far up with the pressure that they had, and I was literally going to compliment him with how patient he was playing, but steps forward, takes another gunfight, and sometimes in Call of Duty, that is all it is well, actually going to make the play.
Wow, I gotta say, we were just coming out of listening, and I was thinking about talking about something else. I'm like, hold up, what the hell just happened? And now, I mean, these are teams, I think passion's the first word that's gonna come to mind. We think about Heretics when they came in the league, and like Exton and Pred, like, sometimes it can be like teams that make crazy swings, big runs. They play behind momentum and passion, and Falcons, dude, if they get into a good position, Pred next to start roaring. Who the hell knows what they're going to be able to do? This time not blundering away the spawns. This time maybe getting set up. Vegas Falcons trying to have the passion flowing as they mount the comeback. Let's hear the comms.
Right, crossing, one shot. Medals.
They haven't crossed deep yet. They haven't crossed deep yet. They're going to cut front, maybe.
One more on the right. What am I? One shot. Top out, last guy.
You got me. Just
let me my back. I'm outside.
Play tight. Wait a second. There's one front door. Be careful.
I'm one shot. Okay, just cut it back.
One shot. Come on. Go. I got time. Go.
Square, challenge, dead.
Go.
I'm with the Alex. Open pitch. He's weak.
I'm with you on you, Alex. I got an 80 cap. Cap super, guys. Cap super. Get time.
Play kills.
Have
kills.
one.
I'm still a cat.
Money. Big kill.
One shot, lobby.
Yeah, that's one. I'm
He's
going
left side lobby, okay?
Bang time. He's in lobby.
He might push out left.
Yeah, honestly,
Super lobby.
Yo, hold him left.
Well, it's a perfect time for listening. And Falcons were starting to click, but unfortunately, they don't get a single kill. Then perfect collapse there from Heretics as they break. But still, you're in this game. You're down 30, once down nearly 100. Back in control of the Hardpoint.
Yeah, they flipped again.
The flip.
So, I mean, there's a chance here at the P2, but they have to get medals off the Hardpoint. Reinforcements now here from the rest of Heretics, but Prisa finds the double. The play clock in as well, down to 25 seconds. Super, he's got 34. SMG out, another 4 dead opportunity. For Miami to try to close out. It's 1 second, is it?
Maybe. They either get the tick or they need one more second. We'll see. It's going to be real close. Not going to matter anymore. There was a moment that you needed.
That's going to... they hit the close P2 spawn.
Yes,
they're all going to get hut. They're all
Yes,
going to spawn hut.
They're all going to be safe for now, but you've got to have the best hold maybe of your season.
It's so hard.
Can you keep him out? Can you extend the problems? Going to be the play clock against you as well. Everything working against Vegas Falcons. It's been an admirable comeback and run, but it requires perfection now. So for you, the Hardpoint, Exton is beaming, Exton is roaring. You got him spawning out poolside. You're still in control for now. And you can win it on this Hardpoint, maybe pressuring out of Heretics.
Well, this is what they needed. They needed tree control and cat control so they could push up. You saw them playing safe, making sure to block back. Number 2 in Real, maybe, to make the play. 2 are going to go down. They have to defend the Hardpoint. We said how tough it was going to be. And Real, the closer, able to win it with 46.
I mean, yeah, you got that perfect setup. It's just you lose your 2 forward players. They get caught and shut down. Nearly an insane comeback. And like this Falcons team in the respawns, they have been streaky, dude. When they start clicking, getting to good positions, they can be a big a threat as anyone. But you went down 100, and it's going to be so tough.
That first P4.
And the first P4 is maybe why you lost the map. And
absolutely
as much
why.
as much as I know that one was a blunder, I'd have to see the other one again when Exton spawned in behind. Because you had a player in Art for Heretics. I imagine you were right. It was probably Real was too far forward. But I'd have to see it again. Because we were just coming out of the listen in, and I was like, wait, what the hell? And all hell broke loose. Real, though, drops 5,600 damage. A guy that's been trying to get back in his own bag, get focused on himself individually. Well, he has a brilliant one there. 46-30, you only win by 20, but, well, to be fair, you should have won that by a probably whole hell of a lot more.
Yeah, but I mean, again, just sort of their Hardpoint struggling a little bit, right? And I think this is another one. Obviously, Vegas, since this roster's formed, one of their strengths has been, well, really their only strength has been the Hardpoint, but still, I think you want to be a little bit cleaner versus this squad. You had the chance to do so.
Well, this is against Rocker. They 2-3-5 them.
That's a good point. Yeah, maybe they're a 2-3-5 team.
They just flipped a switch. But we'll take a look through some of the highlights. A couple of moments were really massive at P4. I think it works out for both teams. You kind of both get, I don't want to say blessed, but you both get set up with a chance to really turn into some crucial time. It's what allowed Heretics to pull away early. It's what allowed Falcons to get back into the game.
That was right before here. Right before here, we saw, yeah, Exnid. He's able to find that second kill. Yeah, then they lock down this P4, gets them back in the game. But just too many situations where there weren't enough trades. You had the first 4 dead and then on rotation. Had the second one, so it was so difficult to defend the front of P2. Exnid pulls out the AR towards the end. He finds double, like, maybe there's your chance. But teams have gotten a lot better at fighting P2 from the front throughout the year.
No, I was joking with you during listening. It's like it's saying to me how, I know we've said this before, but I feel like at the beginning of the year, like P2 and P4 were relatively similar with regards to money heals for me. It's just not even close anymore. Like P4 is everything. P2 can be so much more mixy, so many flips, so many insane moments that can come in. Teams got so much better at fighting it, like you said. We had some wild ones throughout that, some insane situations at P4. It almost comes down to the clock, but we end at 250, 230. Maybe a painful one for Vegas. Sometimes I wonder, it's like, do you just rather just lose that by 100 or like mount the comeback and lose narrowly? You thought you had it, you thought you could steal it, but not quite gonna happen.
I think it's just frustrating because you know you just messed up the first P4. It just can't happen.
Yeah.
Like that cannot happen whatsoever if you are Vegas. And you saw throughout the rest of the game, like they were making sure they were in specific spots to block that, but that is absolutely in the back of their head.
Yeah, and I don't know what the percentage is, but like the team that wins the P4, like overall, I feel like it's winning. It feels like 90% of your vaults right now. Like
it might be higher.
Yeah, no, it feels like it's been insane how consistent that has been. But that'll be the first map. Now we'll get into the search and destroys, and this is where you feel like. For the side of Heretics, you probably have the biggest advantage, right? Like that's where you're going to be able to make the most plays. You were 4-0 over this stretch. You had an incredible stretch throughout Qualifier 3 as well. Not a lot of question marks there. It's more been, around the respawn.
Yeah, I think for Heretics, this is probably such a good game mode where you're just probably trying to find, I don't know, just, teams are going to be studying this.
Yeah,
right?
no.
Ever since the addition of Super, he has transformed their search and destroy game. He has been incredible himself, by the way. He's played 4 maps, like usually a 2.73.
We're talking about 1 map usually.
Like a map or 2, a series. This is 4. Like that is getting up there. It's getting pretty insane. Like the rest of the guys, probably a couple of games. 4?
No, I mean, you think about like to win a tournament. I mean, you might win like 6 or something.
It's averages double digits.
No, that's incredible. He has been terrific. He sort of like, I feel like Real kind of last year when he came in. Had an instant impact in search and destroy. Super has done that here.
Yeah, but he's calling for them too.
No, I mean he's doing everything. Yeah, no, it is hard to overstate how super has been for them. It's been truly terrific to watch the rise of this Heretics team and what he has been capable of. It is incredible stuff out of him. But yeah, the fact is, as good as the search has been, it's going to have to click at the respawns a little bit if you're going to want to win a major. I mean, if that's going to be, maybe your ceiling is going to be like a top 3, or maybe you'll make it to a final, but. Gonna need to see some improvements.
Yeah, at least get it back to like 50-50 in the hard point, right? It's almost like the way we talk about FaZe in the past with how good their search destroy has looked. But yeah, we'll see if Miami can keep this up in search, or if teams gonna start to figure out maybe Super strats in his notebook.
Yeah, no, exactly. Like the other teams learn a bit, and then they get countered or shut down come major time. But they're trying to stay ahead of the curve, and probably the hardest to do it in search and destroy. But we'll see what they have in their bag of tricks. As we get into this opening round, playing it pretty aggressive, but Real not going to find the timing. Sometimes he does, sometimes he doesn't. Priesta able to hold here for now. Pred trying to send it forward. I'm thinking maybe someone's going to trade it out with him, but that's not going to happen. So you get the first blood, find the patient play from Priesta, then Pred kind of throws his life away. There's going to be no follow-up there. So we go into the 3 versus 3, and well, for Heretics, they are pushed forward and hunting.
Yeah, they just got to find these hills quickly. I do not think RCs and Priest are going to be ready for this, the way that they are playing. Well, maybe they are. Just sort of telling Exton to play your life. We're giving up a lot of space, so it actually works out. They do not expect them to be that far back. Heretics, they don't see anything for a while. Maybe they think they're just pushing up to the bomb site, leave them alone, and Priest is like, gets a free too.
Yeah, except Alex just like, I hear something close, like the way he was playing that. 3 though, 4 Priesta starts it off with the first blood. And yeah, maybe that's one of those things where you know how aggressive Heretics like to play maps, whether it's offensively or defensively.
And it's just sort of Exton, if you see anything, we'll try to help you. But you're on an island. Just play your life and watch the bomb. Make sure they don't defuse.
Oh, and you were wrong. Like they had to move because it was a 10-second run just to get to the bomb, taking that route. So they had to find openings quickly. Weren't able to do that. Now let's see what they can do it on the flip. Metals. I thought maybe getting caught with bomb, but instead he's going to find Pred. So Pred's kind of been blooded for his team in back-to-back rounds with absolutely no follow-up. As Rancor gets caught, though, you bring it back into 3 versus 3. So
yeah, well, at least a little follow-up that time. Little follow-up, but yeah, nobody really helping him out there. He just takes a route. Meanwhile, Real, speaking of routes, able to find an opening top ladder. Just kind of waiting on his teammates, maybe hoping someone peeks this. Then you just have this deep setup here from RCs and Priest, and they're going to find more picks. I mean, Priest is up to 5-0.
Yeah, no, he is finding the right timing, the right angle. He's going to continue to lock it down. Real is biding his time, now getting his kill into the 2 versus 2 we go. Real, what else can he do? Sub 30 seconds to go, got to work the plan. Priest is still waiting patiently. Super might end up running right by one. Or how's this going to work out? Exit's going to be able to get it.
Yeah, I mean, that's just so tough because both Falcons players, they don't know which bomb site they're going to go to, so you have to play in your own little space. But yeah, 1v1. Priest is thinking he's going B. Real, he's going to A. Does he get there in time?
It's going to be close.
It was very close.
It's going to be close. He's got it. 0.2 or something. He gets it done. 1 versus 1 Real versus Priest. Priest a 5-0 start. Yet to drop. Real hot off that incredible map 1 where he drops 40 plus. Can he be the hero here in the round 2?
There's so much to clear.
Yeah, like, there's like a million things to clear. He's cleared one side. He's thinking he's bottom stage. He's got the right read. Just his Real check. And can he get the beams in? I think he just got the check right as he looked the other way.
Yeah, he did.
Is this timing going to be insane, though? I don't think so.
No, it didn't. Yeah, well, Priest, he kind of like, you know, the start of that, backed into a corner. If Real doesn't have an AR there, like maybe, you know, you catch him on a route, just the sort of player that he is. But yeah, depending on this timing, if he holds that L trigger at stage, maybe he catches him one.
Yeah, maybe. We probably, with the wall bang there, he's probably able to get him, but.
Yeah, at least chase him.
He just gets antsy. I mean, you think you've cleared everything, but there's so many. I mean, as much as he did zip on through that side, like there's 15 corners he was
still
able to
his
check.
side.
Yeah. I thought he kind of was going to commit to it, though. Like, he's stage. And just, yeah, another second maybe he holds. He's got a shot. But 1-1 now. Real will get 3 in the round. And what, 3 in the first for Priesta. So, a couple of individual moments for either team. Pred has not found any early round success. Maybe in this one he'll be able to.
That out? Maybe he was. Maybe he saw names. But it felt like they responded to that.
Or we got something cranked, Joe.
Maybe. I'm assuming he maybe see through names to the doors, but it looked like he gave that call out to his team.
He's wrapping back. It seems that way. I mean, they're looking that way. They're trying to catch him. This time, Pred able to get the first blood. Can't get away with his life, though. RC's trying to trade it out. A tag in, looking to get the angle. He is able to finish it. Had a little help there, too, coming through.
I mean, they know the last 2 flights, so they're just waiting for this. The problem is they're getting caught. It's like they had the right idea, but now this is getting messy. RC's cannot find a kill, but able to re-snap onto Metals. 1v1 again.
Priesta, another opportunity to take it. Gets bomb back in hand. 15 to go. Super is just holding it. Hunting for the kill. Around and around we go. Get Priest to catch him. Trying to get the angle. He laid down in front. He's got a chance to do it. He's laying there close, and Priest gets it done with 3 seconds remaining. Hunts down Super as we trade clutches these past couple of rounds.
And Priest is like, dude, can I just find these guys in these 1v1s? Finally able to spot him, and I mean, Super, yeah, he's just hoping he didn't see him turn that corner. But yeah, able to catch it. But yeah, I'm assuming Pred saw something.
Maybe. It's online matches, Joe. Thought RC was hearing something. He was tucked away in the first round, too. So they never know, Joe. Names, audio, who knows? But they have the read regardless, and they'll take the round. Advantage Falcons now. Okay, what are those shots from Priesta?
Well, it's also, I mean, you're just getting blasted by your own trophy you're sitting on top of.
That probably didn't feel good, Joe.
Feels, I mean,
sit down and take a spin.
Well, it depends. Friday night.
True.
A couple of drinks, you never know.
Metals, he stayed up with 13. Advantage, though, over to Falcons.
I think you can make it work.
I think you could. B-bomb site wide open for now. We'll see if they can get this in and get this down clean. Very winnable round if they can get this bomb planted. And taking a long route is going to be RC. So you kind of have a 3-on-3 here for a while. Card, though, going to be coming in. Some info there on the spot from Real. The Falcons players trying to buy time till RC's gets into the play. Some damage in, but not much. Real still on 87 HP. RC still trying to work there. The fight going down. He's almost there. Can his teammates stay up? Priesta nearly dropped. Metals able to get one. That's your teammate's head, unfortunately. Suddenly, it's going to be all on Metals to now clutch up. 1 versus 1 again, and Metals was able to get both. A circus there on the B-bomb side.
Well, you're right. I mean, they were just waiting for RCs, and Miami does a good thing and gives him no angles on anything. They all push into the room, but then he activates. Well, you just have the advantage with the SMG, and I think Exton runs out of bullets right there. You see him stop shooting, so I think you get a little bit of luck, but you have the sub, the Jackal in hand, and Metals clutches on
Always keep going out of 1v1s or clutches or a player getting 3. Like, these rounds have all been insane, I feel like. A wild one. They're at BB now. I thought they got the bomb planted clean. Like, it's suddenly, I mean, it's always winnable, but you know what I mean. Like,
yeah, and there's so
first
much
getting caught when you're planning.
Yeah. RC is a clear. It just takes forever.
No, that route, it takes. I think I said RC is coming like 12 times. Finally gets there just to get hammered with a sub.
He did what, 12 times?
I didn't think about phrasing there, Joe. That's on me. Between that and the trophy. Woo! It's Friday night. Fred in trouble. Or not. Priest has got his help. Priest able to get one. He has been the hot hand at 8-2. Very, very hot hands. Can he get more damage in? Able to get one. That's all he needed to do there. RC trying to follow it up.
You take that, because it looked like he could not move.
Like, oh, no, prone blocked. And, yeah. It's like, can someone's kneecaps just find their way in front of my gun?
And it worked. It worked out. But now can they win this round, go up 3-2, Rentor 1 versus 2. What is this time going to be like with RCs?
Well, the way these have gone, he's going to come down to a 1 versus 1.
And I think this one might or will. And I mean, again, this is the timings. RCs gets behind him. Hello. I see him.
There's the info, and that should be the round for Falcons, barring some insane play. Oh, that's a panic melee. Oh, panicky moment there. Shake the hands out. Shake it out. Shake it out.
It's cold in the room. It's cold in the room.
Oh. Still going to be tough to win. I mean, a lot of time goes by. Rankar's still going to drop, but God, I thought there was one way to maybe throw it away. That was it. Yeah, Prez just laughing. I'm sure you laughed that one off. Like,
well, it's one of those situations around that area. You want it to be a clean kill because, you know, you start shooting and all the players can do is slide behind the cars, right? There's so many cars. Yeah. The cover is insane. So he just wants a clean, free kill, and instead it didn't.
No. I swear I've seen Alec melee like so many times. On Vault 2, he's twisted, bro. That was me when I'm slamming a couple monsters, dude. It's twisted. Just punching air.
Just got the tight grip.
Yeah, the tight grip, 100%. Nothing wrong with a tight grip. 3-2 Falcons now. They'll close out that one. I thought for sure it was going to come down to a wild 1v1, as that's all this map 2 has been so far, but stun hits right before trophy goes down, but they're okay for now. Playing aggressive, though, is Pred.
No, we've had a lot of mid-map aggression from both of these teams.
Oh, well, I saw scoreboard for
we got a first blood, though.
Rankor got the kill. All right, Pred, I think has been blooded
3 times?
Yeah, well, the one was after the other team got the first blood, so I don't think that technically counted one, but blood for his team, I think that's like 3 now. I think he has 1 first blood to work with. But the early rounds have not really been working out great for him. RC's, though, chance to bring it back. Him and Priest, the ARs continue to hit. Now down to a 2 versus 2.
But Real's behind you. I don't know if you know about this.
50 to go.
Maybe he does know, because they just kind of give it up. Flip the map.
We'll flip it for now. We'll see if they can track back and get bomb. They're able to do that. So Real scoop bomb. Maybe they've got the info. They've kind of rotated out of this. Can they get it down at A before Falcons get a presence back towards it again? It looks like that'll be the case. They'll instantly get it down.
Yeah, they were trying to guess they were going to go rapid through B right through the spawn, but that's just not the play. So a bit of a 50-50 call there for Falcons. Now you're in a 2 versus 2 and a lot to check. The good thing is you're in this area. So Real and Super are here. It's not like they've backed all the way up to the attacking spawn side of the map. So you're going to have some early gunfights.
Good position there from Real. He gets great damage in and able to get one. Super. Just chilling. Got to play the clock.
Yeah, it's playing backside. He's just got to throw a shoulder.
RCs gets caught on it. Is Super. We'll close it out. Easy one for him there. But yeah, Real kind of decides it there as he gets one.
And again, that's been one of the big things. We saw it on Hacienda, just sort of where they decide to plant the bomb. Obviously, this is a little bit different in this 2 versus 2, but just sets this up so he can clutch. Making the game simple and easy to keep them in the game.
A lot of clutch situations in this one as they trade blows. 3-3 now. This is what Super was, what, a 2.73 or whatever KD through their 4 searches. We'll see what he's going to be at the end of this one here, but it's really been kind of the Priest to take over on one side, and on the other, I'd love to tell you. But
we're not sure about that.
I have no idea.
The full numbers, we have no clue.
Yeah, no clue.
One day. He's got 10.
I know he's having a good one. That's about all I know. Oh, I love Call of Duty. Dude, can you imagine just running through glass?
I don't think that'd feel very good.
Probably not at all. Nice stun there.
Yeah, well, bye.
Yeah, I'll see you later. I'm going to hop in the elevator. We'll take this engagement down the road. Real might be continuing to hunt for him. We'll see how that timing works out. But the plan is in for Falcons. The collapse now from Heretics.
This is different, right? You really haven't done this if you are Priest. You've just been playing the far flank with Arcades.
Oh, nearly line up for Priest. Not going to happen. All on RC's, not with the clutch. Good thing for him, 20 seconds to go. Could be a scenario where he only needs to get 1, maybe 2, and he can close the round. Problem is, sneaking up behind him right now, he's Metals.
Bomb's out plenty for him.
And he is in trouble, has to peek out and check. Metals was working behind him, and that'll be back-to-back now to Heretics.
And I really like that play from Priesta because every single round it's been him and RC just hiding, right? Forcing them to look for you. This time he's like, I'm just going to peace out, flank through the middle of the map, going a long route, but what ends up, his teammates die around the bomb, right? So he just has to go.
Well, it's the reason, it's the way they're playing, why Pred's been having issues, is he's playing at a different pace. No, that's the 4th time he's like died first.
I think maybe he's just trying stuff out.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe just trying out different strats, different timings. Yep. It's like, yes, maybe he's having a rough game, but it seems to be setting up the others.
Okay. Yeah.
So maybe he just is like, I have to do this.
Super, who maybe started a little slow. Now we can see 6 and 5 on 4 straight. Guy's been a lock for double negatives in Search and Destroy. Or double negative.
Double positives.
Double positive in Search and Destroy.
Double negative does make a positive.
I was actually going to say double digits. I said double negative, double digits. Double digits, double positive. Both are true. Just not what I said. Let's see what he can find early. Just clearing. Slowly working this up. It'll be Real kind of lurking on the other side. Some tags and info for Super, but nothing to write home about. But I think enough info that you feel you can get this plant down, and that's going to be the call. Trophy doing some damage, but he is still up.
Yeah, does he get out of here?
Trapped here, yeah. Trying to make sure he can't get out as Arcides.
He's doing a good job just wasting time.
There's 2 players just like locking him in, but yeah, he's still alive. Breaker now getting to help him with the kills. Real going to capitalize. Priesta able to get 1, but it's all on him and Pred now, and you just have no time. 20 seconds to go. Pred's going to drop all on Priesta as he's just stat padding at this point. Well, we're just whiffing. Too much to do for Priesta, but still, he's on 12.
Yeah, I mean, that's just Metals. Metals playing his life. Right, the trophy, he looks over him. His teammates got his back. Just do not move from that spot.
Oh, you saw what it looked like from the 2 RCs and Priesta's POV. They're trying to just lock him in. They're both so focused on that. I'm sure that's why Ranker gets the pick, right? They're just trying to stare at it. And yeah, buying time is everything. May not be a bunch of kills he's going to get, not anything that shows up on the stat sheet outside of the bomb plant, but great job there for Metals.
Yeah, it's almost like if you're Falcons, you have to start that retake on somebody else. You just kind of know he's there, and then, yeah, start the fight elsewhere. Dude, and I had to roll my pants a little bit. It's warm in here, bro. I look like Huckleberry Finn or something. I don't know what's going on. But one more round needed for Heretics, though, to take the 2-0 edge. We'll see if they can shut it down here defensively on match point. Heavily stacked over towards A and playing it pretty tight and aggressively there, but
We'll see what Falcons opt to do with bomb.
Yeah, it's another look at this, and where we've done this a couple of rounds, but this is it. You're holding this. You're waiting for this if you are Falcons.
Metals at least trades out one. Yeah, it's like they want this almost. Falcons are playing for it. Like, go ahead, get aggressive. We know you guys like to. Come into our web. This time you at least get out with the trade if you're Heretics.
Yeah, the problem is you've only gone 1-for-1. If you're Falcons and you have bomb in your spawn still with 35, and now Real's just cutting this off, you have to go. The one player can now shift on over, but that is the one problem. You cannot get caught there.
Great play from Priesta. Real shut down. Heretics on other sides of this. They're going to try and pinch, but well, one side now gone. Plant getting in. Falcons looking to survive and hold the 3 versus 2.
Yeah, nice play there by Pred. Don't overchow. Right,
and he's 1 at 8. Nothing's working for him in this one. Nothing. Nice shots. Priesta is feeling himself right now. All on metals now. He's on 4 straight. Can he come away with it? Well, gets a dead slide, and that'll be that. Probably would have been dead regardless, but movement gets him caught at the door. Falcons able to hold. Pred just laughing this one off. He's like, all right, Priesta, pop a P, carry me to victory.
I mean, this is what we always kind of joke about in the Dream Room.
He's at 1,700 damage too, by the way.
Dude, like, sometimes he just has these games where, like, how does he not do this more?
No, I don't get it.
Because he is so talented. He's like, you're just like, dude.
No, he has those like snaps in those moments where you're like, this guy is so talented.
So twisted.
And then he'll just look so bad. And I'm like, what's going on? But no, when he's good, he is good. Problem is, you're still down a round. Can you turn this massive map from Priest into a win? What? I mean, Kleenex just set the S&D record at what, 17 last weekend, yeah? So we'll see if Priest, I mean, he's got a good opportunity to pass this if you win this. I'll have a couple more rounds, see if he can do it. Exit with the first blood. Exit with a second. Metals trying to trade. It'll be Ranker that actually gets it. All on Metals. Via Real cosplay. A round over. Falcons push it to around 11. Exit finds everything early.
Well, it's just early B setup. You decided yo B. If you're Miami, you've shown so much A presence on offense and defense. Haven't really had a fast B round. And it's just which corner is exited in. You pick the wrong one. He's able to make the play, find the double.
Pred's like, guys, I don't know what's going on this map, but seriously, really good job.
We've all been there. Sometimes your timing's just a little bit off.
I mean, he might be play calling for him right now, though. Real vocal going into the round 11. They'll have the defense. Heretics will try to close it out with bomb in hand. Round 11 records you see at the top. One very good, one very bad.
Well, this time it's that mid-pressure with Falcons. Pred again going to be the point man, but
just caught so many times in this one, so many times. Just jumping for info and shut down. Pred is going to try and black out and forget about this map.
Yeah, I mean, you did what you wanted. It looked just like they wanted to back up, but he got caught on the angle.
I don't know. Didn't know the angle, Joe. Needs to get back to geometry class. Maybe they don't have that in Australia. Arcides up top trying to do damage, though. Trophy going to shut that down. You've got the B-bomb site. Is pushing all the way through is going to be Real. I mean, Real's about to come up behind everyone. This will close out the round.
Unless Exton does it first. But Metals is watching it now. Are you going to be aware of the flank on the other side? I feel like this has been so long, you have to know something's going on. But no, they don't.
They don't. It's all down to Exton now. His position given up not too long ago. 20 seconds to play. 1 versus 3 for the dub. Plank gets in. Now he's got to work the retake all by his lonesome. I don't think he got an AR to work with, so best of luck at this done with a sub, but who knows?
No, there's no way.
Who knows, Joe?
No, Renkor's just going to be chilling on the stage.
Oh, I agree with you, but I'm trying to preach the miracle. Able to get one. Instantly traded out. Heretic shut it down. Pred has a rough one there. I mean, he gets blooded 4 or 5 times.
Priesta's got a great one.
Priesta had an incredible one, but yeah, I think there's just sometimes where like you have a sense for the game, you have a flow for the game. It just felt like Pred didn't have any. Like he just didn't have a feel for it at all. That one.
Yeah, you got to tell.
Yeah. I mean, it happens. I'm not trying to crucify the guy. It's one of those maps, bro, where he was just nothing was working out from the get-go.
Well, Miami though, they were able to bounce back. They were up 5-3. Goes to around 11.
Yeah.
Again, just trying to figure out, their search and destroy map pool. They know things. Everybody's gonna be watching them, trying to figure it out.
And really, I mean, impressive stuff in a way. for Vegas in the sense, like, you know, you went down 100 in map 1, you bring it back, lose by 20. Like, it was really valiant. Here you're down 5-3. Yeah, they're fighting, which is not something. Well, I guess even when they were really struggling, they were still like fighting. There's still a lot of competitive maps, but certainly far more competitive now. But tough 0-2 hole to look at, considering those are both winnable maps. Control coming up next. We'll see if they can do it, or if Super and this team will shut it down. Des, take us to the first two.
Awesome first half as we see a round 11 and a 20-point hardpoint game, but you have to think both of these were in the Heretics' control to shut down earlier than they did. Can we start though with Priesta? At the start of the show, we mentioned, like, we think Pred's staying, we think Xnid's probably staying for Vegas. What's up with Priesta and Arcides? Priesta's showing you he's still got it when it comes to search and destroy.
Yeah, I mean, that was a phenomenal performance out of him. I mean, taking over. I mean, obviously, you know, it looks like Pred kind of scams in the round 11, but it was weird because you see X and he goes all the way left side, sees somebody deep, and looks like he's calming it maybe, and that Pred thinks, okay, it's a B push, I can push up, ends up dying, right? So it looks really, really bad on the mini-map for Pred, but I think there was a communication thing there. But, you know, on the side, you know, you bring up Priesta, like, he just has these performances sometimes where he takes over. You heard Joe and Clint talk a little bit about it. Regardless of that, it's just not enough against this Miami team. They're just 2 points.
That, and also when it just comes to opening those first picks, right? Like, Pred getting flooded 3 or 4 times is kind of unacceptable across the board when you go up against a team like Miami Heretics, who love to get that first blood, because once they have numbers, they're a very aggressive, very bait and switch type of team, and they're going to put you in the box for it.
Yeah, I don't know if the last round is Pred's fault that much, honestly.
Let's see, we're about to get the highlight one more time. I'm interested to see the angle of which he dies at.
It's early in the round when Xnid sees people at B, he's probably given the comm, and then I get the strategist. Miami played it awesome. They sent people aggressively up on the A Street as well, right? So it's like showing face everywhere. You don't know exactly what they're doing, and that's what makes Miami so good at search and destroy.
Don't worry about it. Pred's shaking off. We got 3 more games potentially to go. Otherwise, we could see Miami with 1 more map before they catch up to Carolina. Let's take a look at our first respawn, though, because we mentioned it. You should have put it away. There's a magical hill that tends to give you 60 points at a time, Allie, and we saw Vegas find it at the end of game 1.
We did. I mean, it's the same story as that map number 2, right? Miami's completely in the driver's seat. I mean, you have Real like triple positive before his teammates are even hitting double digits, and then the Vegas Falcons, the SMG duo of Pred and Xnid start to come alive. But unfortunately for them, Miami Heretics is just way too good at keeping P2 mixy from the front, and also we've seen it. Super is unreal when it comes to P4 and locking that street down. So for Vegas Falcons, unfortunately, rotation just did not go their way.
Yeah, I mean, this map honestly should not have been that close for Miami. They had some trouble breaking. The holds on P4 were incredible, and I think, Ali, you nailed it there. When they broke P2 from the front and just kind of had Vegas pin in the back for a bit, like they're just able to extend their lead. But yeah, for Miami, majority of this, I mean, you see Real putting up crazy numbers, Super putting up crazy numbers, finding a ton of kills, just not able to close it out because Vegas ended up locking in. They had themselves a lockdown P4 hill. Just sometimes this is how ball goes.
Another strong game from Xnid for the side of Vegas Falcons. A lot of players going about even, but it looked like Priesta was getting pushed around. On the other side, how are the ARs playing? You see the 40 bomb for Real. What did Super and Rancor provide for you in the Rookie of the Year race?
Super gave you everything. I mean, once again, just a phenomenal hard point out of him. And on top of that, he's got 1 minute and 17 seconds, where on the flip side, you can see for Vegas Falcons, they just unfortunately aren't able to keep up.
Real had 40 kills at one point with 11 seconds.
That's how you play the game. Let the bad kids soak up the time. You go slay everybody outside the hill. That's not really how it works. We have a game 3 loading up, but I have to buy 30 more seconds, I'm told, because the players are not quite ready for Vault. So, Allie, give me the prediction. See the future. How many rounds of Vault are we playing?
If there's any opportunity, I think we're going all the way to round 5. Vegas Falcons could take this map. I mean, it's in their wheelhouse as far as Vault being the only control they find success on. On the flip side, for Miami Heretics, you don't get Hossie in this situation. So maybe.
Yeah, I mean, Vault's been a map that, you know, Miami have gone back to over and over. They desperately need it to be good for them alongside Hacienda. So
it's not necessarily
nice
bad,
to see Vault in the series once again for them.
Yeah.
It's time to go back to American Maven, game 3 on the Vault.
Thank you so very much, ladies and gentlemen. We continue on, a couple of nail biters here to open it up. Yeah, just seeing if Miami can improve. If Falcons have potential to maybe make a run at some point this year, but a couple close ones. Maybe they can close out here in the control.
Yeah, I think for Miami, this is one you have to get back into your strength, right? I mean, you focus so much on Hacienda because people got your Vault away, right?
Yeah, so it was solid at one point.
Yeah, it was solid earlier in the year. You got to get back to it. You need to control maps if you want to win a tournament here. Just control throughout stage 4. 1.26 for Rentor on the other side. Pred, who had a rough map number 2, just caught into some tough spots with the aggression, 1.35.
And I think like that was the ultimate, like you saw his face, that reaction they showed. That's the ultimate, like I'm going through it type reaction.
Yeah.
Like, it was a rough one, but yes, this is the bounce back potential. He was real vocal throughout, despite not much working for him. Butts are in seats, and hopefully map 3 underway in a moment. But guys, I mean, we're coming down to the end of the year. We just got a couple more weeks in a major, and a couple more weeks in champs. It's all going to be decided here before you blink. Super, though. Control versus Vegas so far this season. That's on the whole year, so obviously some variations for that Vegas roster. But still, he drops at 1.67. He's feeling comfortable going into this. All right. The vault underway. Heretics looking for the 3L. Falcons, listen, they've been the battle back boys in the first 2 maps. Just
the battle back boys.
Now you got to do it in the series overall. You got to pull off the reverse sweep. Anything's going to happen. Priesta, absolutely the hot hand, really, of all players in that map too. He's got 15 for the L. Maybe he can put up a heater here.
Yeah, but right to a B strat right off the start. I think a weird timing. You don't hear medals, so he's gonna find a kill. If Exnid finds that, then maybe you already have a tick done towards B. Still very close, and you're still finding kills. The only player out is Rentor under Exnid, and while Miami, they're gonna try to deal with him first before they fight the point. But he has just delayed this for so long. 2 ticks and B.
Did what he could. I mean, the longer he can survive, obviously alleviates pressure from his team. B nearly done. Can they finish it off? Last guy's going to be Priesta. B almost there. Priesta finds a second one, but...
Here they go again. Yeah, you keep going.
Yeah, try to close this out. Exit right back into it off the spawn. You just got to get it at this point. You got to get it. You've thrown so much at it. Not quite done yet. Rancor's double is going to keep him out. Pred tries to soften up the back line of the route from poolside, but maybe you can breathe for a second. Heretics have cleared all of that third cap.
So close, so close. But yeah, I tend to bait you in and go for it one more time. I just thought with Priesta finding a kill, the next did. I mean, with his position, you had a chance, but now you have to focus on the 8-point.
It's just tough when you go for that because like, we've had a lot of I feel like control maps where it's real lopsided between easy and difficult. A's just got like harder as of late, so the more time you work on B and don't get it, it's not like A's a gimme. We've had a lot of gimme 8 points, right? Yeah. In the history of control. Not really been the case. Still got the lives to do it, it's just do you have the time to do it? They're hoping to get a 3-4 down and capitalize on this, but Metal still lurking, hunting. Nice little bit of finesse there, I think, from Priesta to get out of harm's way and allow the help to come in. Can they turn this into a chain of kills? Unfortunately, one's a team kill, so I think you go even in the kills call. And Real with the one-on-one ends up coming out on top.
Yeah, even worst case scenario, though, you do have 3 ticks, so pretty solid round number 1 for Vegas, considering no trophies, no other utility to work with on that first offense. Still a chance, though. 10 seconds to go. Extend, maybe going to go on a route. You have a 2 versus 1 on the B point. You will at least pause the clock, force a rotation, but that is a massive kill from Real. It just snaps on the exit, takes him down.
Did a couple. He won the one-on-one at the tail end of the point as well. A couple solid one-on-one wins for Real. Those final kills will do it. So Heretics hold on despite the early B threat. Sort of bend but not break.
Yeah, if they get B, a whole lot different of a round, I think.
Yeah, and that was what? That was a centimeter or 2 away from being done.
Yeah, they should jump Priesta again.
Let's see one of the retakes here. I think that was the... I think this was the big sequence from Rancor that kind of got them off and ended up clearing the point. So you saw there sort of the full sequence. Damage into Pred, too, to make sure he couldn't make too much of a play from poolside. Heretics hold on, still fighting for this 3-0 to get us started off swiftly here on day 1 of the weekend.
Yeah, I got to get this done swiftly because I got a match up next.
You do?
Yeah. Optic merch back.
I had no idea we were going with that for a sec, Joe. I like that. No, I'm excited to watch that, honestly, see how the young guy does. I'm rooting for him. Rancor is shooting early, but 2 HP, you're not going to do a whole lot. Let's see what that opening double turns into. Maybe some space for Real to work. But for now, the break's been thwarted. Real just trying to finesse. Continues finesse, 3 HP.
Just able to get on through. I mean, just could not find his toes, whoever was chasing him. But the problem is all his teammates are dead and the next inflation.
I thought that
like you're finessing forever. You're like, I know where they're all at. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, I thought maybe it was going to turn into more kills for his teammates, but He didn't really get damaged in anybody either. He was just sort of running for his life. He could never get back to full. And the second he did, he'd take more damage.
We got Tom and Jerry skit.
No, honestly, kind of how it felt. Metals, sometimes Mr. X Factor, trying to get locked and loaded in this opening offense for Heretics. That I thought was going to be 2 dead, but instead it's Priest that changed it into 2. Real's double, though, maybe a clutch one again, just to keep a presence on the point. First bit of progress now done. Clock paused at 30 seconds.
Well, this was the issue map 1, right? Just too many moments where there weren't trades. Just four or five kills in a row. Swiftly changes the momentum of this round here for Miami.
I think it's tough. I think one team plays a little bit better as a 4-man unit right now. I mean, Heretics have had a lot more time together. Certainly a bit more polished, despite the fact you've had some really close maps here. See if that polish will be the difference. Real can't continue to make the play because he's going to get stunned up. Teammates are already on B, and Falcons are already in trouble. Nice little snapback there from Real, but he loses 2 teammates in the process, and Priesta able to hit another double. Now a Priesta, I think, rank war cosplay there for a moment.
Look just like him. Look just like him.
Falcons now, can you hold? Because, I mean, honestly, it's still just 3 ticks, right? You hold here at B. You're still tied up. Just can they hold? I said you just slid right by one. I don't think he was moving so quickly he didn't get eyes on him.
Yeah, maybe he's just trying to bait the shots. Just trying to bait the shot, see where he is. Maybe just a tough gunfight to even take with this sub. Just trying to see if there was a player there. Maybe thought he would have some help, but doesn't happen. Still some forward pressure, though. Still 2 life advantage. The big problem for them is just going to be the clock. But winning the gunfights again in these flurries.
One of the many flurries and a chance to capitalize on it. Tough gunfight up close for Arcades. Priesta able to win his, though. Now Metals is going to be in trouble. They try to push him out. They're able to do just that. Nice retake and siege there from Vegas Falcons. Rankle, sort of the lone man to battle as the teammates try to get back into this. He's going to drop. Under 20 seconds to go. 6v6 in the live department.
Yeah, massive kill. Priesta was the only player not to die. Right, you go 3 dead. They have an idea of where he is. He wins that next gunfight. That puts Metals in a really tough spot. So you're maybe not the prettiest of games here for Priest. I mean, 12 and 13, but some big kills when they matter most to tie it up. And yeah, ticks-wise, you're in the game.
Yeah, one team gets the extension, one team doesn't, but at the end of the day, it's not going to matter. It's 3-3 in the ticks department. Falcons, great defense once it came to B. I thought a couple of chances maybe for things to open up for Heretics, but not going to happen. And Exton doing his thing right now, 17 and 12. Picking apart the players late here.
Yeah, this is good to see because I think, like, even this stage, you know, with the addition of Pred, like, we've seen moments where, like, he just pops off similar to this new team change, but then it just felt like he's gotten quieted down a bit.
Well, it's a weird sub duo, right?
Yeah.
Like, it is. It is. I mean, it might work at times,
yeah,
but
both
like,
kind of plays similar.
Yeah. Like, he might do better with like a more traditional sub next to him. We'll see. I mean, it's early in his career, right? But this is definitely a strange one. But when it works, it absolutely works. 4 straight though for Exton into this round, and once again, they want to bring the pressure to B early on. Exton wins 1, Priesta wins 1, Pred wins his. Suddenly, it's all on Super to try and hold here. Last time for Falcons, the big thing is you weren't able to finish off the B point. Now we got Cars helping out Heretics.
Well, the big thing was that you had a player inside of Hard. That was Exnid, right? This time, RC's gets pushed up.
Can't win that fight.
It doesn't win that gunfight. So nice shots there. Good retake from Miami. But the breakoffs here, they've worked. Like, you've had your chances.
No, absolutely.
Over towards this B zone. And I don't know if that's just because Miami are so used to the way Vault normally plays. All right, you defend B. They're just going to try to flood A now. Maybe you caught in that transition because they've been on B a lot.
No, they really have. We'll see now. They're probably going to divert attention over to A a little bit more quickly due to the fact you don't really find the same success this time at B. Yeah, you get the first tick, maybe a little bit more clean, but after that, it's going to get shut down. Kind of juggling here. Back and forth onto the point. Now getting bodies on it. You got a trophy in for coverage. Exit's got the first and a good chance to really develop this. Taking a route's going to be Rancor. What's the timing going to be like for him to maybe open things up? It's not going to be there. Pred wins it on one side, Priesta wins it on the other. This should be the A-pointer, darn near close to it.
Yeah, you saw Vegas just playing very patiently, sort of sliding back and forth, not allowing anyone to get a freebie on the point. So there we go, minute extension. You already have 1 take done at B.
Yeah.
Well, Miami, they got to lock this in on this defense.
Oh, really well done here from Falcons. But now to the hard part. It's a little bit different, you know, break off first down when there's 1 point to work, right?
Yeah, there's not one guy here, there's 4.
Yeah, you can be a little bit more focused defensively. And it can be really tricky to battle out. Pred, though, doing his best to try and finesse. The pressure is there from Exit. Unfortunately, yeah, the nade hits, and Pred gets traded out pretty quickly. So what I thought looked like a really good moment here for Falcons at least gets Exit into Art.
Yeah, they know he's here, though. We're going to try to get him out of here, but can they do it? Last time, not able to do so. At least finds one. His teammates are already forward. Very much. I don't know if they're going to expect Pred here. You can see Super's throwing nades, flanking metals. You're backed onto B, so the fact that Exited, all the attention is on him, allows his teammates to take routes. And, well, it looks like you're going to win this offense.
It's almost there. Stacked on the point. B about to finish. Contests it for a moment, but it'll end there. Exit giving props to the boys as they will take the offense, and honestly, looking good there in the round.
And this is the worrisome, right? We focus so much on Hacienda control if you're Miami. They're taking away vaults from us. We're not really playing protocol. Add Super to the lineup. Your Hacienda looks great, but now your wallet's looking
not the best. Yeah. Maybe it's just a thing where you're gonna need to get some, you know, live atmosphere reps to really improve it, or maybe we'll see some big improvements here just within the stage of this map. Otherwise, we're going to map 4, and if we get there, who knows? This might be going all the way to map 5. Feels like Falcons definitely have the chance to take a hard point, but now pressure to Heretics to take this on offense. We're only able to get A last time, really nothing done at B whatsoever. The route man will be Real off the break. See how the timing works out for him.
RC's just watching it. He's just on the statue.
Yep.
Ready for it. You try a B break, but it feels like the B break kings are Falcons.
Hold up.
So you're finding all the trades. Priest is just going to play his life, allow his teammates to deal with the last player on the point to deal with that.
You deal with it. You still have, I don't know, it goes okay in the lives department for you, at least if you're Heretics, and you'll just transition as quickly right over to A. We'll see what kind of progress they can get. The route person will be, well, Pred, no shock there. For Heretics, he's going to turn that into 2, putting people on skates, picking them apart. You saw the KD for Pred going into this, how terrific he has been in control. And he's doing it for him right now. Gets a double, damage into a third, and, well, now you've got nothing to work with if you were Heretics. Yeah. You were pinned back deep.
Really, one of the first times we've seen kind of a defensive setup like this throughout this map. It's always felt like the offensive team has had 1 or 2 players pushed on up to give them some map control. Well, again, Pred was able to find the double last time. He's going to find another free double. RC's going to get his back. Well, Falcons 40 seconds away from getting us to a map 4.
Pred just sprinting in circles, shutting it down. 30 seconds to go. Nice little bounce back after the tough map, too. Him and Exit. Fantastic sub duo here. Maybe working towards a streak and some kind of added utility if needed, but that'll fall apart. This will be the last effort right now for Heretics. Last big chance. You've gotten just about 2 ticks done. That second's not dumb, but...
Yeah, looks like Super might just touch B, and then everyone else is going to go A. Well, maybe that distraction works on out. 2 for 2 so far. It's just, where do you want to go? You see what Super's doing. He's hoping to bait somebody down through vault, but it hasn't happened. Well, now all Miami all spawn are like, we have to go B. That's our only setup, but Falcons, they're going to be in position to defend this.
7.3 now on the clock. Significant life advantage for Falcons. Fighting on B. There's a body on A. Second tick is done.
Yeah.
All on A. Pred here to play the disruptor. There's going to be the minute extension. So you get the extension of your Heretics. Dream may be still alive, but the live's going to be the tough part. You have 9. Another melee from RC, but still able to get the kill. And Pred is just, I mean, he's in behind you, tearing them apart. It's been a great round from Pred. He's had all the openings, and he has turned it into kills. The longer this fight goes, great. I mean, just milking time. They are able to deal with him, and now you've got probably your last big effort towards B. 30 seconds to go.
Yeah, watch number 2. It's just on Real. This might work out. This is going to be your forward front guy trying to get traded out. The problem is all his teammates around him are starting to get taken
no respawns.
down. No respawns remaining, only 3, but hold on. You just need all 3 to be on the point pretty much, but you have them all off spawn.
This would be insanity if they're able to do it. Real's just kind of out in the open there, just Not able to pick where he wants to get his angle of attack, and suddenly it's Metals by himself. Vegas close it out. You're thinking your only chance is just to go back, stack the point, and hope something crazy happens?
Well, I think reality is just maybe because they don't have 4. Yeah, he doesn't know which angle to watch.
Yeah.
Should I watch doors? Should I watch the hop outs? Should I get to the point? It felt like he was in the middle of everything.
No, literally.
Which gun should I have?
No, 1,000%.
A midlife crisis.
Yeah, that seems to be the case. It just turns out he's just literally wide out in the open, free, and gets dropped. But no, I think his brain was doing everything you were just talking about. But impressive win from Falcons there to make sure they don't go down in a quick 3-0. They'll extend this to a map 4. And then where are we going to map 4?
Well, red card. Red card hardpoint, which, I mean, for Miami, they're 0-2 this split on this map. So this is one of those ones where, again, try and improve their respawns. You're looking at red card hardpoint.
This might be going all the way to a map 5. Thinking 3-0 for Heretics based on their early vault with super lineup, you know, trying to work it back in and not looking strong there. On the other side, Falcons look great. You hit 30 out of Xnid. I just feel like it was Xnid or Pred at some point picking them apart. And that feels like, you know, we're talking about how they're kind of an unorthodox sub-duo, but like that feels like a map that they should enjoy quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, their breakoffs were fantastic. Because there were a lot of times, like, when Vault started to become a lot more sort of, we were capturing A so quickly as attacking teams. Teams are trying to find like a B, I don't know, break off to just catch it early. Then teams got away from it. Seems like Vegas figured something out right there.
No, I mean, they were always at least applying some form of pressure to kind of keep, I don't know, Heretics from getting to their spots, put them on the back foot early and take advantage. Exton nearly a brilliant double there from top ARP, but it still turned into a round of victory here as we get deeper into it. They took a pretty big life advantage. Pred had a really nice stretch, really through rounds 3 and 4. And this in the round 4, I mean, he finds a ton of multis here.
He's getting yelling. If he's yelling, everybody else is going to get fired up, and that's just all you see. Just gunfight wins. And yeah, this is sort of that last life where Real just, I don't know where to. I have to watch 5 different angles.
Yeah, I mean, listen, that probably was a situation you're not winning regardless, but it was
someone is probably in his ear like, stack.
Yeah. No, that's just a tough spot to be in when you're down a man. So maybe some frustrations now for Heretics as they'll try to bounce back. They're trying to get to a 3-0 start, trying to get to a nice winner start position like that in the last major. I mean, you kind of sneak in. You go back to Major 1. Were they the 2-5 team that got in?
Yeah.
They got all the way back at Major 1. You've become a much better team since then, despite the fact I know you end up making a run to a top 3 at one point this year. But Heretics, maybe the best they've been, but this is a series that you certainly need to win.
Yeah, I was just looking like, if they didn't have the 3-2 win over Thieves, and you just had like a 3-2 over LAG, losing 2 hardpoints, and now this series,
true.
There's a bit of worry.
And maybe we're thinking Thieves have a little bit of a hangover, like post-win, because they got slammed by FaZe. Like maybe a little.
So, I mean, we're in a round 11 or 20-point map 1. Like, this could have been a Falcons win.
Yeah, no, 100%. Looking back to the map 1 from this series, yeah, Real was everything. He drops 46 in that one. A nice map there from Xnid as well, but Real definitely the kill leader, the damage dealer in that opening map. We'll see what both are going to bring here on the red card. Are these the two you look at the red card, or other players that you really think are the ones you want to highlight?
I mean, red card, we know this could be a mix.
Yeah, I don't expect this to be the prettiest of red cards.
I don't think so.
No.
Well, I mean, the one was Miami and Optic. Was that the one?
Yeah, no, that one was painful to watch. Yeah. There have been some red cards.
I think maybe I'd go like maybe a Rancor and Priesta, right?
Okay.
Sort of your ARs and see if Rancor can get going.
Yeah, he didn't have the best map 1, right? They still got the victory, but he's been a demon on Vault Hardpoint at times. Didn't really have that effort, but the ARs for Falcons have been battling with him. I mean, you probably say that's where your biggest advantage is for Heretics, like the Rancor and Super versus RCs and Priesta, but it hasn't necessarily been the case.
It hasn't been. And well, here you can see last 5 red card hardpoints. So they were 5-1 on the year. They've lost 4 in a row. Trying to get it back.
Trying.
Some big losses there to like LA Thieves twice in Ultra, but now you have a recent one to LAG, and you're just thinking, we got to get this back. Again, sort of vault control, red card hardpoint. We need more maps. Teams are going to take away our vetoes.
Yeah. And this is why we thought the series maybe early on had potential to get a little bit deeper than maybe you think, is because some of the tough maps for Falcons and tough maps for Heretics, and this being probably the one you headlined the most as being a pain point for them. So chance for Falcons to win this and get it to a map 5. Falcons got 1 win in a map 5 fashion already this qualifier over Rockers. They played spoilers to the potential champs run for Rocker. Maybe just want to slow down this Heretics team. Is starting to feel himself a bit, starting out 2-0. A nice little break off and start at least for Heretics. We'll see who can get the hard point. But yeah, this is what we might be going to the clock. I mean, the vault almost went to the clock. I imagine this one will be on the clock.
Yeah, that's a good point. I forgot about that.
Yeah, vault's got 20 seconds left. I'm assuming this one might be going to the clock.
Watch, we just have like the cleanest rate of the year.
Yeah, that's how it goes sometimes, Joe. That is how it goes. Excellent. Saw his numbers from the map 1, trying to keep things rolling. A lot of pressure that RC is right now. He continues to dance, hopes on maybe a little bit of help. Gets that help. Just finessing now around the stun. Priestahh can't get there to get the angle to help him. So RC's gonna have to win that one-on-one. Not able to do it now. That's gonna be Priestahh that's in trouble. So early setup and control here at the P2 now for Heretics. We'll see how much time they can turn this into.
Yeah, well, Super, he goes on the long flight. Nobody picks it up, and they just get picked apart. So you did just that if you're Miami. Great plays, taking the routes and then winning the gun fights from everybody. But you flipped the map. You got the P2 setup that you want.
Just try and turn this into a ton of time. Real's looking for Ghost. His teammates got his cross and shuts it down. One more to pick up, and they're able to do that. They're winning it from the front. They're doing it so beautifully. 20 seconds still to go, and maybe not much time earned in the P1, but this has been nearly flawless after the first 10 burned off the P2. And you just got a Falcons. I mean, if you're going to be in this bad spawn, and when you think about the next Hardpoint, you got to hope you can at least contest a lot of this, right? Like, you would like to get some contests, turn this into some time, but you don't really get anything.
Well, nobody takes a route. And now when you're taking the routes, there's 3 seconds left, and Real's like, okay. Oh, well, I thought he was just going to watch the long route, but he ends up maybe just thinking, I have to get on the objective or they're going to spawn out garage.
Maybe overthinking a little bit.
Yeah, overthinking maybe a little bit there. But yeah, it's just one of those situations where nobody really got pushed forward for Falcons, but it doesn't matter as they find some kills.
He's still in the vault, dude. Maybe.
Yeah, no. Second guessing everything.
Try to deal with Rancor. Not able to deal with him. His 2, maybe an opening. Now to get onto the hard point. Trying to find his timing, and ooh, I thought the headshots might be enough to do it, but yeah, maybe the stun will bail it out. Falcons, here we go. Make it.
He was just drifting his aim up, and I think just the stun connects. He probably would have had a double.
Yeah, no, he hit like a headshot tagger too.
Yeah, just stopped it in its place. But now here is your chance. But again, 10 seconds, you get out if you are Miami. You flip the spawns. Just have to deal with the player at stage. That's going to be on Priestahh. We know this player is sometimes like a raid boss. You need everybody to focus on them, and they do just that.
Okay, don't allow him to get to bottom stage or make too much of a play. But still, I mean, yeah, you got Metals there, and you've got Rancor with the angle for the shots, but everyone's just going to kind of try and cut this off and go straight towards the stage fight and try to pick him out of the point. But Metals, he's got the help. He's held strong. I thought Metals was in trouble. I thought all 3 just found a timing to get across to him, but that's not been the case.
It's a health buff under there.
No, it really feels that way. Well, it probably is, realistically, considering how much of it's like wallbang damage usually when you're getting taken out. But Falcons apply the pressure. They'll take that close spawn and get in. Rancor's streak comes to an end as he finally has to get out of his bird's nest.
And great life out of Pred. Somehow, yeah, they kept up the pressure, and then he was able to find a double to get them onto the point, start to get their time. And similar to the map 1, they are just keeping this within striking distance. Now you got to take the lead.
And nice start from Pred. 4 straight, 12 and 10. Last time we were on red card in this series, he was seeing cross-eyed. This time, though, feeling a little bit more comfortable into the hard point. Early setup at camera, though. We'll fly out to the bird's eye and take a look. Pred spree continues, but it's hard point time currently. I mean, you'll take this first 15 seconds if you're Heretics. Now the collapse comes in.
Yeah, nobody really went BS&D. That's why Super was playing so safe. That's what you normally try to contest, but all of Falcons just
shooting,
just push it through the middle. And yeah, he is shooting 8 in a row. Hellstorm acquired. That's what we saw in the map 3s. He started to get loud. He started to get fired up. Gets everybody else locked in.
Let's see. Uh-oh. Maybe it's our observer side.
Yeah, just observer.
Okay, okay. Still a tight one. Hellstorm earned, as you said. Keep an eye on that from Pred, but, well, just a flurry of kills that seem to go the way of Heretics. They got the first 15 or so. They'll dance to get the final few. Now we'll get into our second set, and yeah, we'll see. About 3 minutes on the play clock?
Yeah, we'll see what happens at this P1.
Yeah. We'll see how much time we have remaining, but...
yeah, it's already started messy.
And you were saying player to watch, maybe Rancor to have a better map. Exton, who has had a pretty solid series so far. Struggling early at 6 and 14, but well, I mean, we don't think where Pred's getting all the kills.
Well, that's just it. Just sort of him and Pred, the way their playstyles work out. I just think one of them is going to end up with just the opposite, or you're just not having a good match.
No, I think
that's what we've seen.
It can happen sometimes. I would think so with those two, 100%. But this has been a very clean start to the second set of rotations. Some real good time for Heretics. Last chance maybe for Falcons to rip them out of this, and really the lead started with the P2. The P2 from Heretics was beautiful. Can't remember whose pinch it started with, but they turned that in. It was a good 40-45 seconds I think they got. Fred wants to go ahead and call on the Hellstorm right as the P2 is going to pop. Doesn't want the same thing to happen that happened last time. Not hitting, but calming positions. What does it turn into? Hiding bottom stage will be Rancor. Metals will already be forward. He's going to win his one-on-one.
Oh, but Pred dies, so we'll see. I think due to Real's route, yeah, you see where the Falcons players are going to spawn. So Real pushes on through, and they were hoping just they had stage, they were good to go, but that is not what happens. You block the spawn if you're Real, so now you have to react. You do have stage fun. Now if you're Falcons, you just have to get the kills.
Yeah,
I mean, didn't spawn behind enemy lines, so you have a bit of a pinch. Maybe you wait on him.
It's like for Heretics, okay. I mean, maybe it doesn't work out perfectly, but if you get all this time, who cares?
Yeah, that's true.
Honestly, who cares? And so far they have. Maybe not ideal in the spawn department, but that turns into 20 straight seconds or so.
Normally when you lose stage, it's bad news, but yeah,
the bad news bears turning into some big time. And a big lead. Now up nearly 70 with what, I mean, going into the second set of rotations, basically a tie game, yeah? Extend lurking, trying to get something going, sit around double negative and not having the best map, but we'll see if he can ice up as we get deeper into it. Priesta didn't think he had the angle on him, but he did. Exit still in the corner, and well, you almost didn't put it away, but did. Here's where you try to fight back.
Almost got caught with the Kenny YY.
Yeah,
very close. Just fighting back and forth of both teams. Falcons, this is probably going to be your big chance with stage spawns. You have to hold on to them, but you really have to get them off the point for now.
Yeah, at least try to keep them out of this and take in a route. We'll see if Rancor can get out. Doesn't get out. Big kill there from Exit to make sure he doesn't sneak through. He gets that kill and probably get away through on the cross.
Well, yeah, he would just have the angle up us.
Yep.
You probably just get mowed on down. And then you lose spawns for this P4. But here we go. You already see Priesta on the hill. Middle steps, exited. You have to capitalize here if you are Falcons.
Yeah, this is your comeback condition right now. You need this desperately if you are Falcons. Trying to battle this from two fronts. Real wins his one-on-one on one side. Pred, though, there to trade it out. So now you can really focus hard on that bottom side of the map. That's where everything's gonna be coming from for Heretics now. Falcons trying to group up and deal with it. You lose mid-lobby control. Focus has got to shift now for the Falcons defense and hold. Exton has really started to heat up after the slow start.
Yeah, I think he started to pull out an AR more, maybe to match a 3 AR setup, right, depending on the hill. Just slow down his gameplay, find some easy kills in some better spots, but massive kill there from Rancor on the Priest. Gets them off the time. Maybe you're not earning it, but you were at 140. Would have been close to a tie game.
And sometimes Rancor is like literally like, what kind of time do you turn bad spawns into? Like when you have the bad spawn, like, are you able to get them out of the hard point, get some white time? Like, it's definitely a bunch of little like scrappy, not perfect moments more often than not.
Yeah.
And it feels like Heretics has been a little better to this point, but Falcons starting to make some noise. Still within striking distance, just like a lot of the second half of that map one or just series.
Well, we talked about it, but minute 20. On the game clock, so that should come into play with
we'll see
P5 and P1 coming up.
You would think. If I was a betting man, I thought maybe we're going to the clock, but we'll see. It's going to be close. I mean, the cleaner this camera is right now, I mean, maybe not. This is again a lot of really good time for Heretics at camera. Real goes on 5 straight before he falls. Arcees gets the pick of the player on the point, I believe. So nobody in for now. This is what you expect more often than not at camera. It's a white hard point and AR fights all over the place. But I think you got to clean like 20 to 30 for Heretics at both cameras.
Yeah, it was about a 20-point game. Now up to around 47 or so. Falcons on spawn. They had to rotate for this P1, and well, they're going to find some of those early kills. Priest making sure there's no funny business outside towards stairs with Pred. Going to spawn him up, but pressure going to be through Ticket.
Yeah. You lost Ticket, will it hurt you? So far, you deal with it pretty well. Nice angle there from Priesta. Metals up as he finds 2. A chance to get his team forward into the point. Play clock continuing to tick. Now, just over 40 seconds remaining in it. Who would have thought? Trying to just play contest and rely on your teammates to get the shots in. They're able to do that. Now turn this into some time. Every second just feels like a dagger to Falcons based on the fact that we're dealing with 2 loss conditions. Once the clock is even more into the conversation. Big rotation upcoming.
That's why Real just plays contest, right? Just sort of bait them in. Hopefully someone overextends. That's exactly what happens. Pred almost up to 40. RC's only 13 and 28. One player gonna spawn up close. That'll be Priesta. Rencor from the hill. He's gonna take that gunfight, but Falcons have to go.
Nice win there from Exit. Priesta maybe an opener too. Real on 21 HP. You've got to go. This is your moment to stand tall for your Falcons. 31 seconds on the clock. Well, 30 or so on the hard point. Already playing deep will be number 8 in our cities, just trying to hold anybody through, almost giving up the angle to Rancor. Rancor's just going to go ahead and drop down and party, trying to pinch this out with Real. I mean, they'll take any second they can get at this stage of the game, and this could be a massive 20 seconds in the scheme of things. As RC's drops 2, you no longer have that rotation one if you are Falcons, so you just got to send bodies at this. Yeah, Heretics can't win it here, but yeah, every point. You're feeling it, and Rancor is feeling it as well. Nearly a little slide for the triple, but he's up to 37.
I mean, you do flip it, though. Okay. So, yeah, I mean, you're in position here at this P3.
It's just the time, bro.
Oh, yeah, I know. Another one where you should just, you know it. Someone's going to find a couple of kills if you're Miami.
See if that's the case. Now eclipsing the 200-point mark will be Falcons. Map 1 into 250 to 230. Maybe we're headed there again. Every kill so massive for Falcons as they try to continue to hold. You can't dance out of the hard point too long, though. Like, Priest is getting out of it, trying to get an angle and catch him, but you got to be careful. That clock's still ticking.
It's a good hold, though.
It really is. It really is.
They're not overextending bus side. They're just holding. Okay, team nade going to come on. Is that the collapse? It might be. That's going to be 2 dead for Falcons. Heretics make it all 4.
All 4 and 19.7 now on the clock. To Metal's POV, I think you get the tick to win it here. Any contest, though, might change that conversation. You'll get in, you'll at least be able to see another hard point, but early on rotation after the races, you see Rancor is coming. He's going to be the guy to head there. Give him a trophy at stairs for coverage, and you get in here at stage, it should be GG. Yeah. Next hard point pops. Nobody can get close for Falcons. Heretics get it done. It doesn't come to the play clock. They make the plays late. Heretics need to improve here. They're on a 4-loss stretch.
And I mean, you're seeing a couple of smirks, like Real's kind of laughing, but outside of that, it's sort of like, that wasn't our best match.
No, just this series? No.
Yeah,
no.
I think you can kind of tell, like,
You think that's playing down to their competition type of thing, or it's some stuff to work on for Heretics?
We got to figure some stuff out.
Yeah, no, I think you're probably right.
I mean, we were 1 and 3 in hardpoint coming into this. I mean, that boosts you up to 3 and 3, but these were very
well, like
close.
the Death said, there were some maps that weren't your bread and butters, maybe, for Heretics, but they just don't have a lot of them right now, do they? No. They'll continue to try and improve, and yes, they
take the win.
Yes, no, 100%. You take the win, and they put some separation between them and the middle of the pack, 100%, especially with their form as these last 2 qualifiers. But I guess the question for us is just how far can you push it? It's become less a conversation for me about their ability to perform against LAG in Vegas. More, was that win over Thieves legitimate in the sense, was it just a hangover for Thieves? Do they have a chance to beat a team like that on land? Can they do it? Questions gonna be answered over these last couple of tournaments, really.
Yeah, Hardpoint's just got to get better. Got to get better. A little messy right now for Miami Heretics. Comes down to 20 seconds on Vault, 20 seconds or so on this red card, and for Vegas, again, you're playing tough. You're right there.
You're battling. There's been some bright spots. But yeah, I don't know what the expectations is for this point. You said like a top 6 to a tournament, and you feel pretty darn good about that.
I think I'd be happy with it.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know how they feel, but considering how the year has gone,
I mean, they haven't got a top 8, so
they haven't done anything, Joe. So you'll take anything. I like that about you. That'll be it for us. Hey guys.
Absolutely.
What?
Stay with us because we got Optic Merc taking the stage soon. But right now we got to break down Vegas taking on Miami. And Miami, as expected, walked away with the 3-1. The three of us called it on the desks. The fans nailed it at home. This week is different now.
It is different. Well, it doesn't really feel like it actually when Miami Heretics are winning like this.
It was close.
This is the Vegas Falcons. It was close, but I feel like this is just a case of Miami Heretics tend to do this when it comes to closing out some of these hard points, and HB hasn't been easy for them recently. They lost both to the Gentlemates. They've lost one to LA Thieves. So for them, that's probably their focus throughout the split, which isn't great because control has not been strong, but they take both in the series regardless of it being close.
And if you're going to win, you might as well do it in this fashion. I mean, it's close, but you were always in the lead. You were never trailing in the hard points.
Yeah, I mean, I just think that there's like, you know, certain aspects of these maps that Miami prioritized. Like on this one, it was P1 to P2. The first two rotations were really good. That's where they got a lot of their points. Obviously got a little dicey towards the end. Pred started to kick up, right? And, you know, Vegas started to have some better holds. But if you're Miami, for the most part, like the way they're playing the game has been pretty solid. The hard point has fallen off a little bit, just in general, since bringing in Super, right? So it has been a constant work in progress if you're Miami. But the kill part, like they're finding the kills. It's just about closing these games out and snowballing it. Like after that P1 to P2, like how do we snowball that and get a nice coordinated break in on P3 to just go up a ton? That'll be the thing that they work on going forward, and obviously that takes time and practice.
Miami entered the day with 205 points. That was good enough for 6th overall in the league. Now with the win, we give them 10 more, and they are just 5 points back of 5th place in Carolina.
What a team.
Right?
They've had an incredible year.
So is this kid. Welcome in the junior. It's Real. Real, how we feeling, bud?
We're feeling great, you know. A win is a win, so I'll take that.
Were you ever nervous because you look across the first 2 games, it's a 20-point hard point difference and then a 1-round difference in search and destroy?
No, we were not nervous at all. I feel like we were not playing as good as we usually play, but, you know, we close out, so.
You did close out.
Of course, Real. Congratulations, of course, on the win overall. But I do want to ask, control still seems to be kind of a struggle. Why do you think that is?
Honestly, I don't really know because in scrims we played pretty well. So I don't know. I guess we just have to translate what we do in scrims to matches.
True.
Real, I got to put you guys in the likes of, like, you know, I look at Thieves in Atlanta in terms of in-game skill. I mean, all you guys are straight up shooters, and I really mean that. Yeah. But I want to ask you, how do you make your kills matter a little bit more? I feel like a lot of these hard points get super close. You guys will have great moments, and then the teams just start to reel it back in. How do you improve on that?
I feel like whenever we're getting kills and everything is going good, we do really great. But whenever we fuck up something or we make a mistake, like it costs us a lot. So that's what we have to work on.
It just starts compounding, right? Okay.
Real. Yeah. I couldn't pick one play. Can you guess which scuff play of the game this play comes from?
Honestly, my one bolt when I was on P3.
Here it is.
There's spawn.
Boom. That is Real. He called it. It's his scuff play of the game. P3. This kid is a menace. In fact, anywhere on Vault, he is a menace, dropping over the 40 bomb to open things up.
Yo, he had 5,630 damage.
5,600? Is that good?
Did y'all hear what 5,600 damage.
That's 2 SMGs worth.
That's like 2 maps, bro. This guy was going crazy. Now, that being said, by the end of the game, he literally had like 11 seconds in the hill with 40 kills, but that's because his team allows him to do that. And when he starts to take flight, Real is that guy.
It was a good showing from Real, and he's not done, Ali. I just got up to 360. I'm excited about this. We're going to a break. When we come back, Optic Merc in the building. Can Boston hang on to the 7th seed, or is it Optic starting to climb ground? Stay tuned.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League. It's more than a game. It's for all who dare to compete. It's more than a team. It's our team. It's more than a feeling. It's unwavering passion. It's more than just talent. It's the grind that got me here. It's more than a moment. It's our legacy. One city, one stage, one champion. The battle starts now. On match day, everything matters. What you focused on the night before, how you slept, what you ate. Players gather in the arena, ready to go toe-to-toe, fueled by the dedication, passion, and love of the sport. The mind has to be focused, clear, locked in. Any unknown variable can mean the difference between winning and losing. And when you have your pride on the line, every decision has to be perfect. Every movement calculated, and every shot on target. If you want to be remembered here, you have to make them believe. Scuff has been a proud and passionate supporter of Call of Duty esports for 14 years and enables you to play like a pro. The 2025 Optic Texas Team Pack is available now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this vinyl proving your membership in the Alien Task Force. Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
I was wide awake and laughing. The doctor didn't even have to slap me. Cut the cord 10 years later, I'm a prodigy. Got more letters on my name than the Ivy League. Now I'm an MVP, CEO, VIP. All the youngest want to be like me, cause I walk like a champion. Double helix, twist pedigree. Call me Red One, everybody got for me. Fame monster, sand squad posture. Big footsteps to follow, so use caution. Never duplicated, imitated so often. Feast on opposition, that's why I stay flossing. If you want the noise, I can bring it.
I'm Mason. I'm just here to play some Call of Duty.
Optic, get ready to buy this man a beer in Dallas because Mercules is here to bring it back to a top 4 finish, right, Allie?
Yeah, I like that. I like it a lot.
He's 21 years old. I always thought he was like 16, maybe 17 years old. They're like, you have to be 18. He's 21, Puckett. Get with the program. All right, let's take a look at our squads today because Optic started as the #1 seed at the end of our Major 1 qualifiers. Since then, they've slipped down to 8th. They've been on the bubble, but no one really scaring them lately. Now they played the 7th seed. How big is today's matchup for them?
It's a huge match, right? Not only is it for points, which they desperately need to extend that gap, it's also Mercules' first match with this roster. And, you know, it's going to tell us a lot about this team in general. I mean, when you look at Mercules sliding into Toronto, that was on 24 hours notice, maybe a little less, and it was perfect. Like the perfect fit. You know, they made him feel comfortable. They played good Call of Duty, and they had themselves a hell of a run at the majors. So you're getting that same player. Everything is there for what you need on your team. Will the players around him support him enough to put him in that same position is the question that we need answered.
I think that is a great point because everyone said there's no better landing spot than the comms on Toronto Ultra. But what are the comms going to be like on Optic? Can they make the man feel at home like he did when wearing purple and white back in Miami?
I feel like in some capacity they should be fairly similar. I will say though, for the sake of this Optic Core 3, the performance they put on last week, if they put it on T1 this week, this team should be disgusting with the plug-in of Mercules. He's a guy that's going to make the right choices. He's going to put up the numbers. We already know he can hang with the rest of the league. So now my eyes are on the rest of the core three on how they're going to perform with such a solid player in that fourth.
Can we talk about his role? Is he a fast AR? Is he kind of an anchor AR? What do we want to see from the man in the bottom left compared to Dashy's playstyle?
Yeah, I mean, I think they, play a little similar. I feel like Mercules was showing us that he can play at a fast pace at the last tournament. We've seen him up close and personal making some big plays for them, right? And also, I think he's more of a cerebral player. Like, he had so many impact plays on rotation for that Toronto team when things got dicey to like win them situations, which is exactly what Optic Texas have needed this entire year.
Losing it from Kenny, losing it from Skies, hoping Mercules is number 3. The answer here. On the other side, you got Boston Breach, who Gigawake has dropped 1.6s and 0.6s. Where's he at right now?
Oh, Giga last week gave us a 0.6. And unfortunately, that's just how this team is going to go. Sometimes they're going to live and die by a player performing either over or under. And I touched on this a couple weeks ago where it's like we're getting to a point with Boston Breach where it feels like they live or die by Snoopy's consistency. And he's been so consistent that it's been okay. But recently, there's been tiny drop-offs. And recently, there's been Gigawakes putting up 0.6s. And you're going to get handed losses in situations like that. S&D has not been great. They haven't been playing their lives or trades very well after getting a first blood. Need to have some room and improvement there, but the respawns are still fairly solid for this Boston.
Yeah, Control's been great. It's just Hardpoint. I mean, they just keep playing Skyline, and it's about time we start to veto that if you're Boston Breach. I mean, 3 of their last 5 hardpoints have been Skyline. They've lost all 3 of them, right? You look at the rest of them, though. It's like Hasi, they're solid on. That just gets vetoed a lot. We could pull up the maps and modes. That's actually going to be in this series.
Hasi.
So Optic is being pretty bold going up against Boston on Hasi and Rewind. Look at Boston, they're 8-3 across both of those.
Is this the map set that we saw against Vancouver? Did they also have a triple dose of Hacienda for Optic? I have a feeling that this may be one of their go-to maps here going into Major 4.
They did play Hacienda S&D, but unfortunately it was a Skyline hardpoint on that side, Chris, and a protocol control.
Okay,
well,
so not so safe.
They're enough to play it.
Optic got 6-0'd the last time they played Boston on Hacienda Surge. So hopefully, if you're an Optic fan, you don't go game 5.
It ain't coming up, hopefully. All right, let's get to our Scuff pick'ems and lock these ones in. Boston, you're coming off a 3-0 loss to Carolina. Optic, you just 3-0'd Vancouver. I'm going to go Optic Texas today. Mercules, welcome to the league.
Yeah, Boston doesn't seem like they can win a rotation right now to save their life. I'm going to go with Optic Texas in this one.
I'm going Optic as well. I think Optic are going to win this.
Congratulations,
I believe in Mercules. Congratulations, Boston's crazy.
I would like to change my prediction. Gigawake Revenge Tour, and he saw your prediction. He's about to take it out on Mercules. We go to our captors. Miles, what's your prediction in this series?
Honestly, I think Boston Breach are in a downward trend right now, and I think the loss last week was an absolute stinger. We really get to find out if the core of Optic Texas is rotten or not. Will Mercules cook today? My prediction was in there somewhere, chat. It's up to you to pull it out. Chance, how we doing?
I'm doing great. Very excited for the matchup, and I mean, it's going to be an interesting one. I'm almost baffled that last week Optic Texas 3-0 Vancouver. Like out of nowhere, and now they got a brand new Merc on the squad, so a lot of moving pieces. But Boston team that has trusted their roster the entire year since last year's EWC, they have stuck together. So really a tale of 2 different styles being brought to the table. Honestly, the series with 3 Haciendas in it, and let me tell you, I've been grinding ranked. I'm the Hacienda expert. I know everything there is to know. I'm prepared.
About these new spawns as well. I've seen Reddit posts about a lot of Haciendas as well. Something's in the air or in the water here on Hacienda. Map 1, here we go there, folks. The debut of Mercules here in the league on a starting roster. There's a place that is rightfully his. He got it after a stunning show at Major 3. Let's see how he goes in the black and green.
He's gonna have
it's white today.
Time,
what the?
Visitors, man. You gotta pay.
You're right.
We're getting
I'm
there.
sorry. I'm sorry. Well, off to the opener, as we like to call out his first death. And that is that. Opening soiree finished now as Cammy and the Boston Breach boys find themselves time. Counter-attack on now from the Optic lads, favoring down low.
And I'm trying to figure out the mini-map. Either the scoreboard is already broken or hooped somehow off the break. Maybe, yeah, just took the route. Actually, they had the spawns. I don't know what just happened off the break, but Boston getting 14 seconds already on a P1. Not too shabby. And right now, Cammy effectively just the cleanup crew, but traded out and I mean, all things considered for Boston, happy for the time they've been able to collect, and good news from Optic, at least you have the rotation over towards new.
Absolutely. Full control of the garage, full control of the backside of the map. Now Boston tests their brakes. Optic, test your brand new holds here. Mercury's going to be the man in the most important position for now, and he finds one and done. No problem, though, of the Dashi. Gonna get some tags in, as well as Snoopy doing what he can to keep this back driveway in absolute chaos. Boston attack through the front now as well. There's a two-pronged war, and it's going on for a while, Chance, and it's meant that the hard point has fallen.
Yeah, and you had Snoopy buy so much time, by the way, that his teammates were just able to run them over through the front. So this might actually turn into a situation, unless Optic win the gunfights, where they just get blended back-to-back kills. It's going to come down to a 1v1 maybe between Snoopy and Dashi. And, well, Snoopy, extra edge, and he's got the cover there for the break. Boston doing the little things right, and we already saw from Hercules, left out the drive in the spawns. Optic did not want him. They gave the young kid a big responsibility, but Boston broke them all down.
And they've broken down all of the members of Optic that cut through the middle of the map there as well. So no one near P2, not a healthy production from Optic Texas. Over defenses we now go, and Boston already on the swarm. Plenty of members from Optic here on possession, able to get some damage in. On board with Mercules, first time onto time, and he's going to get a kill as well. Push out the back. We'll see if Optic can run it up here.
Well, he heads up to blocking the spawns. Unfortunately, he gets really bad timing that ends up going his way, so never mind. Instincts on point, back spawn secured. Now Shotzi, this should be prime position. Little dance up top and maybe just not quite ready, but either way, you are free and clear from Optic. All their bases covered, and finally on a P3, they feel stable.
Yeah, Mercury's keeping the outside safe as well. Picking up time. Two there in the feed, no more in that life. On to Boston now on the break. Shotzi on a big flank, gets himself one. Eyes on spawners as well. The instincts are there. The timing a little bit off, but still, it's going to keep the hard point in the hands of Optic Texas for now. Not a bad look here on fences. Hard point rotation, though, done, and Breach again in a commanding position.
Yeah, P3, though, that gets Optic back in the game, and now Mercules is going to be the route man. So you're trying to set up with your teammates. You don't have boat side control. You're trying to work through the middle of the map, and, I mean, he's found the approach. It's only going to be Purge actually looking for it, and Purge ends up hunting him down. So how about awareness coming in for Boston there? Purge gives you two, and this will not be a break from Boston. It'll be a hold coming through so far, at least on the first push. Optic, now it might be all four players flooding through the front.
Here come the nades, here come the stuns, here comes everything, and here come Optics into the point. Can they get anything out of this one? Cammy! Oh, baby, lines up a pair more. Snoopy with the cleanups, and Boston Breach. What a brick wall of defense this is. Optic, they have crashed off of this one.
Yeah, and poor Dashi just keeps having to take the exact same gunfight. Optic now are taking routes to try to break the time, but a little bit easier to read when there's only 20 seconds left on hold. And I mean, Dash, you finally get a little bit of help there on the gunfights as Merc gives you two. So we already see the new man on the squad flexing just a little bit, showing off different guns, but ultimately, I mean, that is a nearly perfect kill coming in from Boston. So the moment that Optic gets something going on P3, they get slaughtered, and we got a 70-point game.
Our first hardpoint set complete, second set now underway in Boston Breach. They are in time, and it's the montage maker Cammy finding himself there at the top of the board with 13 and 8. Great break out of Optic, 3 dead off rip, and they're in time.
Yeah, now you can use montage, right? See if you can line them up. Dashi, 1 HP. Dashi got him with the pistol. There you go. One up them there, but still at least a little bit of pressure from Boston. You got Mercules right now, not comfortable on the time. They've lost every single position in the hallways. From time, though, he's able to give you two before he falls, so a hell of an effort there. Now, they certainly want to make the rest of this hill mixy, and Hook playing a dangerous game. Got to make sure you block those spawns. 8 and 6 rat back, and all's well that ends well. So Hook 14 and 9 in the meantime. Really trying to kick it up in the slang. And while the trades go through, another P2 opportunity here from Optic. That's not how you want to start it.
No, not yet. They had a good hold first time around. It amounts to, what, 16 seconds of time. Dashi winning a nice one there on it. The players do zig now. They will be up next. Reinforcements get their ASAP. Dashi finds two from inside point. Can he keep the kills going? Hook flies forward and evicts Boston Breach from any kind of power position. Awakening last man on the back, and he's going to be the split spawn. 3 through the front, Awakening in the rear.
Yeah, he's going to make it weird. I mean, Dashi popped off at the start of this hill, and Dashi might need to make plays once again or not if Shotzi's there to shut it down. and maybe making amends for the P2 hold. Yeah, Dashy the bailout. Now the back spawn's coming through. Going to be a head smash for the final bit of time.
Final bit of time going their way. Rotation be on its way as well. While this chaos is going down, let's go for a listening with a new kid in town, Optic, Texas.
Contain him. I'm gonna go well. I'm gonna repin Seeker right here.
I'm backing up.
If I have rock, they're gonna flood
Oh, by the way, they're going through. They could be through dark. Yep. Dark. It's in dark.
They could get through left. I know.
Top goes up.
I blocked you.
I got time.
No, there's a guy out bottom mid or something.
Yeah, I blocked, boys.
Where are they spawning?
Buddy. He's dead.
I'm holding our office steps, okay?
On me.
Yeah, flooding.
Yo, really weak top dark. Hit me.
Outer fence wing.
Dark on me.
Yeah, that's really weak. Outer fence wing. Where's outer fence?
I win you.
Wait, there's one behind me.
I'll put you on the right.
Snoopy spot.
What's up, Bart? Just
I need time.
Taking time with you.
Tin door, one shot.
Yo, top dark. Top dark weak. And a sun 2 on time. Top dark. Watch out for dark.
He's gonna be platinum.
Top dark, Snoopy, last guy. I'm on shot. I'm on time. He might go plat on us.
I spawn well.
Alright, he might be plat on you.
I'm running.
I'm going Lambo, okay?
Give me an awakening. Take your time on this right.
Yeah, top art.
He's
still there. Went towards like mid or open.
I think he's like open somewhere.
I'm the rock
I spawned well. You guys are by yourself. Okay.
I'm trying to do short.
I'm gonna go open.
Yo, top open, Snoopy.
Top open.
That's 2 dead.
Watch your time.
2v2. Yo, I spawned with you, Brandon. He's there, side in there.
I have outer.
Nader there, side, huh?
Outer weak. I got naded. He might shot me out open.
Oh.
I'm flooding open. I'm sliding.
Nader side.
Too close. I'm naded.
I got naded.
Outer shot. Snoop.
All good.
Yeah, we're good.
Take your time, man.
I'm nade time.
I'm nading in there. Nading me Lambo.
Yo, one guy's outer.
I stay left. I'm nading in there.
Last two so.
Nading in there. Dead.
Last guy open. Dead. Maybe got a well spawn.
I'm going bottom.
I'm just sticking. I'm pretty sure
that. One's already our top art.
Yo, listen. I'm just holding open.
There's 2 top open.
Yeah, they might hit us. I'm holding this.
Yeah, I'm holding this as well. They might.
Put in. Dead.
I'm still blocking. They're still spawning boat. Okay.
This guy's probably top art. Yo, he's top open in the corner. He's still there.
Top open. Wait, I had him once. He's still top open.
An exhibit A of the difference in comms between a team like Toronto and a team like Optic, in fact, you're trying to fill in for. But ultimately, Optic, certainly no lack in talent. It is a 15-point game, and we go back to a P1 where you are just vying for hallway control, and Hook is the one taking it.
He's finding a lot of really impressive kills. That 24 and 17 is looking good. Dashy now starting to get his gun rolling. P1's looking decent for Optic Texas here. Lead changes on the cards. 3 dead, though, is not going to help. Last man left for life. Mercury's gone. Wiped out. Good news, though, you maintain that right-hand side of the minimap. No break here from Boston in terms of spawns. Snoop, though, oh, dear.
Oh,
this is what you wanted. That was it. Oh, the cost of the Costa. It's still absolutely there. What did I just say? Doesn't matter. Back to you, Chance.
Yeah, some of the most important gunfights on the map, and we are just full sending right into death. And Optic maybe earlier struggled on these holds to actually pick up well side. Purge has that. 2 players for Boston looking lobby, and they're leaving Cammy by himself to watch the front. Ultimately, a good setup, though. Purge overwhelmed, but that's as the hill pops. A tie game. We'll see what Boston can do.
Oh, come on. Optic, let's get us a good break here. This is what you're looking for. Statistically, not looking ideal at the moment. Shotzi's going to get himself one. A couple now on time. That's going to be the cleanup from Snoop. Score still ticking away now for Boston.
They're running up. Lost the back spawns. Took 20 seconds from Optic to get it, and that is a card that has survived a long time to deliver an absolute dagger towards the end. You spent 20 seconds getting the spawns, and unfortunately now for Optic, well, you are just getting spawn trapped. Snoopy on a 4 spree, keeping him at bay. Cammy, he's watching lobby from a deep angle, and this has been a P2 that has been gorgeous. Chauncey, though, trying to make the hero play, trying to open things up, awakening there for a little bit extra, and Boston maintain at least enough to keep the pressure, so you win the rotation over towards P3. A 20-point game right now between the 2 teams.
And we are getting towards new time. Optic, 7 seconds pulled out of P2. Over to 3 we go. Got to be a perfect break again. Boston breach. They are sniffing the map 1 win. Here we go. A perfect nade up over the top here from Cammy could cause a lot of problems. A big problem for Mercules. Nothing for Shotzi, though. On time. Optic. Purge cuts out top plat. Back tin broken. Hook last man.
Gotta die. Hook has to die, and he does. Now you're just looking towards the front. It's gonna be a last-ditch effort. Mercules might be the guy to touch the point if he can even get there. On a man on time is going to be Shotzi who gets the coverage, but eventually you feel like the dam would break. It hasn't. One more second for Boston. Optic, talk about a desperation effort.
Oh, we could be going to a rock hard point, folks. 249. One last chance to this. Got to get on it, boys. Who's number 5? He's down. Hook's gone. Game. Boston 3, map 1. They've come out of their slump and their tough run in the run up towards Major 4 with a big win there on Hacienda.
And I'm trying to double check it, but I think that was at least a 5-loss spree in Hardpoint that Boston was able to snap. So it is not a game mode where they have found a great deal of success, but they get one there, get on the board, and lovers of Hacienda, Boston are simply going to be in this series. Happy for that one. And ultimately a game that, I mean, sort of a situation on Hasi, you just can't afford to make mistakes. The first few P2 rotations that Optic had set up around the time. It's okay if you get broken, like, eventually, but I think the first one especially, they traded out extraordinarily quickly. And you see Mercules and the men on the squad, 22 and 28, a minute and 22 on time. Certainly had his moments to shine, but I think ultimately Boston were just able to play a more comfortable game, including, I mean, just perfect P4s. The first one they had to have gotten maybe 52 of the 59 possible seconds, and even their second P4, they were starting things off right.
Absolutely, man. The first P4, this one, I mean, Cammy, a top rock, just spraying him down. Beautiful work here. A nice couple of pieces out of Mercules and Co as they try to find that time of those P1s. Actually, was treated Optic pretty well. They were able to get some scrappy moments happening there, which definitely worked out in their favor. But yeah, Boston, as you said, it was a comfortable game start to finish. They didn't really look like they were in any trouble at any moment. The breaks were good. Their setups towards everything were solid. I liked what I saw. Absolutely good stuff there at Boston Breach. See if Optic can bounce back in the search and destroy.
Dude, those wall bangs are crazy. I tried to do that on the P2. I can never make it work. And then Shotzi, meanwhile, just laser beaming people as if he had X-ray vision. So, yeah, pro players certainly build different, but I just know from Optic a handful of painful moments. Even when they, like, on the final P1 and P2 rotation, they spawn up with the good spawns on P2, and then players are just getting caught left and right, and you lose the spawns instantly. A lot of painful moments there, and honestly, maybe the comms having something to do with it. Certainly not the hyperactivity you're going to be looking for, and well, Optic off the back foot from the start of the game till the end of the game. They had the lead for 2 total seconds in that.
Red Colors to D on its way. Wolves here. I mean, I'd like to do it if we can. Production, another listener would be quite cool. Be interesting to hear how things are going for the Optic squad in their control game as well. Can we double dip? Is that an ask that I can do now? We'll find out, folks. S&D though, no listeners here. A difficult mode when it comes to a brand new squad chance. Of course, for the Ultra team, back in the major, Mercury stepped in for. They managed to figure things out quite quickly. They had to. For the squad here, for Optic Texas, I don't think they've had a tremendous amount of practice, especially with Mercury's joining the squad very, very recently. We'll see how much time they've got in the lab, see how much they can figure this out, because that seems to be a problem we had there on that Hacienda. Comms, chemistry, there's a lot still to be done here. It's a brand new squad, essentially, and a team that has gone through the ringer and has had a very, very difficult time this year as well.
Well, I mean, in fairness to Optic, they've had at least a little bit more time than Toronto did at the major, so S&D might be the most difficult one to orchestrate, but if Mercules is a player that has absolutely shown off that he can bring the goods in the playmaking department, should be able to plug into a red card without too much difficulty, but maybe letting Shotzi and Hook put in the primary work. I know Shotzi's a player that's had an incredibly interesting year, but I know a very standout stat for me throughout stage 3. He was the first blood king. Might have like slipped under the radar just a bit because, you know, we're used to Shotzi popping off in the respawns as well. But in S&D, he was bringing out some of the goods. His stat looked ridiculous. You really just need to actually get some wins off the back of it. Maybe find a shining light of a game mode there from Optic. They took down Vancouver in an S&D. So obviously the potential is going to be there, but at the major, they did not have fun playing against Boston. It is funny how the major 3 went down. Boston 3-0'd Optic, and then ended up getting knocked out of the tournament by Mercury. So get revenge in some capacity in this series, whether it be a Optic thing or Boston's revenge on Merc.
Boston's revenge on Merc. We'll find out if that is going to be the case in a mode, folks. See how the S&D treats both our green teams going forward. Boston starting things off on defense. We're going to see young Hoog flying forward, bomb in hand. looking for a lot of love towards the A-bomb side, but it does look like that's the case for Boston as well.
That's a good stat. And the stun's already slow him down. Merc spot checking for information, and he's got intel on too. Does the smart thing, backs down. Take it nice and slow, but maybe Optic with all that mid-map pressure they're concerned about. Not yet active in making a play. Plenty of time to work with, though. They're in absolutely no hurry. And Boston have just hard read a B push that does not exist. And Awakening for the moment, or at least had a few moments where he's by himself. It's going to be him and Purge trying to hold down this site.
Easy to overthink things here in the league. Yeah, slow approach here from Optic. Texas not going to get anything going here. That's going to be the shoulders thrown and the shots delivered. So that's a tiny bit more intel. Enough to pull back Purge. Awakening's blood helps. Purge, all reinforcements, runs into trouble. Dashy's trying to keep Awakening at bay, and that damage has meant he's not going to get the regen.
You don't have the bomb. You need the bomb to get here too. This is like wrong person in the wrong place. Now you're trying to reposition and cut through the middle map, and Mert does turn it into a 2v2. Problem is, with this little bit of time, you see how quick Cammy is on the rotation.
He's already there in position, unable to catch up one of the damage. Oh dear, wow. Lord, it takes down Mercury's to absolute one shot, not enough to get the kill, and the bomb planted as well. So Awakening now in a 1v2. Good luck, mate. You've got to do a lot here. Mercury's on the reposition. Shotsy now throwing shoulders out, and that is going to be a nearly impossible scenario. We saw a very similar play develop at the major chance, which did not go Optic's way. This time, though, it looks good in the first round.
Yeah, Awakening just trying to, he's looking for a prayer. Never found Mercules. Mercules waiting for the push, and Mercules getting 3 kills on the round and absolutely bailed Optic out of that one. And the 3v2, 25 seconds left on the clock. They hit the go button to sort of cut through mid and go over towards B. Don't know how he found the kill, but he does, and protects Shotzzy on the bomb plant after the fact. So that's just clean work, clean shots, and that's really the kill that seals the round from Optic. A mixy one, but hey, he delivers in the chaos.
Absolutely, man. And how close Cammy came to that round win. With that kill, and Mercules would have changed it all. Instead, it's a 1-round advantage and a 3 spree for the newcomer. Over to Boston now on attack. We're teetering towards A as well.
Oh, Shotzzy just getting caught on the ambulance, and yeah, caught for absolutely free. Had Dashy there for a little bit of support, but they were trying to make a play, and they needed a lot more. So at least you shut down a player in stage 3 on top of the first bloods. Now Boston get to take a crack at what they do with the man advantage. Cammy's taking a good chunk of space, but if they're going to square up at the B site, Optic look ready.
We get to put them to the test here. Boston with a man advantage now on the approach towards site. Opening exchanges. Oh, Mercules able to get away with his life, and Snoopy perfect coverage. Hook there, moving in for the trade. Oh, a nice hit and run though. Mercules finds his 4th. Here comes number 5. Potential. Nope, not going to be there. Cammy holds his eye and finds the kill. Last man, Dashy.
Dashy, an extremely clutch player, but a 1v3 like this, it might just be impossible, and yeah, it doesn't even get a good opportunity to go for it. Clean work there out of Boston. Pick up Shotzzy for the free B, and just make sure if you're going towards the B site, get everybody grouped up together. Make sure you're swarming as a unit. Clean, comfortable, easy round there for Boston Breach. We go again.
A little more cerebral this time around, a bit more pressure applied. Merc spree out of action. I don't think he got too close to the RC car. There was not a lot of objective play involved in his kills. So what is that blue thing on the floor behind him? I need answers. I need to know. Round 3.
Got to figure that one out later. Their A approach. Merc again, just sort of plug and play. They're leaving him for the pinch effectively, sometimes through mid, maybe checking the outer lane. But what Shotzi's play was to get over towards the ambulance. Purge goes and does the exact same thing. Has a lot more reinforcements. Mercules, though, trying to work through the middle of the map. He's taking a decent amount of space. And if they move towards B, well, Cammy's there by himself, and that's going to be the play call. Cammy, best of luck with this one.
Here we go. Chelsea, submachine gun on the entry. Spray gun for the job. Her teammates arrived as well. Now we're committing to this fight. Still from the threshold. Come Boston. Shots are there for him. Shots, he gets himself another. Can he get 3? Purge cleaned up. And the round goes to Optic.
That's so fast as well. And yeah, the Jacqueline Shotzzy's hand able to provide. I think Cammy just has to get one in that situation or not die. But I think Cammy may be a little bit concerned about overcommitting and just giving away one for free. And just gets overwhelmed. So clean shot coming from Optic. The A approach, swing it over to B, do it nice and quick, paying off there on the attacking rounds. An offensive shootout so far in this game. Both teams just controlling the pace.
Took 9 seconds there for Optic to dispatch the Boston lads after the first shot had hit a player. Well, the round now on the go. Shotsy with a 2 spree. Eyeing up some RC cars today, mate. I'm feeling it. I'm really feeling it. Purge, though, puts that dream to bed. Absolutely eviscerates my hopes there, as he does. Optic here in the round, 2 to his name.
Yeah, look at where those white skulls are on the map in between all 4 players of the Boston guys. So, yeah, there you go. Shutting down the First Blood Reaper in Shotzzy. Making sure you're not letting them make plays. And now Hook and Dashy see what they can pull off in a 2 versus 4 with Boston. They just have everything covered.
He's got so much information, but Dashy has perfectly slipped his way through into position here. As soon as he makes any noise, though, he will be attacked. That's going to be on Hook to save him. And Purge in a prime position here to really cause an issue. Wait for it. The second man is what Purge was worried about. And with good reason, can't get the kill. Hook wins it. 2v2.
No trades. We're not trading anybody. We're letting Dash get through. Thank God for a Cammy. That actually could have been a round, but now for Hook, not a lot of time left. And everybody in this lobby, oh, we're tweaking. We can make this happen. If he's one shot, you probably just don't have enough time. And what just an absurd rounds. And as you say, Dash might have found the perfect route, but I can't believe a single trade did not roll through.
Not a single. That was getting very, very spicy indeed. Cammy, though, holding it together. He was a one shot. If Awakening goes for that trade after Cammy gets killed there, that would have been an unbelievable round from Hook. But hey, worthy attempts and a lot of energy. That is the sort of the blip in the heart rate monitor that you wanted to see there for Optic Texas. Keep things rocking here in Search and Destroy. Keep up that pace. Keep playing your game, because Boston, we know what they are capable of here on Red Card. L2-2, here we go.
And also 4 offensive rounds in a row, so the onus on Optic Texas to win this one. Snoopy creeping up on the flank. Mercules spots it out, though, so Boston not going to be hyperactive. Happy to play it patient. In the meantime, shots getting rung out. Awakening, tracking the players on the cross. Once again, a similar setup. Purge is here to help out Awakening. And Dashy, they're wanting to force this A site.
No hope of a flank whatsoever. Mercules going to be out of the play this whole time. So this is on the 3 core members of Optic Texas to get this bomb down, hopefully get a kill. Again, Mercules, long line of sight to work with here. And what a push out of Boston. 2 there. 3 now, and Snoopy has caused the damage. 1v4. This is Boston Breach. This is their round to lose.
Yeah, they just hit him with a nice little punch. Dashy, again, very aggressive on the A site.
Okay.
A characteristic. And there you go, Boston. That's how you trade out some players. But yeah, Dashy making a lot of noise by the bomb site. In Awakening, he's sitting there doing a little dance, going back and forth, dodging nades. I don't know if it's him or Purge, but they just make the call. Just hit it. And Dashy, way too slow, completely caught off guard. His teammate gets run over, and then he's stuck in between 3 players. So Boston active on defense. They break the mold of the offensive shootout. And now with bomb in hand, they'll be back in control.
Yeah, that's a very, very important round there for Breach. You got 1 on defense. Now you've got Optic thinking again about how both these rounds are going to go. They're now on defense. If they can pull this out, we really can go back and forth and find that equalizer. Hey, we're going deep here, folks. 3 spree for Killer Cam. Close enough to the RC car. We've seen it happen many, many, many times here on Red Card.
Just doing your due diligence, checking out the flank, making sure Cammy's keeping everything under lock and key. Purge clearing out the A site. And right now, for the moment, Dashy's the lone defender, and Snoopy's actually dropping the bomb for Awakening. So I think Snoopy sort of feels something. He wants to get active and make a play. And Purge taking the space. They're eyeing up Dashy. They want him dead for this first blood.
This is it. This is going to be it. Unless he can find it. Nah, not a chance. Snoopy strikes here. Hold the bomb. I'm going in for the kill. He might get 2 here. Movement now as Snoopy red hot. And Cammy gifted a freebie as well. Mercules is going to challenge this, and with good reason. Cammy, though, 4 spree, a streak in hand, and Shotzzy now all alone.
And he's going to die. Wow. Yeah, great round out of Boston. I think the sort of pace, like the round before, Boston recognized the play that Optic was trying to make on the attacking round, so they just hit him before they can get hit. And I think in this one, it was a similar situation. They had a full-blown conversation, it felt like, of like, okay, I want to go kill this guy. We know Dashy's in the back. He doesn't have any support. Someone needs to take this bomb for me, so they're doing a nice slow transfer, give it to Awakening, and then Snoopy snaps into place. Quite literally had the timing down to Dashy just getting caught mid-reload, but that is sort of the sussing out the round, figuring out what the defensive setup's going to be, and looking for the play to break it. Boston execute, and Cammy, on the meantime, on a 5 spree.
That's a really nice sort of veteran-style play there from Snoopy, identifying the weakness, identifying an opening, and making the most of it. Cammy's not going to be able to make much more of this RC car as the frag grenade greets it. But that's a lot of intel passed over either way, and that's why the bomb is making its way maybe over towards B. Can we see something happen here, Optic?
Well, different setup. We've seen Cammy get overrun by the B side as the lone defender. It looks like Snoopy is going to be the guy they leave on this site. So Optic playing a delicate game about what direction they want to go, but they're choosing A to square up at. 47 seconds left in this round, a little bit of time, and for the moment, they have the numbers by A.
His supine position as well means he's not going to be able to shot by anyone through long. So Snoopy's sitting pretty, hanging out. Cammy starts things off and a wicked kill there on the hook. So that is now an opportunity for Optic to try to flip this, and they are going to. Bomb now towards site. Awakening v Dashy. The battle will continue in a moment, but the bomb is being planted as well. 3v3.
And you just don't have space. Dashy is standing on top of this site. So Optic, this is a very turtled setup, and Purge trying to overwhelm. They know a lot of players are nearby. Shotzi's doing the dance that he can, but just too many bodies. First trade rolls through, and Merc maybe just called the round. Awakening in a 1 versus 2, 30 seconds to play with.
Awakening, the man of many nicknames. Can we add Clutch Joe to this one? It's terrible. We'll workshop it, and with good reason, because it might not be happening. Mercules with the pressure. Couple of jabs right now from the 2v1 situation from Optic, and he has split the defenders, but it might not matter. Doesn't check behind. He will be shot in the back, and that is the round. Optic back in it.
Yeah, there's just such a degree of awkwardness to the A side, I feel like, about how the timings are going to go. Merc, as soon as he gets that kill and the player hopping up P2, might as well go ahead and call the round. Awakening not showing off the goods there, but I don't know how many times even today we've seen players try to retake this A site. You have to clear what feels like 97 different things before you can safely defuse, and obviously that is a Herculean effort. Too tall of a task, and Optic finally get the A execution they were looking for. They had to force that play through Boston.
1 round separating our teams right now. 2-2 off the rip here from Boston Breach. 2 through the great outdoors, 2 through the concourse. Optic have not committed a huge amount to anywhere. It's 2A and 1-ish towards B. Mercules with the first point of contact here as he and Purge dance through middle.
Once again, very slow approach. I mean, Awakening is in the back line here with the bomb, so we're not in a hurry. They're looking to go through mid. Purge waiting for the timing. Merc does get back down, so that's going to be the most open the middle of the map is. You got Snoopy making moves, Purge jumping into position. They're trying to isolate Mercules, but who's really hunting who? He does get traded out, and in the meantime, Snoopy gave you something extra. Shotzi gets caught again.
That's 3v2 right now, and Purge on a move. Snoopy there, the sandwich complete. Dashy eaten alive. Now Hook trying to make this a very doable 1v3. He catches himself out 1. Fast move over towards the bomb site. Snoopy with a good coverage. Sees it, reads it, deals with it. Boston Breach. Map point.
Yeah, dude, and I'm enjoying these rounds in the sense that we can actually see the ideas from Boston rolling through. Like, they are having a conversation about who they're trying to, like, identify an Optic to take down. Mercules at least does his job and gives you 1 before he gets traded. But in the meantime, again, Shotzi just gets caught. And part of the reason why his, like, first blood statistics through stage 3 were so surprising is because it feels like the impact wasn't there. Like, he was bananas in the first blood category, but it's not as if Optic was looking like a top-notch S&D team. And now, I mean, he's just been getting bullied out, suffering 2 and 6. He's gotten caught out quite a few times. Well, if you want to win 3 rounds in a row, you need Shotzi to be here.
He's trying. This is it. I'm getting mine. He sends it and caught out by Purge. Oh, that is the dagger. That is it, folks. Start loading up control. Just get it in the barrel now, folks. Brucey is shooting, but it matters not because Boston Breach ain't playing no games. 2-0 into the half.
Quick bounce back for Boston. Well, you love to see it. And that was, again, just a great S&D game plan. I think Optic really trying to force through almost a singular plan of attacking that A site. In Boston, they only let it slip through the cracks a single time. Otherwise, pretty on point. And overall making plays. I don't know exactly how many times Shotzi got first blooded, but it was at least 3. And he got caught without trades rolling through, an extra time or 2 on top of that. So Mercules got his. Rest of the team, not quite there. And it wasn't just Shotzi. Hook also got blooded 3 times with no first bloods of his own. So the SMGs not finding success on red card.
Not at all. Well, GG's either way, folks. 4 digits across the board there in the damage department for 3 members of Boston Breach. They were putting in the work in a big way, and that is a fantastic situation to find yourself going in Hacienda control against essentially a brand new squad. Boston Breach, you're not wrong, brother, on the bounce back, looking for a sweet 10 CDO points in the run up towards our major. And I mean, I'm not sure if the desk is there, they might be or not, but guys, it's been a difficult run for Optic. You go from a 3-0 against Vancouver to the situation you're in now. I'm an unhappy camper.
Yeah, I'm baffled about that situation.
Bit of a fun show.
But the desk, I'm
Boston
sure
up 2-0. Bit of a surprise. How we feeling, Alec?
Feeling great.
Hey, guys.
I can't hear them at all, by the way.
No.
I threw my headset 30 seconds before that.
It's been a good series so far for Boston. I mean, it's kind of reminiscent to the match that we saw at the major. Boston able to take down Optic Texas, and Optic trying to get acclimated. You went up against them on Hasi Hardpoint though, when we know that is Boston's best Hardpoint map. Usually gets vetoed up against them. Exactly right. So Optic are in a weird situation where they kind of just have to get rid of the red card, right? And now you go into the series, you're playing Hasi map 1, down 0-1. This was a must-win search and destroy map alley, and Boston's too strong.
And it's difficult because you look at Boston's series and Hardpoint, they were on a 5 Hardpoint loss streak. You had ample opportunity to capitalize on that on the side of Optic Texas, of you touching on them playing Hacienda. Then you go to search and destroy. I more so have to tip my hat to the side of Boston Breach because they have been going into this split and they were just not playing their lives or trades very well after getting those first bloods. Well, Purge gets 3 of them, a teammate gets another 2, and then you add 2 more on top of that split across the board, and you finally seen some success for the side of Boston Breach and search and destroy, which will be huge for them moving forward.
Cammy's pretty good, right?
Yeah, he's really good. Clint,
6 streak.
Clint was in the back, absolutely gassing Cam. He said, man, Cammy still got it, man. Rips people off ahead. He's seen so many times on Hasi, on fences, and then in this search and destroy, making some big plays. What they did really well was a couple of their retakes. I mean, we know Optic, they like to slow play it towards A, get that bomb down, and kind of play from there from the clutch top window, set Dashy up. Well, but early on, we saw Boston, nice retake on that. Just a thunderous couple kills by the bomb before they could plant. And then that final round, the just blind read at B, find the first couple of kills. Just Boston, well prepared.
Allie, you're wagging your pen. What's on your mind?
A couple of things are on my man. I just think that search and destroy is huge on the side of Boston Breach, especially because they've needed to work on their post plants. And for me, red card is a very one-dimensional. Once you get the bomb down, there's a pretty specific way that you can play afterwards to ensure the win. And for Boston Breach, I feel like they've cleaned up a lot of those strats.
Clean. 6-3 game 2, but what happened in game 1?
Yeah, so we're going to talk about the end of the Hardpoint here, and this is why Boston's consistently a top 6 team, because they play a lot of these situationals really well. And even despite, let's pull it up, even despite Optic having a really good push, taking all the steps, Boston are just able to recover really well here. So let's jump into the minimap and let's talk about it. Number 1 on your minimap, that's going to be Purge. He ends up falling here, and Optic are making a great play. And we're sending 2 guys around to try to secure the spawn. One's going through here to set up a pinch, and Mercules, the new guy on the block, is number 7 to set up the front push, right? So ideally, if Optic were to find kills and flip these spawns, Mercules would have options, right? Like kill the guy in hill or turn around and spawn kill people who come from this direction, right? But what happens here is all the guys on Boston after he dies, they're gonna play a tight setup inside hill, and then number 3, which is Snoopy, is gonna play with number 2 to make sure nobody goes side door or front. 3 is Snoopy. He wins a massive gunfight inside of the hill on Mercules to secure them a ton of this time. And then afterwards, we'll jump back into the minimap and show you how Boston recover here. But you see Optic taking the steps. We're going to take out Purge. He's going to end up spawning once more in the back. You see Boston all kind of just backing up towards the hill, playing tight, knowing players going to be coming side and front. Shotzi gets a kill, gets traded, and then right here on your mini-map, I mean, this guy just kind of gets smoked. I mean, Mercules loses a big gunfight here to Snoopy, and then Boston, they're going to be spawning mid. They're going to send players through lobby to sort of pinch out the players in Optic that are spawning in the back. This is played excellent if you're Boston. When we talk about making Hills mixy, not allowing the other team to get a big chunk of points or contest, this is exactly what we mean. You don't have the spawns if you're Boston. Hell, you don't really even have map control, really, and you're just making huge impact plays by finding individual kills and good timings repeatedly to get a huge chunk of time here and win yourselves the map.
It was tied up until that moment, Allie.
Yeah, and it helps that Snoopy gets a 4-piece in Hill, right? And also, look at the time spread from Boston Breach right now. All of them are sitting over a minute. They're playing their trades. They're stacking the time on side of Op Texas. It's only 2 players around a minute.
We've got some watch parties brewing. Adam Apicella is drumming up the DreamHack noise, and he's bringing some of the biggest mouths in Call of Duty. I'm bringing the Flank, Scump's watch party, and Breaking Point, all in Dallas.
A lot of yapping.
A lot of yapping, bro.
A lot of yapping.
Listen, man, I'm a podcast merchant as well. I love it.
Yeah, it's going to be a party. For now, Miles and Chance, what were you trying to ask me before, Miles?
I don't remember, Chris. It might have been something about the Marvel Cinematic Universe. It could have been something about Star Wars. It could have been something about, you know, geopolitical events right now taking place. It could have been something about Purge. You never know. You never know. You might have to go through the VOD and find out yourself, mate. Chance, welcome back.
Thank you, man. I want to talk about the geopolitical events. That's really what I want to discuss, but probably not the best place for it because there's more important things going on. Boston up 2-0, looking to get 10 extra CDL points. And I don't know exactly how Boston would necessarily feel about this series, but certainly they're looking to get a bounce back and really try to fight to get the highest seed you possibly can. Boston do not have the easiest road. Dashy, though, a man that has been on point, in control, decent spread there on the kills per 10 minutes, certainly dealing out a hefty amount of damage. Only him and Scrap, you see on the list, are players above the 3K margin, so no mistaking. Dashy, absolute shooter. I know we're all remembering Cammy's 1v5 he had on this map. That was the only round that they won. So Boston, not necessarily the happiest to see Hacienda control a map, though, that's about 50-50 for him.
Well, at the very least, after a moment like that, surely you do go back to the lab and figure things out. But we'll find out if we're going to get the clutch moments or if we're going to get the game-winning moments right now for Boston Breach. Can they close this one out in 3? So far, a decent start for them. Man capturing the B zone alone right now is going to be Hook, and he's done. He's been dealt with. Now Mercury's out of spawn. He managed to find a window for his boys to fight their way through. And again, those green arrows of Boston Breach setting up for nearly anything Optic can throw at them.
Yeah, Merc was able to get 2. He's able to get 3. Not going to read the Purge corner, though. Or maybe he will. Ends up going for the snap, and Purge drops him. But Merc really opening the map just to get his teammates over towards the B site. Shotzzy, though, does not have the support because he hopped off the time. They know he went into 10, and now Shotzzy just going to get overwhelmed and back down. At least, though, he did get a segment of progress, a small victory for the Optic camp.
Nice one. Wow, a couple of kills. Hook's still fighting. Oh, nearly winning that one. Trades there for Mercules, though, keeps his 4-1 run alive. Over towards both zones, we get a little bit of love. He vacates position for a second, and Shotzi's going to be there to pick up that kill. So now an opportunity to cause some real damage over by the A zone here. Trophies in play. They've got some numbers. It's a big commitment, though, on the defense here from Boston. If this doesn't work out, lads, you're in trouble. Slam.
Oh, God. Well, yeah, it didn't work out there from Optic. Merc continues to give you everything. He's 6-2. He's had great lives. Unfortunately for him, just a disjointed effort from the remaining Optic players, and they do just get every single kill. So you have a segment already on B. You need to get this through, and we're not stacking it. We're playing for kills, and that's because Merc is the man that's getting them.
Oh, but Purge is on the pinch. Can he get another? No. Merc finds one before being traded out immediately. Cammy out of spawn. We'll see what he does. But for now, Optic are trying to maintain position and maintain capture. Snoop on the fence, wins it from the hip. Shotsy down, and the clock still runs.
Yeah, we're working on A, though. It is going to be maybe a single stack rolling through, and I think the Optic members maybe planning an exit over towards the B zone if they can get it, but they're just getting overwhelmed. Similar to the S&D, Boston just getting active and sort of punching them. And now Optic, again, a disjointed effort. I mean, half the team wants to go to A, the other team wants to go to B. And if you're playing with 2 teams, you're not going to have a good time. Shotzzy just caught in Boston, despite the fact that they spent the entire round in their spawn. I mean, they're in a good position to steal this one away.
Are we pulling away another segment at A, though? Yeah. So walking out of this round with 3. And the gunfights are all there, but are we getting it? Are we doing this? We might be. Cammy and Snoop find theirs. Final 5 seconds. Oh, over to B, and this round of control continues.
Not for too long though, right? No. Now the A segment is a 9v6 as well, but I'm assuming you're just going to get overwhelmed. Mercules gives you 10 in the round, and you still lose. Well, hell of a try out of the rookie, but for Boston, ultimately, I mean, they just handled being on the back foot, and thank God for them. Optic were never coordinated with the same idea.
A 4v2 v2. They managed to sort of string together enough chaos. They managed to pick a few rounds or a few segments out there before the round comes to a close. So maybe a Theoric victory, but I will see how this one pans out. Chance. Boston, time in the lab, already looking better on Hacienda.
A little bit. I think that might be just Optic looking worse. Like, I don't hate the idea of like solo capture on A to buy time and like actually play for B first when like the two players through dark were trying to cut that direction, but they were trying to do step 2 before actually doing step 1 and just consistently getting caught. Now Boston, 3 players running it down straight towards the B site. It has been left uncontested. It means Optic are going to be playing from the pinch. Players up in the dark hallway, but Snoopy has found the route through.
In. Alive and kicking. His teammates not so much though. Oh, Snoop pushing aggression. He's got Dashy having to watch 6 different things at once now with the way he's schmoving. Ooks wanting this fight bad, and he's gonna get it. That should be the B zone now, completely safe and sound. Get rid of that last player on point. There we go. Dashy gets it done with a pistol. One segment though, go the way of Boston.
Yeah, here's a good route though from Purge. He knows his teammates are chalked up on one end, so he's playing for a spawner. Catches Hook in it, and he wants this kill. Hook is going to drag him to the depths of spawn, but now Hook, unfortunately, his teammate's going to be joining him, and Purge, ready for the gunfight, nearly does something evil. And while Purge is sort of trying to buy you as much time and space as possible, you see the Boston players, I mean, scattered like Exodia, just everywhere, looking to see if they can get the 4 men around the actual point.
On board with Cam on the capture. It's a 2-man work here on B. Not going to get any more out of it. Perfect timing there on the counter attack from Optic. Oh yeah, clean that plate, boys. Awakening, we'll see him in another dimension. Mid map, safe and sound now. You've got an avenue to make your way through, boys. We're going to stick this one out and try to hit B still. No options. A is the target. Can we get something going here?
Well, trying to hunt down a single player on the point. Hook been caught. Optic squaring up. That is 2 players in 10 funneling through. And Dashy able to get the first 2, but Dashy's going to have to get a third. Cammy versus Dashy for the point. Cammy wins it with just enough time. Shots he could not get there. The point secured. 1:20 now for Boston to work the A zone.
I wonder at what point we're going to start calling that place the Cammy. There we go, folks. On a 2-man stack. Purge takes care of one of the usual spots, and the segment is already gone. Nades fall a little far. Hook from down. Oh no, from up top. We're trying to get the counter here, but no, the second segment is gone. One more, and we close this one out. Perfect timing, boys. They make it work out from down low. All dead. Back to spawn Boston.
Yeah, all 4. Optic, this is wheelhouse time. Go absolutely crazy, and Purge is taking a water route from the jump. I mean, if you have that amount of time to work with, you might as well, but that is just evil coming from Purge. And I think Mercury's going to be the first player to die to it. So yeah, freebie flank there, but that took 30 seconds to get a single kill on this push. And Optic obviously off respawn. I mean, they're crawling around their base.
Yeah, they're everywhere right now. And yeah, you've still got that lobby presence right now for Optic. So the spawners, every man that gets sent back is in a very difficult journey to get into the fight. Ook trying to get active. You've got this hit and run moment right now from Boston. You've pulled a lot of players of Optic out of position. Hook's been gifted a freebie. That's his. And the capture still cannot continue. 7-10.
I mean, this is like Hacienda control in a nutshell. When you end up in your spawn on offense, the amount of things you have to clear out, it just takes so long to do. 20 seconds to go.
Yeah, and they got 3 men hit from down low, trying to find something. Mercury's a shots he finds there as Hook as well. No lives. Boston, breach, Optic, Texas. This is your defensive round. And things got, wait a minute, things got a little bit messy. Wait a minute. There you go. Things got a little bit messy. But in the end, defense reigns supreme. They're going to dive out for this one, Purge. Good luck, have fun. Not a great time there from Boston towards the end. Optic put it together.
Yeah, and credit to Mercules as well. Back-to-back rounds. He has been in perfectly fine form. So in terms of roster moves, Optic have made sort of that like secondary AR slot. I mean, they're talking about SSD cards, but it has certainly been a pain point for the squad. Mercules, at the very least, is getting his kills. So he's been on point. Optic delivering up in control. Little bit of a battle. Now back to the attacking rounds where hopefully for our sake, they're going to be a little bit more coordinated as a squad. Not easy to find those moments on Hacienda, but certainly they had a few opportunities squandered in round one.
You don't get a huge amount of opportunities in these games, especially against the top level teams. As soon as that mistake is made, you are punished viciously and quickly. Force brief from Mook, see if we can't get ourselves a Hellstorm. They've been handy dandy indeed here on Hacienda, but for now it's going to be Mercules fighting his way forward. About halfway towards it. Who could get something going if he can capture these points and get kills from it? Shuffle continues here across Hacienda. Breach now trying to maneuver into position, and here comes the fight. And it is on. Purge is in first. Trades are there, and it is an ugly one, but Breach win it.
Yeah, Boston, I mean, they're the ones taking the fight to Optic. Optic just stuck in weird situations, and it feels like they don't quite know what they want to do. I mean, who caught on a swivel, or head on a swivel rather, but he just gets caught. And I think the scoreboard has officially broken, and unfortunate for Awakening, we're going to be stuck staring at 5 and 14. He's got to kill this round, but yeah, a lot of deaths like that. Going to deliver up Dashy a free 2.
That's a free 2. That was 3 though in the feed. So Purge is going to eat that Semtex for breakfast. Mercules on the capture. Teammates now backing him up. It's going to be Dashy behind him at long range. Hook there with a Swarm. My word, with a Jackal. At that much of a range, he's getting a lot of damage, and a Snoopy finds the kill as well. Mercules pushes him out. The capture now, a solo man getting the job done. One on the flank's going to be Cammy. Is this going to be read by Dashy? It should be. B-Zone in the bag.
Yeah, poor Awakening, dude. He's just getting slammed gunfight after gunfight. And now, last man standing is going to be Snoopy, the only one that can really make a dent on this play. And he does. He gets Mercules before he can really get Mixie and get behind enemy lines. So Boston stabilizing on the defensive end. They've got nearly everything covered. The rock side of the map now going to be open. Cammy going to be watching that passively. Boston, they're a little bit turtled right now.
Sounds great about it. 6 and 17. He's having a bad game. It's one of those. He's got 10 less HP than everybody else, it feels like. Brucey's 5 though. Spree, his game is absolutely fine right now. He's feeling good. Slow and steady on the approach here from Optic. That's going to be a single man on the capture now. They get picked off. Okie dokie. On the offensive, we go for a second, but Shotzi, he keeps this position up for Optic Texas now, and Cammy trying to keep the players in lobby. A capture now on it. Optic are cooking, and Merc swing and a miss. Cam traded out.
Yeah, probably a good sign if you're running out of ammo. You've just been killing too many things. And poor Awakening just getting overwhelmed in every sense of it. This is going to be an Optic round win. Hey. 16v5 in the life department, and Shotzi, I mean, he has just existed around the time in top office. And Awakening one final death just because, I mean, hey, he's playing for the win, right? He's sliding out into death. He is not worried about stats. I respect it.
He probably looks at the scoreboard now and he's like, oh, boys, my bad. But at the same time, you're trying to make everything right with the decisions you are making. You're trying to put yourself in there for the lads, and that's exactly what's going on. Who knows? It might have 35 assists chance. You never know. Like, it's...
I'm not trying to do it. I mean, just he's gotten shot in the back a few times. We've watched him lose like 10 different gunfights to the Jackal where he just getting like headshotted and dying in 4. So from my perspective, it just looks like an unlucky game, but it is tough to bounce back. And Optic right now, at least with a little bit of momentum, cooking something up, and the more good sequences Optic has, the better, certainly. But yeah, Awakening from 5 and 14 to 7 and 20. Snoopy's been doing great.
Great. He's having some real fun on this map. Trophies are there, Cam. Bad news, mate. That's not going to land. But your shots are good enough. 3 dead. Once again, Optic. Oh, wow. Off the rip. They're doing it, baby. But so is Snoopy. And look at him go. Oh, he's so sneaky. So devious. Capturing B.
And the longer Optic leave him here, at least like his teammates have time to work out a spawn. You see Shotzi's crawling around the base. You had Hook working on the pinch as well. And this is 3 Optic players surrounding Snoopy to make sure they do not make any mistakes. So flawless on that. And there's Awakening getting shot out of spawn. Yeah, he's been in hell this game.
Yeah, good stuff, Shotzi. That was a 9 spree before he died there, fully streaked out, as you can see on the right-hand side of the screen. And the tables have turned indeed. Boston now with an opportunity to get this capture going. Can we stack this one up, boys, and put it in the bag ASAP? Because this is Optic on map point.
Yeah, and you can stack it because Optic might be a little too far away. They're not making moves. And Shotzi's calling in the Hellstorm. The point is captured. So, yeah, we're just not even... Hey, got 3 though, baby. Let's go.
That might be the biggest on the year. 3 instant awakening now left alone. And 8 and 22. Joe, he's having a bad time. He's having a real bad time indeed. Life count still in the favor of the Optic boys, and still right into spawn they go. You have got Snoopy trapped, dead, cleaned up. Awakening. No! Time it goes the way of Joseph. Shotzi from spawn cleaned up. Fighting your way out now, lads. And looks like we're going through the B side of the map to try to get towards A. But Hook's there. Oh, covering. Fire was good enough for damage, but no kills. Here we go again.
Yeah, and I can't remember what players showed it off first, as these players just getting blendered. You can land the Hellstorms outside of 10, like off the map, and it kills everybody inside of 10. So Shotzi, a man certainly that knows his tech, and Mercury's a man that is gonna win his 1s, if not 2. Optic very happy that Awakening had a slow map for sure.
Yeah. This some of the stats are broken, but Optics right now, they ain't. Big 2 from Hoog. Is it 1.5 Awakening right now? He's having such a difficult time. It barely feels like he's, I mean, it's PC check time for me at that point. 30 and 22 for Shotzi. 30 and 19 for Mercules. Hacienda control. Absolutely looking good for the new Optic roster. This will keep them alive in the series, but they've still got 20 seconds to close this one out.
Absolute slammage.
Game Optic Texas. We say goodbye to the second Hacienda in the series. And if you're an Optic fan, you really want to see the third and final for that game 5. What is the blue thing on the floor behind Mercules? Is it the crayon they used to write up the game plan for the first 2 maps? We'll find out in just a moment.
Yeah, well, he's also playing on a unique chair as well, so I respect it. Plays on a default controller, default settings, and he's got a default chair to match it. Either way, from Optic, the 2 defensive rounds that they won, the second they got a clean 4 down, they never looked back. That was completely dominant. And here's a second look at the Hellstorm, showing off the tech. If you don't know how to use it in your own ranked play games, again, you just land it on the outside of the map, and I mean, you'll kill everybody that is stuck inside. So of course, if you're a teammate with Hellstorm landing on you, might as well try to shoot it.
That's the same window that players use to jump out and take the route towards the zone. Great stuff there from everyone except for Demon Joe, who was exercised quite happily. The 8 and 27. You watch that game back, nothing was going his way whatsoever. It happens to all of us at some point, folks. That is an absolute stinger of what was actually a very long game of Hacienda control. So 12 minutes and 10 in COD years. That was about a month of difficult game for Boston Breach. The bounce back is still in effect. It's a 2-1 right now for them. They can close out this next hard point. They'll be feeling great. Otherwise, Hacienda, S&D, game 5, Optic won it.
I just feel like we're getting really close to the part of the highlight package where Awakening's gonna die. Yo.
Yeah.
He's getting, that was one of his 8 kills. All right, well, yeah, Shotzi's about to make his presence known in the highlights department with the 10 spree or whatever it was he went on. Mercules, ever-present force, has yet to have a bad round of really anything, so incredibly consistent player. Love to see it, but yeah, Shotzi's farm time and Awakening will be on the receiving end of quite a few.
Yeah, we saw it will take place basically in the spawn of Boston Breach. He's hitting driveway and he's just running laps around them. Really nice stuff. Although Cammy, this was a moment where he found a few kills in spawn as well, just instantly trying to relieve the pressure that Optic had all map long on them. And that final round as well, so decisive. Merc needs more pieces here. He gets himself up to a 6 before being brought down there. And yeah, Shotzi and Merc, they're starting to work together a little bit better. This is what you wanted to see. More of that cohesion. Looked a little bit lost in the first hard point. We managed to pull it together to 220. Now to rewind. So again, first time we get to see Mercules running this with the Optic boys. Oh, who knows, folks? Hacienda game 5. It does look nice, doesn't it? It does look good. It looks a little succulent, a little bit more seasoning, maybe a flip it, time on the grill. Let's see how we go. Looking at the map 1 in this series.
Yeah, and these are 2 players getting after it in the kills column, both getting the hill time as well, where for Hacienda, oftentimes it just delivers. You want to be on a lot of these hills. You want to soak it up on P2 and P4 as much as possible, but I think Rewind will play out very differently. While Hacienda there is 2 hills you put primary value on. Well, it's the same thing on Rewind for the P2 and the P4. You have to lock them down. And certainly a situation where the route men get paid. Who's getting the bigger paycheck between these 2 squads? Well, not entirely sure. Conceptually, I do love the map from Optic Texas, right? Like on a P2, I want to get Dashy on those back like dumpsters, put him in that little square pocket, let him absolutely fry. Just calm when you're going to be flanking. Like Shotzi and Hook can absolutely be the route men to go and break the P4s and set you up as well. I don't know if I have a ton of confidence in the squad though, because I think this is the first time they played this map all year. Yeah, Brandon was only briefly in the mix throughout stage 1, but nonetheless, a pure unknown quantity for the Optic side.
And I think that could be a good thing for them, you know? Catch Boston unaware. We don't know how great this one's going to go for them either, so... Still on that match point for Boston Breach, and clearly a lot more work still needs to be done in Hacienda, but for now, we'll put that to the past, and we'll eyes forward as we quickly get into this Hardpoint map number 4. Don't forget, Optic, they're still on that run towards champs. You want these points real bad.
They certainly have a cushion. I feel like any win they get at this point, their odds just, like, they'll be jumping dramatically every single time. Trying to bring the big trunk to champs if you got it. Waggle it around. And on a Rewind, a map that has delivered one of the most electric hardpoint maps we have seen this year. Very excited to see it back in. And again, P2 and P4, the punishing rotations, you need those spawns, especially P4. P4 might be the most extreme example we have in the game.
And that's wild because nearly all the P4s are cha-ching, pure cash. P1 is confirmed lit, not for Optic. Awakening Fight.
There we go, Big Wade.
Ooh, Big Wade gets himself alive and kicking here in P1. Mercury stays alive for quite some time, dashing in the trades, and it is an absolute mess in that store.
Well, here's Route Man at the very least. So Hook already trying to flip the map on its head, and Boston not heads up in the slightest. So he'll have a couple free tunnel vision, and he at least got one. That is a wild moment, but hey, teammate's gonna get the break. Awakening, last man standing, and you sort of half flip these spawns. There you go, number 8 spawns up. So from Optic, this is beautiful.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. Just looking good, and Mercury's on a roll. Dashy on the pinch. P2's gonna be great, but spawns now for the Boston boys. They're going to flood the south side of the map. Hook's going to get there in a second and try to help out. Oh no, right through mid. So we're going to smack our way through the old time. Try to end the spree of Mercury's on the way if they can. But right now, it's good kills out of the Optic boys.
Dude, is he playing with 3 world champions and he's just insane? Is he really the best player on the team?
Hey, look at him.
Actually?
Look at him go. Get another 6. Can we get 7? I mean, we're on an absolute tear here. The Hardpoint.
Yo.
Okay. Snoop picks up the red dot when you need it at the most, and Optic are now vibing in P2.
I honestly can't believe, I mean, again, like the Toronto sort of storyline in my mind, like it makes sense to be able to join that squad and be this consistent. He's just straight up this good. So yeah, remarkable stuff from Hercules so far, and overall a fantastic P2 hold from the team as well. Shotzi, a little bit windy there on those shots, and that's actually going to allow Snoopy to get 2, but it is not going to allow Snoopy to get any degree of time. He is stuck in a corner while Optic have just been soaking away. But Snoopy's actually bought you so much time that Optic still have 4 players over towards old, so Boston, happy for the rotation.
Yeah, no row. No row to go for Optic Texas. It's going to have to be a clean break. There's this little trash fortress that Cammy has set up. His teammates are getting dropped around him, and it's Mercury's there on the slide and the break. 2 big kills from his teammates off the back of it, and that's going to be Optic once again in firm control. 1 man on a pinch here for Boston Breach, but otherwise everyone is in trouble, and Hoog trying to close in around them. Hardpoint still going. Mercury's still dancing. The contest. Oh, come on. He's going to get another hit. He really wants this one. The movement is on. The trophies are in play, and the snap is in. Go on, Merc. 1 more. Get the 5th. Yes.
Oh my
Hardpoint still his. Can somebody get in there? Hook fills the gap immediately. Optic are alive.
Yeah, dude. All right, Mercules is the truth. I mean, confirmed. He just out-movemented Snoopy. He's pulling out the ARs and gunning Awakening, like literally doing everything. And in the meantime, the gunfight, Hook actually wins against Awakening in the back spawns up Dashy next to him, and well, you've won the P4 rotation. And this is looking like a devastating setup on the minimap. Hook is aggressively pushed up, and well, he'll chow in 1 shot. He doesn't care. And Got to turtle up around the time. Actually, a bit of a spicy spot.
Yeah, well, it's Mercules on the inside of Beepers. Dash on the outside coverage, and Mercules leaving time to pick up the kills. He wants to do it all. Chelsea finds a flank, and he gets himself one as well. 30 seconds to go on Beepers. And it is looking beeping good right now for Optic Texas.
A little finesse off the map, yeah, just to drag Cammy out a little bit further. And ultimately a P4 that is looking like it might be perfect. If it's not, it's going to be close to it, yeah. Snoopy steals all of 2 seconds, if that, away from it. And Optic again on a P4, about as good as it gets. Shout out to Hook, the Route Man, and 12 and 6. And then shout out to the truth that is Mercules, 16 and 5, a minute in the hill. I mean, this is 99 Kiz level.
Oh yeah, after Snoopy tears him asunder. Boston, this is your hard point to hold. Generators is not an easy spot to work with. 3 ways in, and it really is threshold upon threshold. Merc can't get anything with a snap. 3 clean dead to feed. Boston have come to play here.
Well, signs of life at the very least on a P5. Nade's not coming through just yet. I don't see any trophies on the time here for Boston, so you expect the overwhelm to kick in. Snoopy gonna have to give you so much extra, and as good as the dance moves are, Mercules, he brought his tap shoes. He's ready to play.
It was just a different style. It was a line dance versus the tango, folks. Well, Boston,
Indiana boy, you're right.
There's something in there, don't worry about it. But there's a little bit of time still going the way of Boston as Merc. He's absolutely skating his way through store. Chelsea brought down, so that's going to be that middle of the map. All safe now. Back over to P1 we go, and Boston breach a firm hold, firm control from Gens to P1. Here we go, second set.
Well, yeah, I mean, keep in mind for the rewind style, especially if you're playing in ranked, the team that just won P2 and P4 are up by 70. Absolutely no surprise. So right now, the long term from Optic in the better spot, have the left side spawns, but Mercules, I would say overwhelmed, but he can just give you something extra. But Optic have lost the spawns. That means you want to battle and try to get as much P1 time as you can.
Yeah, they're battling. At the very least, you're keeping the kills as even as you can. So Boston unable to really get set up. Oh, look at this Hook. Just, oh, everywhere you go, there is a man sliding with a PDW, folks. Snoopy from the elephant platform. Oh, wow. Shotzi pinches upon pinches. 3 dead and a moment to breathe for Boston breach for 15 seconds on P1. One of the more mixy hard points we've seen all year.
Oh, and they got Purge pushed up to the deep burger. This is actually, I mean, this is an extremely good setup right now for Boston. Optic trying to break it down through mid and successful, at least the route, but Purge at too good of a spot. So you shut down the deep route, and making it to time is one thing. Winning the gunfights after the fact is another. At least you keep the pressure away, and there's Hook for 2. Awakening Snoopy simply could not deliver.
Oh my word, Optic, what a break it is. Uncharacteristic of us, folks, but I want to hear the energy. I want to hear how it's going when the shoes in the other foot, and they are kicking. Listen in, Optic.
Nice, hard focus, blue in the back. Nice, good job. I still push that front.
Yeah,
They're floating mid, bro.
I stun one blue, I stun one blue.
I got time, I got time. Oh, elephant, one, absolutely, he's not gonna jump.
Yeah, I'm gonna nade that.
I need a front, dead.
Yeah. Watch your back. We should start pushing forward.
Yeah.
Blue, kind of awake.
Still there.
Yes, nice. Go. You just go in front of the hill. Just run back.
One shot, there's two court. One guy, one Zig.
Zig dead. One shot.
There's one behind us now. Let's go.
One top court wall. He's at the B search.
Nice, they're going front of new, by the way. The guys, 2 spawning out.
There's a guy on us.
Yeah, he was. He's top court wall.
Where?
He's in the corner.
He's dead.
One's bigger.
Go, on time. Wait, on time. I'm one shot.
Wait, down. Watch it down. Behind the front, lay down, watch out.
Okay, those guys flip. I'm trying to hold you on.
Yeah, in the back of me. Cammy's in the back.
Okay, they got split.
Stop drafting them.
Alright, Cammy's in the back.
Snoopy's a little weak. Middle.
All
the way in the back.
Time on me.
Later out for us.
Absolutely time dead.
Try inside down.
I'm taking the
Hey, one to nade on top.
Left side down.
Like I said, there's still one here.
Soak this shit, bro. Nice.
Back left corner.
Flip.
Back left corner, watch out in the left corner.
I can kill you.
Nice hit, good shit.
One more to the side.
Diner, watch out. Watch out inside diner.
I have your help here. I'm challenged.
There's one more. Two drive-through.
I have your drive through. I have diner.
First, slow down mid.
Watch out.
Right side diner.
Drive-through diner. Drive-through candy.
Them boys pretty good. They are running away with their Optic Texas. The kills are there. The comms sounding a lot better, but the hardpoint gameplay really singing here on Rewind.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Hook has had a phenomenal game, right? Won a couple key, like Hook has been the guy that broke down the P2 and the P4 that like sets everybody up. Mercules, meanwhile, is God on the map. I mean, this dude was in Challengers. Is he low-key one of the best players in the game?
Well, maybe. We'll see how it goes because the series continues. Map 4. Did you blink? It's over. Game 5. On its way now, boys and girls. Boston started the series strong, but here at the end, we close out our Hacienda trilogy. I don't know how this one ends, ladies and gents. I don't know the way it finishes, but there are some smirks, and there are some smiles, and there is a Mercules who in his debut series is having a fantastic time here for Optic.
I mean, low-key, his stats in Major 3, by the way, extremely comparable to guys like Selim and Scrap. Like, roughly as efficient. He's not, like, at least at the Major, he wasn't slaying as much as, like, Scrap was, so I'm not trying to put him in that pedigree just yet. But apparently, he's in the conversation. 32 and 14, 22 non-traded. 14 of those kills on the objective, and we watched him get kills with every single weapon available to him other than the knife. An unbelievable game out of Mercules, and again, Hook, the high-impact player. The breakdown in the first P4 where Optic just go on a massive lead. Hook was one that flipped and got him those spawns. And then the P2 where Boston had a good setup. They got a single second on because Hook, like a sledgehammer, ran it straight down through mid, right into their throat. So, yeah, beautiful stuff coming out of Optic. Reverse sweep on the cards and a Hacienda S&D to decide it all. I just want to watch more Mercules. That's basically all I care about at this point.
Well, I've got good news for you, mate. On the other side of this break, we do get to watch that Game 5. Hacienda, Game 5. 2 decide it all, 10 CDL points, and a little bit of love towards your placing at the next major. Don't go too far, boys and girls. Optic, Texas, Boston, Breach. One more map in the series. The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Visit scuff.co/CDL for your chance to win the Road to Champs giveaway and join us at CDL Champs.
Reset.
I'm in. And we can. Front of me dead. And we gonna heady. One more me. I'm in. Dashing. One shot dead. I'm in. One shot. Dead. Wait.
Muerto.
Alright, push it. I'm muerto.
Take cross. Go one more me.
In the corner.
Nice. Bro, I would have killed him. I just ammo.
This is ugly, bro. What are they doing on the map?
I'm too weak. One more. Weak.
Get killed. Back out. There's two.
You can refill your secret in a second.
I got one more back door.
I know your secret. Back to one shot.
Holy
Eric.
Last one.
Nice, Eric. Good story, man.
You can't kill me. What the frick?
What the f***ing
I have a streak.
What do you think of my shirt today?
It is a choice. It's a choice.
Listen, guys, I put this shirt on. I felt pretty sexy, to be honest. Yeah, I looked in the mirror and thought, God damn. And then I got into the green room and everyone said, your shirt's too tight. You look like an idiot. And I was
it's just a little too small, but it works.
Now the Ravens soar. Now the Ravens battle. The final 5 moments for them now. What a turnaround. What a tournament. Carolina survive. Optic Texas go home.
The 2025 Boston Breach Team Pack is available right now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this spray to help you blend the competition. Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop. your Scuff Player of the Game from our Rewind Hardpoint. Yeah, one guess, folks. You didn't have to guess very hard, did you? The young Mercules takeover map.
I mean, he doesn't miss. How many Jackal kills as well? He was doing it all. The shots are going to get more and more ridiculous out of him. And play the game. I mean, we're everywhere now. Okay, I don't understand what a play actually is, but I understand what a phenomenal Hardpoint performance was, and he was gross from start to finish. And frankly, might have been the best in the comms department as well. Like, he's playing with 3 world champions, and he's the shining light on the squad right now. Yeah, get the money ball out. He was absolutely the correct pick. And who gets credit for this? Is this like the Toronto scouts or like the camp that they had that like spotted him out? I know, like Brian Saint mentioned him, they trialed him prior to EWC last year, but however many people missed out on the opportunity, I mean, he's legit. There is absolutely no arguments at this point.
I would love to know who from the Toronto camp was like, let's grab Mercules. He's the one, or he'll help out in this moment in time. But yeah, shout out Zinni for the Moneyball tweet. Cammy,
great movie.
A great movie. In this series alone, Cammy has brought the goods, but it's another search and destroy. Red card was a delight for Boston. Hacienda. Can we find the closer here? Optic for the reverse sweep. Boston to avoid egg on their face. Here we go. Game 5.
Miles, if it wasn't for the Oakland A's owner, it would have been a 10 out of 10 movie, but you got to dock at a point and at least drop it to a 9. But Cammy, 10 out of 10 player in the first S&D. Certainly a man on a mission. Just looking for a little bit of intel, Boston. We know the name of the game from these guys in Search and Destroy. They will take their time. Slasher would be so proud.
He's probably watching. I don't know how proud he's feeling right now, but right now it's Snoop on the run, and we're looking for anything here. Trying to bait out a corner or two. Diligently checks everything. One problem down. Next up. I think they've been spotted.
Well, I mean, it is a completely free B-bomb plan unless the nades start rolling through. The angle not quite there, and the nades were rolling through, but the finisher was not. Bomb down, Hook on a pinch, everything else normal.
Ooh, Shotzi might not have taken a hit from that, but Hook's pinch could be the decider. Wait, Cammy playing very patient in lobby. Wait for it, folks. Semtex out. This is going to be a trade situation, but wait, Awakening. Oh no! Hook manages to slip the net, gets himself 1, and now it's a 2v2. Hold up a minute. You've vacated the site. Mercules gets 2. A 1v1. And Awakening is long gone. That should be the round. Hook will get the kill. But Awakening nerves of steel as the battle for the B-bomb site in round 1 ends.
And I think Awakening just happy to see the ball going through the net and getting kills on Hacienda, because that map 3 haunting. And all things considered, crazy timing for Hook to get. If he hits the pinch sooner, he might end up getting dished out 2 freebies, because Awakening was playing a cheeky spot by the jump up, but Call of Duty timing is that for a reason, and ultimately a good round from Boston. Certainly got Mixie. Honestly, I thought Merc probably had him dead the rights up top, but Awakening does deliver. They're on the board. Boston continue their success in S&D.
Trophies in with safe and sound on the approach. And yeah, Mercules knows this is on, but Dashi, great work. That's the first blood. You're happy to see Cammy now in a bit of trouble. Hook with a corner. Oh, Hook, wait, mate. Can you get the second as well? The gift has been bestowed upon you now. Mercules with a perfect stun check is going to yield results. So now a 2-man advantage for Optic and a bomb plant scenario where they could get it down, or they could just play for these kills. Cammy's in. Trades are done. 3v1.
Yep, great work. And you are in absolutely no hurry to isolate this final guy. You know he's up top. And no bomb plant just yet. Actually rolling through there from Mercules. And for Cammy, that was a small window of opportunity to find the kill. But if you don't get it, you're going to run into a blunder.
Yeah, it's nothing. Oh, he doesn't see Mercules behind bomb either. Or gifts. Wait a minute. This is not over yet. Cammy keeps them guessing. Shotzi and Dashi now in the 2v1.
You can isolate him as well.
Oh, he's shown a lot here. Exposed. Oh my god. 1v1. Dashi holds it. Slinkiest of shoulders there, out by fences. He doesn't commit to the full wrap. He just throws it, stays eyes on Cammy, and prevents that 1v3.
Respect on the chow as well. Once again, the count timing has to be insane. Shotzi just jumping up and down, checking everything, and Cammy still finds the route to get through. Cammy might be one of the most, he might be the most magical player in Call of Duty history in terms of just creating absurd moments on maps, but no dice there. And Optic, we saw him on red card, really just trying to force through the A hits. Certainly there on Hacienda, a fantastic look for them to actually be able to work that bomb. And Boston back to the bread and butter, maybe a slight amount more aggression over towards A. Snoopy leading the charge with bomb, but everybody is posted.
A lot of frags going off in the background there, and it's pulled a lot of Optic members over towards the B side of the map. Purge gone, dealt with. Waiting a few more seconds before they get the next hit of players, but no, that's it. Surely now we dive over towards A.
Yeah, and this is an interesting minimap too. Optic have been giving these plants up for free, but I think Boston's just not unaware. And Snoopy is planning in a very interesting spot. You're playing potentially for the wrap here in this moment, but in a 2v4, good luck, have fun.
Yeah, you've given up the bomb, you've given up the angle you do not want to give up, and that is a decisive round from Optic Texas. A super free and easy defuse as well. He points towards Shotzi there as again, he finds two.
And I'm starting to think maybe the nerves of the reverse sweep really starting to set in for Boston, because that was around a bomb site wide open. Absolutely no noise on that section of the map. They did not want to commit to the bomb plant, and Purge even jumped. He got active on the pinch in spite of the fact that there was no information being fed at all. I think maybe Breach just getting a little too squirrely. And Optic Texas certainly been making a pretty monstrous run. The Hacienda, pretty quick, pretty clean. Nice dominant game, and the rewind was destructive. And if I were them, I'd just be right back to the A site. I mean, they ran them over. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, you've been able to show enough muscle to control that part of the map. And they've got enough sort of fire superiority with the wins that Dashy's been picking up as well. So yeah, go for it. And that is exactly where we are going, folks. Submachine guns up and at the ready, buying space. We should be able to get that bomb planted as well. Hook is the man carrying it, so his timing is not going to work out, and he has filled his britches. Spots two out. Beckley's with the tags. Chase the kill. Gets it. 1v2.
Yeah, for Awakening, they know where he is as well. He got a kill on Shotzi that was traded out over towards the back line, and well, Dashy, we know what spot he likes to play, and if Mercules is alive, I'm confident now for Optic.
Yeah, he's backed up as well. Shadow spotted. Hop checks, not just checks, it's hop shots out of Dashy. Enough to push Awakening back. 25. Demon Joe splits them up. Can he isolate the fight? Cannot. The perfect crossfire. Optic find another round.
Great win over towards the A site. More success in that regard. And I mean, you see the idea. The timing didn't go the way of Hook or whoever watching off the rip of the player's challenge from Connector, but Boston willing to get active and make plays on the defensive end. And I think Optic doing a really good job of playing around it and making sure that everybody is there for the trades to be rolling through as well. So Optic and S&D teamwork showing off just a little bit more. And now they have to have some win in their sails. A 3-1 lead, reverse sweep, very much in the cards. Boys are going to be feeling good.
Yeah, after the first two maps, can't lie. Wasn't loving what I saw, but now Optic have pulled things out. Breach are still a team you can never count out. This Hacienda not going their way so far. A nervy situation to be in. Lovely crossfire there. Opening kills going the way of Breach this time round. Oh, massive. That's the turnaround you were looking for. The nuke left all alone. We've seen it before on Hacienda. This map is not over until it's over. Sure. Sure. Why not? Why not, we say. Reach for the round.
Yeah, I think Purge maybe going for style points, wants to get tags in with two different weapons, or maybe just wide. Thought he had the kill. A little bit fancy. Why not hit him with the drive-by? We'll take care of that, and that is a pure square up towards the middle of the map. Everybody shooting their guns through the hallways. Boston just had the extra edge in the gunny front. So for Optic on the attacking rounds, they have had a great amount of success. And Shotzi might have sort of kicked up a novelty, not being there entirely with the squad, playing around dark for the pinch late, but I'm still of the opinion if it isn't broke, no need to fix it. But how about the read? Boston triple stack A. And there is no need for Merc to force this. Make some noise and get out of dodge. Perfectly played there from Merc. he's done his job and then some.
Yeah, I mean, good on Boston for trying to repair. Well, it definitely was broken, but now the race towards the B-bomb site, and both of our teams are making it there. At far more members of Breach, though. But Dashi, if you get a single kill here, that is worth it. It's weight in gold. They're all past you. What in the timing? Good God. And the nade. This is such an awkward fight. Optic's reinforcements here. The double back. Shotzi on the inside. 2. Now V1. Snoop makes it a 1v1. And what a round. And what a race. Snoopy wins it.
Oh my, yo, Mini versus Mega there towards the end. That is a hilarious 1v1. And Snoopy just gets the drop. I mean, I don't even know how to break down that round. 3 players just snuck past Dashi. And in my mind, if you have no intel in a moment like that, I'm thinking Boston are just going to slaughter you in the round. Somehow it comes down to a 1 versus 1. Might be the most ridiculous round on Oceania S&D we have seen this year, but hey, Boston, they needed that one just to stay afloat.
And that was, I mean, Boston hit the U-turn. That was a handbrake turn at full speed. Whiplash on the retake by B. Good for them. Once again, over towards A. Snoop takes a lot of tags, and he's hurting. The trophies are in place to save the day, though, and this is going to be a plant, yeah, for free. Get it down. Optic, not a lot of force here.
Oh, yeah, don't connect. Able to get out. 73 HP, more than needs, and Snoopy's on a 4 spree. Worried about the pinch, though, from Shotzi up top, but nobody's really home. Purge has been dancing. Mercules is going to hunt him down, and just like that, only 2 players standing, and they are trapped in connector. Welcome to the Shotzi blender. And shout out Mercules for sniffing out Purge as well and starting off that round right. Merc has been impact again. It feels like he doesn't ever have a bad round.
Oh, we'll call him out when it happens, folks. Don't worry. Shotzi from the hit on the easy cleanups as Hook serves him too. A very, very decisive retake from Optic there. Back to A. We're definitely going, but this time round, I think for Boston Breach, you're worried a little bit more about that top dark control. That window overlooking the bomb site, it was not there in Black Ops 4. It is in BO6, and it is a gigantic pain in the ass.
And towards B, yeah, look at this. Just playing with the idea. A pain in the ass when you're going for the hard counters on the A site, and Optic just run it down towards B. So play calls on point. And if you push through and go for offense, that's going to be great. At least trade out the kill on Awakening. You'll take that for the 3v3. Unfortunately, though, you take a little bit too long to plant, and we got a mixy round. Shotzi gonna have to get the ace. And he also has to recover that bomb. I like the idea, but Boston, so quick on the rat back. Might have just won him the round.
They're going to run into each other. Unless they hit Zig fast. Here we go. To equalize, Snoopy wins another big 1v1. Boston, we're going the distance 4-4.
Yeah, and here I am thinking that, you know, Awakening getting 1 turns out to maybe be the main factor in Boston winning it because all his teammates are coming back to help him out. I'm thinking if Optic could get the plant for top office, they're going to be in a good spot. But Boston Breach, quite literally, 0 time wasted. They did the exact same thing in the previous round as well. Massive stack on one site, swing it back around and be there to meet the team. And Cammy calming as well. Dealing out the strats for his team, and that means we might have a bit more of an active round here for Boston. We'll see what Cammy was trying to deliberate for him. And maybe the same setup that we had a few rounds before where Purge ended up getting caught for the first blood, but everything else looks the exact same. But now, noise being made at the A site. That's the go button for Purge. And he might be squaring up with Hook, and yeah, he just gets caught again. Purge is just being read like a book.
Ah, like a book. And Snoop, I mean, he's been decisive enough at the ends of these rounds, but now at the start, to make it a 3v3 with a minute on the clock, Awakening, he's managed to shake off the dirty, dirty rewind. And now, Shotzi out. What an advantage. Boston Breach, 5-4, match point.
Yeah, and I think maybe that was the play call from Cammy, right? Everybody just hit the go button. If Optic are going to be turtling you, giving you so much space on the defensive rounds, just take it. So in spite of the fact that Purge got caught, Snoopy with bomb makes it a bottom fire, uncontested, unspotted. Awakening finds a pick on Mercules that we didn't get to see, but it looked like just a 50-50 gunfight that he wins. And then the rest of the players for Optic Texas just getting caught running away. So Cammy is dialed in. and now a round away from killing the reverse sweep.
I wonder how many nades actually made it towards top A. That was a big proponent there. Oh, we've got numbers, and it might be well read. The fight is certainly on here. Semtex up, stuns up. A lot of information gained here. We know the fight is on. This is it. Is the round. Is the match. Gonna go out with a bang. Shotzi over the top. Stuns. Gets the kill. Snoopy with 2. Over to Mercules to try to stop the bleeding. But Snoopy is trying to close it all out. Oh. A 1v3 for Mercules to stay alive and force the round 11.
If he clutches this, we call him the greatest Call of Duty player of all time, without question.
I don't know about that, but I mean, we'll talk about it. Can he isolate the fights? The answer is maybe. Player out to his left. All 3 members of Boston in tandem together as they go back over towards B. He misses the timing. And we find 1 at the very least, but there is not enough options or time now for the young Mercules. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. It's a 1v1, and it's done. Boston Breach drive the stake into the heart of the mighty Mercules. The chances were there. The reverse sweep does not complete. But if you're an Optic Texas fan, you can walk away with this series with a strong feeling of hope. Something that they have not had for a long time.
Mercules might be the truth. That's a 1v3 potential that I think had a lot of watch parties going, wait. But no dice there. Boston get it done. And I think the biggest difference maker in S&D between these 2 squads, granted, fairly close games between the pair, but Boston much more active in the comms department. They were willing to make plays on the map. And I mean, I think Optic in that final round, like, they're throwing all of their stuns and nades over towards P4, landing on trophies. They know there's pressure there. You couldn't break the P4 in Hardpoint. Maybe not a good idea to try to force it through an S&D, but Boston is the team that is willing to make these calls, stick to them, and do these instant wraps. Optic quite not there with the chemistry. Admittedly, with the men on the squad, S&D is where it's toughest.
Always toughest, and that was absolutely the toughest part of this series. Back over to the desk, folks. What are we thinking? Merc the truth?
Yes.
Back
Kid is good. Kid is good. By the way, who did you guys predict to win this?
Said Optic, all 3 of us.
Ooh, I switched up Boston last second, and I love it. Giga's friends coming through for me. Snoopy especially, 10-5. He finishes on a 5 streak. Ali, you mentioned it. You came in here 2 rounds before it was over saying Snoopy is everything right now.
Snoopy is everything right now. He is the sole reason that they win that S&D. I mean, he clutches a 1v2. He clutches a 1v1. And then he's opening up the rounds with a 2-piece. This guy has been literally everything in Search and Destroy, especially when that's the game mode Boston Breach have found the most struggle in.
And Optic was off to a hot start in this game 5. I thought I was going to be dead wrong on the prediction. The reverse sweep was in. Where did it fall off the wheels?
Yeah, I mean, just some huge rounds on the side of Boston. You know, Ali just mentioned, like, Snoopy having a huge 1v2. We talk about, like, the second to last round that Boston had in their offensive push was beautiful. I mean, Purge ends up dying at B. He pulls all their attention, allows Snoopy to get bottom rugs, find a huge impact kill, follow-up by Wake, and you say Cammy on the other side, right? So you look at that, and Optic are like, what are these guys doing? We have no idea where anybody is on the map. And then we get to the final round where Optic just kind of gift wrap it a little bit for them. Like, everybody runs over towards B, and, you know, you see Snoopy on Rock. Chris, I'm thinking if we see Snoopy on Rock, I am going to run away.
Yeah.
Right? Because he can just finesse, jiggle peek left and right. They got a trophy there. There's not much you can do. And that's just going to be the growing pains of a young team. You know, you just put in Mercules onto the roster and got to figure out Search and Destroy.
The little kid fell in the pool, but he almost clutched up that 1v3, Al. Mercules, welcome to the league.
He almost did. I think he played phenomenal throughout the entirety of this series. It's just unfortunate, you know, you get in a roster, you try to play Search and Destroy, it's not going to work out right away all the time.
Can we talk big picture, though, for Boston? Because this is the team that made a roster change going into EWC. That was before the 2025 season kicked off. They've stuck with the roster, and you were mentioning it. We don't even have the coaches on, like, a first-name basis, but they're doing some work up there. What have you seen in the growth of this squad?
Yeah, I mean, these guys have put in a ton of work throughout the season, right? And that's why, you know, when we did a telestration clip, like, they're poised in the final moments. I think they've had a tough go. Last 2 tournaments, they played Vancouver and Toronto back-to-back. They just have to get over that hump. And those teams specifically have been incredible hardpoint teams, right? Where Boston just can't win HP against them. It's been so tough. So I think if they have some strides forward in the HP department, that they can can absolutely push towards the Sunday.
Struggling against teams like Toronto and Vancouver, but upsetting teams like LA Thieves, Boston Breach, always entertaining. We're going to a break. When we come back, we'll be talking with the winner of that last match from Boston. And then, of course, our Monster Energy matchup, Cloud9, knocking on Optic's door. They're about 35 points away. Can they catch up with an upset today? It's the CDL.
Visit scuff.co/CDL for your chance to win the Road to Champs giveaway and join us at CDL Champs.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
I'm ready to fly by now. You should know I got that crown on my mind. Top, get on your feet, feel the passion. Big bang coming through, blast like a cannon. Blast like a cannon. Big bang coming through, blast like a cannon.
It's more than a game. It's for all who dare to compete. It's more than a team. It's our team. It's more than a feeling. It's unwavering passion. It's more than just talent. It's the grind that got me here. It's more than a moment. It's our legacy. One city, one stage, one champion. The battle starts now. The 2025 Cloud9 New York Team Pack is available right now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this kitty weapon charm to keep you company while the competition gets smoked. Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is your Monster Energy matchup with Atlanta FaZe taking on Cloud9 in just a moment. But first, we got to put an exclamation mark on the previous match. It went to a Game 5 with Cammy and Boston Breach taking down Optic Texas and their new face in Mercules. Cammy, this is number 7 versus number 8. You guys are kind of the bubble teams right now. Was there any extra pressure in this matchup, or how did you approach the series against Optic?
Nah, I mean, there wasn't any extra pressure, to be honest. It's a big win for us, to be honest. We got hard games this split. Again, we lost the first one pretty bad against Carolina, which was supposed to be one of our easier games. So we just came out and made sure we wanted to get the win on this game and make it a bit easier for us throughout the rest of the stage.
Good comms.
Yeah, definitely hit on the nose with that one. It doesn't get easier from here on out. And Snoopy definitely wants to help along the way, though. I want to ask kind of like, what are Boston Breach's comms like? Is it more conversational? Is somebody leading the traffic? And does Snoopy scream every time he gets a two-piece?
No, to be honest with you, our comms are pretty relaxed. I think we definitely spray comms sometimes is one thing we've worked on, just, you know, trying to cut out the extra comms that aren't needed. But no, I think we just try and keep it as calm as possible so everyone's just kind of locked in. You know, no one's scamming and pushing out stuff that they shouldn't be. So yeah, we just keep it nice and relaxed and everyone on the same page.
Of course.
Cammy, you guys have been pretty consistent the last couple of majors. How do you burst through that and get through to a Sunday going forward? What game mode needs the most work?
I mean, I think, again, it was control for us. We fixed that last stage. Yeah. And again, I think it's just balancing it out again, to be honest, getting back on. Obviously, there was some map pool changes in Hardpoint, just making sure we're on top of that. And I think our S&D is pretty good, to be honest with you. It just comes down to our situational. So I think it's just becoming consistent in all 3 game modes, to be honest. I could really see us making a Sunday.
Absolutely.
Cammy, when you're done being a pro player, how do you feel about reading bedtime stories on Spotify?
I can do that. Listen, I'm down for anything that's going to pay the bills at the end of the day.
Man's got the voice for it and the beard to go with it. Cammy, congrats on the win.
Thank you. Have a good one.
All right, speaking of beards, we have Maven and Merc about to cast a banger. It's your Monster Energy matchup, and we have Atlanta FaZe taking on Cloud9. Why is this important? Well, there's a lot of pride on the line for Atlanta FaZe. For Cloud9, you're desperate to get into Champs, Al.
Yeah, you're still about 40 points behind Optic Texas if you're looking outside of Cloud9. And on the flip side, Atlanta FaZe, you're almost 100 points in front of everybody else. So you're comfortable on the side of Atlanta FaZe. And the scary thing right now is Celium is him. I mean, dismantled LA Thieves when they matched up 1.32 overall. I don't even want to, he has a 2.0 in S&D, and it's awful to talk about because then you're like, all right, well, what about the rest of his teammates? Well, Simp has a 1.6. So the slang has been unreal from the side of Atlanta FaZe so far, sitting at 2-0. It just looks like another dominant FaZe.
And are they back? Is this the Major 1 and Major 2 champ Atlanta FaZe?
Yeah, I would say they kind of like never left. It's just the Hardpoint. It's
been weird.
They've been losing a lot of HP still, right? Like 1 and 4 in the last 5 Hardpoints. If we omit that rewind where Celium just goes crazy, I'm sitting here telling you their Hardpoint needs a lot of work versus the top teams in the world, and that's got to be the primary focus for Atlanta FaZe throughout this split. Do I have any massive worries about them? No, not really. I think they will figure it out. You can't win every single tournament, right? You're going to have a dud throughout the year. We just saw their one dud.
They have been the top team every regular season since the initiation of the CDL. It's been a ridiculous run. For Cloud9, this is your first year in the league. After buying the spot from the subliners, you had high expectations. You brought in world champs with young talent to back them up. It didn't pan out. Now you are running out of time, but you bring in a new roster.
Yeah, it's kind of a Nightmare Blunt rotation if you're on the side of Cloud9. I mean, you're looking at this and you're like, their schedule is so hard across the board, and it's almost like a roster change that maybe now finally works, but is it too little, too late? About 40 points behind the Optic Texas, and for Cloud9, their chance door is closing. You know, we had it into DreamHack. You're looking at not only that they need winners or make a historical run in elimination bracket, and they need to win the whole thing. And for Cloud9, it's not looking great.
How are we feeling about the rotation, Ant?
Yeah, I mean, I don't hate the current roster that they have, Chris.
Not at all.
Honestly, I think it has a lot of potential, especially in those search and destroys. It's just a situation that they're in, right? You just made this change. Typically, rosters need a little bit of time in your schedule. Like, you got this match, and then you got LA Thieves, right? So it's not getting that much easier if you're Cloud9. Like, they need a winner's bracket spot. So, like, this match, I want to say, is a must-win. And they're going up against Atlanta FaZe.
And
like,
that's insane.
6 and 7 are not catchable at this point, in my opinion. Optic is the only team that they could catch to get into champs, and as you guys
Optic just lost
40 points away. Optic not getting any points while the other two did. Allie, let's take a look at this roster, though. If I'm going to pull off the upset over FaZe, who's the X factor?
Cap is him.
Highest ceiling
Cap,
right there?
Yeah, I think he has the highest ceiling when it comes to this lobby. You could make an argument for Civ, but we've seen what Capsule has done in the past, and I feel like we haven't seen it yet from him in this game. I mean, we've only got, what, 2 series under our belts with him in the roster, and he's a guy with 83% opening duel win rate, so he's helping them in search and destroy, and now he's just got to translate that over to the respawns.
Man, if you're looking to have a good time, just hang out with Capsule. The kid is always smiling. Welcome back to the CDL. We love to see it. Where can Cap fry today? We got our maps and modes, and we have a double dose of search if we can get to the dealership. Cloud9 has a chance, but what are the hurdles along the way, Al?
The hurdles are the map pool. When you go up against Atlanta FaZe, you're going up an incredibly deep map pool onside Cloud9. They're extremely restricted. They've been working so hard to try and add Vault Hardpoint to their roster, and Atlanta FaZe banned it. So it's not a good situation for side of Cloud9.
I will say, like, numbers-wise, it doesn't look ideal for C9, but like the red card, the last 2 red cards they played have been round 11s, right? So Sib's been comfortable. We've seen him having huge performances. The Skyline is a map that Atlanta FaZe have not loved throughout the year, so you have opportunity there. And then the dealership, we just seen Capsule go crazy on the map. So there are opportunities throughout the series, except for that game 4. You're getting cooked on Rewind.
Is there any way Cloud9 wins in 4? Or 3, I guess, if you say Rewind's not in the cards.
No, because they're that Hacienda control, they're gonna get smoked.
All right, famo, we gotta go to a game 5. Say my analyst. Here's a look as we check in on our players for the official vibe check. Capsule passed it. He's gone right now. I haven't seen Kremp today. A little bit freaked out by that. And you look at the schedule for Atlanta FaZe. Well, you are smooth sailing, brother. After taking down Vancouver and then 3-0 in LA Thieves, you're playing the 3 bottom teams in the league. You should finish 5-0.
Absolutely. We touched on it in the pre-show heading into this. I mean, you already beat your 2 biggest ops in Vancouver Surge and LA Thieves. Now the rest of the roster should just be smooth sailing.
Yeah, this should be, I mean, this is the hardest match that they have left for sure, going up against this team. But yeah, I mean, this is great reps for Atlanta, especially on the Skyline. You know, they're looking to just have some variety in their map pool. They keep having to go back to Hacienda, 9 and 8 on it, right? Just probably not going to end up being a lockup map for them. So Skyline would be tremendous.
Well, Atlanta FaZe has the easiest road from here on out to Major 4. Let's take a look at Cloud9's because this one was brutal and it only gets tougher. You got FaZe today, Heretics who picked up another
you
dub
got the top
tonight,
4.
and
you
then
literally
LA
have the top
Thieves.
4 in your schedule. Like that is impossible on the side of Cloud9, especially after making a roster change that takes away half your roster. It's not looking great.
Gotta win today. Gotta win today.
Gotta win today is crazy. Maybe
today.
Gotta win tomorrow.
You just can't be in a situation where it's like back against the wall, Heretics, Thieves. You're like, that's awful. Like today is a massive, massive match for Cloud9, and you know this is where you make up for points from that you've lost out on earlier in the season. Optic have just lost. Today would be a huge win.
Allie, this will be the 39th match for Atlanta on this season. Guess how many losses they have so far?
How many losses Atlanta has?
On the whole season.
On the whole season, I'm gonna go with 6.
They are currently at 9 match losses. 10 for LA Thieves is second place. This is, quote unquote, the weakest Atlanta FaZe we've seen in the last 5 years during a regular season. So if there is potential for any of those 4 to slip up, who's had rough games this year that caught us off guard?
I think Abizi and the Hardpoint at times has had a couple rough games. Really, the Tiny Terror's last split in Hardpoint.
Oh, he's yawning?
Right. Like,
he passed the vibe check.
Obviously, what I'm talking about is in comparison to what we usually see from them. But yes, the Hardpoint from the Tiny Terrors last stage was not ideal.
Cloud9, the good news is you are 1-1 with this lineup, right? You got a dub. Let's see if they can get another one today. It's time for your Scuff Pick'ems as we lock it in. Sorry, New York, not today. Atlanta FaZe in 3.
Yeah, not today. Atlanta FaZe has their number 4-0 every time they've matched up this season. Gotta go Atlanta.
Best in the league?
I'm gonna go Atlanta FaZe game 5.
Game 5 or?
Yeah,
Game 5.
Game 5.
Merc and Maven, everyone's going Atlanta, but today's been predictable. Let's see how this one plays out.
Yeah, more predictable than what? Last week, we had the day where every single match was an upset. We've had some crazy ones. For FaZe, this is interesting. You know, after we saw the match versus Surge, you're not going to say we didn't really learn much. They lost both Hardpoints. They won the series. Like, okay. Yep. This one is an interesting one when it comes to Hardpoints. We've talked about FaZe Hardpoint over and over and over again. You've said they need to play Skyline for a long time.
For a long time. Their vault sucks.
Yeah.
It's not that it sucks.
It's just that
it's
not great.
Vault is the type of map where, I don't know, it's just so simple in the fact you have to win P4s. And I don't know, it's just time for a switch up. It just felt like they were losing a Surge. They were losing all these teams. They kept trying to yo-do it. And it just got worse and worse for them.
And you know, Simp, some consider him the GOAT. I think he's damn close to heading there. He's been unbelievable in his career, but not having a great stretch in Hardpoint. And neither is the team. They have been doing well overall. I know you basically won off the back of an insane Stellium stretch there in a rewind, but I'd still all really focus on FaZe. How's the Hardpoint going to be? For New York, excited to see this new roster in action. See if they can come in here with a little bit of an upset as they're battling for potential top 8. Just see what kind of seed they can get in a Major 4.
Yeah, Capsule, great to see him back in the CDL. We know he was one of the guys where we saw the talent a lot of the times, right? But it just felt like, he needed time to mature.
Maybe like a Neptune type situation. You hope he comes back.
Learn the challengers, get better and better.
Yep. see what kind of impact he's going to be able to have. But it's been a while as we've really talked about FaZe on this particular map. At times, their auto veto, we didn't really see them get to it. We'll see what they look like here on the skyline. But yeah, it's also an interesting Hardpoint conversation because yeah, they need to be good at rewind too. It's two they really need to get into their bag of tricks.
Well, I think they're a very solid rewind team. I don't think they're too worried about that. It's outside of it.
I just don't know if I'd say they're really solid. Watch it, Hardpoint.
no, not too much.
But maybe less worried about rewind than skyline. That may be the case. But let's funnel into one team kill. You've got the spawns and the numbers here early if you are Cloud9, and behind Crimps too as he's up to 4 in a row. You look to hold here, only 2 points on the board so far for FaZe, but they'll try to get a heroic break here early on. Now found 2 picks. There's the spawn out. Here comes the collapse. Last person is Spartan. That's about as good as it gets on a break. That's a big one early for FaZe. Otherwise, you can be down 80 early.
And you have so much space due to a BZ. He's gonna have all the comms. There's nobody through poolside. Watch out for the underground route while Draws is locking this down. 3 dead. And then as I said, a BZ runs across cat, just controlling the map behind the 4 dead. At the break, I mean, a BZ just starts to take over. You're gonna get some clean time here at this P2.
A team that struggled so much in breaks this year. Like, they've been great usually when they get their early rotations, they're able to do well. Like, this is a map where you get a lot of opportunities. Maybe they'll be able to break a little bit better, right?
Yeah, no, it's it. Yeah, I mean, we know Skyline, it's one of the smaller maps we have. You're going to have chances.
They can be more forgiving.
Should have a break.
And then when they get to their setup, they can be so lethal. Let's see if they can do it here. Cell, nice start for him at 8 and 5. Looking for more openings, but it's easy from the top rope. And now towards the hard point, we swap over to Sim to see him get into the mix, but he's going to get picked immediately. Teammates there for the trade quickly into the hard point. Go Atlanta FaZe. Now they'll try to battle for time, battle for a potential flip, see what they can do from this position.
Yeah, I think you can stay patient here, just fight from the hill. And then when the time comes, maybe right now you find a couple of kills, you try to push on through. Sibda locking it down. He was the last member alive. He's a BZ. He's just chilling in the hot tub, has an AR in his hands, but you're picking it up. Splits do come in. You read that if you're Celium. But does Krem find the double? Not going to happen.
Another opportunity maybe to push forward, but Sib once again trying to play back. Make sure they can't go anywhere. A big double, make it triple, make it a quad as Sib pops on the entire team. And so much for FaZe potentially flipping. Sib not letting them pass.
Not letting them pass whatsoever. I mean, the good thing for FaZe is you earn majority of the time. You almost take the lead, but now you have to break again here at this P4. Sib, though, great plays, shutting them down in the middle of the map.
Gave his team some room to breathe, at least early in this hard point, trying to keep the guns hot. Gonna lose a teammate. FaZe trying to look for the opener. Dialed in on heads, though, is Sib, as he's at 6 in a row, getting close, turning a Hellstorm. That's not gonna happen. If he's just gonna rough the gut and able to get the kill in the hard point. And he'll get a second off of that, and that might end up leading to a
he
break. Doesn't. He gets a third with the Simtex. Still, with the close back spawns, Cloud9 able to battle back. FaZe is trying to break up some of this time, but Sib right back off spawn, and maybe doesn't lead to anything. I thought it was going to lead to something, but Sib gets his own 3.
I don't know what that entire sequence was, but yeah, you're thinking maybe a BZ makes the play. Doesn't happen.
That's Skyline.
Yeah, that is Skyline, but yeah, it just responds from Sib again. He starts to heat on up, not missing right now. So you recover if you're Cloud9 from that P4, and now you take this 40-point lead.
Into the second set we go. Draws is going to end up getting dropped. One of the player in the position kind of near to try to make a play on the hard point. Nobody in it for now. Clock getting milked. With that kill, Kremp kind of keeping control of this side balcony. And last time, you think if they hold that P2 break, I mean, this is a blowout right now.
Yeah, it would be a much different scoreline, but you have 40 points there if you are FaZe. Now the problem is you're going to have to flip the map again, focus on getting them out of the hill. But you see all the blue arrows just starting to work on up.
Cloud9, you're in good position. Last time here at the P2 was about to pop, you got broken. Things have got to be better. The comms have got to be on point. Let's listen to Cloud9.
I'm dead. Last guy jumped out. You got time. I'm on kill. Get right on. Oh, okay. They can go zipping right. I'm looking. I'm still right. left, so nated. Jim, no, watch the left, watch the left.
I hear you. He's on the couch.
There's dark right. Two, they're weak. You right now. Last your kitchen. Couch is on me. Couch on me. Top right. Tyler back. You catch him. Nice, good job. What's that time? There's one right. Back right. Back right of BZ weak. Yo, I'm playing time middle. I'm guaranteed. Play the row. Top mid right now. Top cat weak. Hold time. He's top cat. He's winning top cat. Uppercut. He's still cat. He's front of me. Cat. One shot. Nice, good job. Let's go. I'm seeing you. Send me. I backed up a blocker. You can go run. I have a gym. I'm Chris, okay? I hear you. What's open? Look at my internet. I'm looking around. I'm looking around. I'll kill him. I hit him on the challenge. Challenge me draws. One time. I challenge. They'll be front.
You hold it pretty well. The time gets broken up with, what, 2025? You were cleared out of it a bit, so FaZe pretty good pressure at the P2. But fact is, you hold on to your lead. It went better than the first time through.
Well, and I mean, you're still holding spawns as well for this P4. This is where you're able to, but as soon as I say that, you finally get the flip. There is going to be pressure, though, from Cloud9 early. 15 seconds left. Sim starting to get going here on a 3-3. 15 and 21 for him, and it's kind of what we talked about. His hardpoint, not the hardpoint that we know from that man, but if you're FaZe, you're in a position out at this P4 to get right back into the game. And
well, hold up.
I mean, they have been a great rotating team all year, but throughout this map, this is one of the first they're finally here first.
Maybe Sim's time to pop. You know, from that stairwell with the timings and the angles, you can make crazy plays from there. I thought when Sim got the pick on Draza, kind of holding deep, that was going to be where it fell apart. But it's a Sim multi. Pressure here again. Two going to spawn out. Pressure going to be on Cell. And a BZ to try and hold into the point through the front will be Cloud9. So they've broken this up. In comes Sim, though, not able to win that first one. Draza at least going to trade it, but can they get these 30 seconds? You get this right back in the swing of things. We'll be down, what, 10 or so?
Yeah, Crim's gonna be the first guy through, but Cell able to find that first pick from up top platform. But you get the player on the hill immediately traded, so you break up some of the time. You see Sib and Spark, they're just locking it down for this P1. They don't want to early flip for P1 and P2 coming up early, so they're making sure they're locking down these sides of spawns. But this man has just been unbelievable throughout this stage, up to 30 double positive.
Maybe that's how you win Hardpoint. Cell's just got to drop 40. We'll see what he ends up getting to, but, well, that said, you're still not in the lead. Down 20, massive P1 and P2 upcoming. So far, control to Cloud9. Sib, get back to full health, squaring up. Good help there over the top from Spart. So Sib continues the fight, trying to reposition to a different block, just get to a different heady, maybe catch somebody. That won't end up happening, so nobody in it from Cloud9 for now. Cell wins another one via a headshot.
Yeah, you just saw from Smart's POV why he can be such a tough kill. The slide into the little pop-up, he's able to find 3 off that. The only good thing for them is that, I mean, if you're FaZe, he was the last player alive. Watch number 6 though in a BZ. He's starting to make the play, trying to take the route to flip the spawns. You see it come in.
Hold up.
There's a BZ making it happen.
Oh, that is a massive rotation. Several gunfight wins for a BZ to get in position. This will be the first time you really have the early setup for P2. You've had to rely on disrupting or a break the first time through. This time you're set up, but how are the spawns going to be now? Do you get the safe spawn? You do for both. So in prime position now to hold is Atlanta FaZe. Pressure to Cloud9 to break on through. Here comes the first swing.
You probably want a little bit more room to work with. Well, that's going to help.
Catching a nade.
Yeah, that's going to help. BZ still has pressure on the one side, but he's able to find that kill onto Capsule. So now can he get forward again? This is when we saw BZ really start to go crazy. Picks up the AR, but shut down. But so far, so good here for FaZe.
Yeah, like you're trying to push it out. You're trying to push the spawns out a bit. It doesn't get there, but still, I think before he died, he influenced the spawn on a couple of people. So keeps them at arm's length. FaZe finally enjoying a bit of a lead. Nothing massive, but up 20. I was about to say this is the first full hold we've seen at the P2, but Rise, I was about to say it, all 4 are going to end up dropped. So you'll take this bit. It ends up being about 20 seconds at the tail end of this, but the map ends up flipping. So depending on how this next 60 seconds go, that could work out for FaZe.
Yeah, they just had to lock this down, right? Like similar to what you would see at a P3, P4 for Vault. That will be the goal. A little bit easier, I think, to do on Skyline. Some more routes to take. But Draza going to be in the hill.
I was so late this morning, though, but 39 and 23.
It's whatever he has been eating. I mean, even in the series, guy has been unreal.
He absolutely has been. One spawns out. You get a split for Cell. We'll see what Cell can do with that. We're looking for a lead change inside the point that was going to be Cloud9. A team kill does come through. Spartan able to win the next one as well. Here comes Cell. He was the one on the split, not going to find anything. So right side spawn still in for FaZe. You can't quite win it here. I don't think you have the tick if you're Cloud9. Things are going to split out again, and as you said, it's only going to be draws in the back. They're going to try and push it out and deal with them. There's the massive flip that you needed. Now Cloud9 in the lead and the driver's seat.
Yeah, I was going to say, now you have a tough decision. There's still 20 seconds left. You have to contest some of this time if you're FaZe. Fighting for map control right now, trying to break it through the middle. They do flip, though. So they drop bottom cat. They get one player off the hill, but it's all going to come down to this P4. But you're going to be over 240 if you are Cloud9.
And no one's really had a clean hold here at the P4.
And this draw spawn out.
I think he's got to, right? He's got to. Yeah, Draws is going to spawn out. BZ trying to go clutch. It's going to be Crip inside of the point, though. They're just going to break right in through the front, and that is going to shut it down. Or is it? Yes, it is. It's a triple from Crip to close out the map 1. They'll clutch up late. In the Skyline, Hardpoint, despite the monster effort there from Cell, FaZe Hardpoint still a worry.
Yeah, I mean, we knew it was all about rotations for FaZe, right? #1 rotating team on the year. First, like, 6 of those hills. I mean, first 2 rotations, they didn't have, I don't know, maybe 1?
Yeah.
That was one relying on the brace, and you got a couple of good ones. Then you finally earn a P4 hold to get you right back into the game. But yeah, Cloud9 do a great job at that P3 to break them early, flip the map.
Beautiful stuff there from Cloud9. Excited to see if they can tack on another W. Pressure on them to try and get points. What, back 40, a chance to close that gap to 30 if they get a victory here. Taking a look at the stats real quick. What stands out to you, Joe?
I mean, Cell obviously goes crazy. On the other side,
42, nearly 5K. That's a map.
You get outslayed, you win, but everybody is kind of right there, right? That just means you're trading well. Teamwork on point there for C9.
Capitalizing on some big moments if you're 1-1 when you're getting outslayed. Beautiful stuff there from Cloud9. For FaZe, I mean, okay, well, we're right back where we have been in so many series. We lose a map 1. You know, this is going to be what Cloud9's pick. More often than not, FaZe always going to be Team B. They're going to try and battle it back through 2, 3, 4, and beyond. But man, they're at their best when they can take that map 1 being Team B. Steal their opponent's pick and be in control. Not been really rolling that way as of late based on their hardpoint struggles. Some great moments out of them, some nice stretches, but not enough late.
Yeah, they're just some badly timed deaths, right? Even that last P4 when Draza gets picked, and that's going to happen on Skyline just because the type of the map that it is. But it's just not when you want it to happen. And for them, that seems to be the issue. It's like these, I don't know, that first, like the last 10 seconds of a hill before the next one pops.
No, that's why I'd love a stat. Like, I don't know what I'd categorize my transition period, like, you know, we talk about. If it's like final 10 and first 10 or something, that 20-second stretch. But I'd love to know, like, FaZe's KD and the rest of it, and then that 20-second period. Because I swear sometimes it's not good.
No. And this is where you get the break. You earn so much time at the P3. Then, yeah, you had the 3 versus 4. FaZe were hoping draws spawn with them. They were playing safe all the way back patio. Doesn't happen. You just get pressured on the hill.
Yeah, no. You lose one player, and instantly they're flying in the front. So another hard point loss for FaZe, but they'll try to bounce it back now in the search. We know what a strong 2-3-5 team they can be. I mean, their first lead really outside of like that first set of rotations early on at the P3 after the P2 break. It doesn't happen again, until that last P2 where they get a chance to maybe take over, but flatline in the last couple of hard points. Beautiful stuff and clutches there from this Cloud9 team. That's fun to watch so far.
No, I mean, honestly, for Cloud9, you're in a good spot because your Search Destroy has looked solid.
With this roster.
Yeah, with this roster. Capsule, he has looked fantastic, comfortable in this game mode. We always know with challengers, they're just grinding away, right? I mean, all the cups that you have, everything, you're playing more Search probably than our pros. You have some new ideas, new strats, and yeah, he seems great last week.
It's been great to see some of the challengers player kind of assimilating into the structure here at the CDL. We've had, I mean, over the years, some that do great, some that do bad. I swear there's this mentality that every challengers player could come up and just play like a pro. I mean, those people are morons, but
you're always in a tough spot. Like these guys are, you get a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
You're back 40 points.
100%. But there's been some really good stories this year between like Neptune and now Mercules. I mean, Mercules is obviously very good. I don't know if this Optic team is going to be good, but Mercules is. It's going to be fun to see how that's going to turn out. But he was a demon today. Capsule and Spart, looking forward to see what they're going to be able to do. Obviously, Spart's had some some great moments in the CDL. Not always had the longest tenure, but he's had some moments. That win back with LAG over this Atlanta FaZe team ages ago now. Capsule. Let's take a look at him and Simp when it comes to search and destroy. Where Simp has definitely not had the best hardpoint stretch, he has been a hero for them in some search and destroys. Let's see if he'll do it here. If Capsule will get the last laugh.
Yeah, I mean, opening dual win percentage.
That's pretty
Both
good.
of those are insane, but 83%.
That's absurd.
Guys averaging a kill around. He is everywhere. But yeah, we'll see if he can do it against this team.
The average damage too. I mean, he's putting in work. Incredible stuff from Capsule. See if they can continue that together. Because yeah, a lot of times when teams come in, I mean, we've touched on it. It's usually when you bring in some new players, typically like Hardpoint that clicks first. You look all right.
Just late in the year.
Not usually like Search where you seem to click right away, but that's sort of what it's looked like for this team. Some good search and destroy addings. They'll chat through it here and see what they can bring within this best of 5. Try to get the upset.
And I mean, when Stip and Kremp, like this Cloud9 team, when they looked at their best, like almost into the top 4, was at stage 2. And the thing that turned around for them was search and control. It's just, we don't know where it went last stage.
No.
It was very odd. Just normally once a team just felt like they figured the game out.
It did. And then it was like, oh no, I guess they didn't. I guess they were just good for 3 weeks. Yeah. No, it was really, really odd. It was like contender to pretender so fast. It felt like with this squad. Obviously looking a little different now, but they'll get fired up and ready for this map too. See if they can catch this FaZe team. Obviously some sensational search players on it. 3-0 so far in this qualifier 4.
Yeah, don't forget, I mean, FaZe beat Vancouver. They beat Thieves. They're right, their 2 toughest opponents.
Yeah.
They're rivals right now. So they're happy with the start of stage 4, but again, it's been on the back of, well, they're undefeated in search, they're undefeated in control, 5-0.
Still like, yeah, I don't know. I'm still worried about him. I don't know if I agree with Chris when Chris said this is the worst we've seen them over the past 6 years, but I mean, the beginning of this year is
Well, I think he means like in terms of
maybe.
like point standings, maybe. Like, yeah.
Oh, this is probably the toughest battle.
Yeah,
I have.
that's what he means.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
With how good Thieves are right now. Yeah. This might be their first chance.
I don't remember like the Vanguard year. Like, I know they were number 1, but I don't remember how close it was because
With
they were like,
Thieves, like, last
second,
2
and everybody
wins.
else just kind of stunk.
Yeah, no,
Till
I mean,
Thieves.
they had second at every darn event. But yeah, it's still an insane stat. Just number 1 in CDL points, basically, always. We'll see. It'll likely come down to them and Thieves late in this one. Opening round, though, on Red Carb as Draws tries to push up and combo an 8 into the top window. Not going to connect, but they are taking space. And Spartan's going to have to deal with this deep. And he might be in trouble. We'll see if they can isolate him quickly.
Yeah, it needs help from Capsule. It needs Capsule to get there. Just going to be a little bit too late. And Simp gets a double. We just brought up that graphic, how good he has been. Plus, he's got the bomb. BZ does get picked on the other side of the map. Celium trying to hunt down Kremp.
Yeah, Capsule is there a second too late to the point Simp's gun up. Hoping he's able to trade out at least 1. But now, you saw their conversion percentage behind First Bloods, how good they have been. Hold up now. Simp might have to get the ace. Spots him, toying with him, back to full HP. Now I'm challenged. Give it to him. An ace for Simp out of the opening round. And yeah, the hard point, as I said, hard point maybe not been great for him, but the search, it has been there.
Yeah, another added to his ace tally on the air. I feel like a lot of them jump on this red guard. But doing it all, nice little sidewalk push there. Catches Cloud9 off guard. Hoping Spart buys enough time to get his teammates there, but Simp was ready for that gunfight.
Yeah, I don't know who's had the most aces on the year, but I feel like he's had a bunch. Well, I mean, he had the 1v4, obviously. We've only had a couple of those, but he definitely at least 1 more I can think of off the top of my head here. Not really the most important stat, but now I'm kind of curious like who leads the way in the ace category. But it's an ace for Simp to start. And what's Cloud9's look going to be like? And you'll see number 7 Simp playing D. That's because he's got a car out. Yeah, so we'll show that for a second.
I take the long route B side though, so BZ has to be careful. I'm not sure what timing he got, but due to the car, you can cheat sell over into B.
Draws is going to. Oh, they're either all going to wrap back to him or Draws is going to find.
Well, he might just get awful timing here. They might just go A.
Yeah, I don't know how it's going to work out for Draws.
Looks like Cell is going to wrap back and watch middle of the map. There's a lot going on right now.
I think Draws is probably a comment. I'm imagining to
Yeah,
Simp.
I think Simp saw him. Yeah, Simp saw him.
I got insane timing. Simp gets the spot. They're going to have no idea Draws here. Draws has got to get at least 1 for free. All right, so there's his freebie. And there is a second. So that'll dissect the round.
Well, Kremp's on the other side, though. Sim has to wait for Kremp. He's got to just play his life. Because you have a free flank coming on in. So it's flanked on one side, flanked on the other, into a 2 versus 2.
20 seconds to go. 1 versus 1 now. Abizi. Kremp. Hello. Oh, that got a little bit scary. We're whirlwinding a little, but Abizi reels it back in, clutches up in the 1 versus 1.
Well, for both players, right? That's the range. No aim assist, so it gets ugly. Well, Kremp tries to hit the slide, and yeah. I think that's an AR in his hand. If he has his sub out, he might win it.
He might, yeah. Abizi lost him for a second. We'll see it one more time. But yeah, you weren't wrong. I thought when Straza got the 2, that'd seal up. As you said, Kremp also had the flank on the other side of it. That was an interesting round playing out on the minimap. Yeah, that was a weird one. Okay. They relied on a simp ace last time on offense. A little different look this time. We were going right at B quickly, and they call it because the only person nearby is going to be Sib, and well, he's not going to be able to do much.
Yeah, he's not even inside, right? So you're just playing retake here if you're Cloud9.
It's better that than him getting caught, right? Now you can at least play the 4-on-4 retake. Will bomb get down clean? It will. So plan in. Now FaZe try to hold. New York try to break. It's another first blood for FaZe. I feel like they've been getting the first 1 or 2. More often than not, they'll continue it there. Sim continues to dance around the bar. Abizi's able to get it. Sim, I don't know if Sim got any of those. I think he was involved in basically every gunfight, but I'm not sure he actually walked away with any. But I don't think FaZe lose a player. They lock it down post.
A little too easy, right? On the B side, maybe you're just calling something, switching it up, trying to catch them on some A aggression middle stairs. That just leaves Sim middle. He's got to watch middle and B, right? So you're picking your poison. All right, if they go B, we just play 4-on-4 retake. The problem is you just got destroyed.
And that's just when you're really hoping they go A. Maybe. It is. It is. Like, because you're playing retake. They retook nothing. There was not even much of an attempt. That came in. But sometimes you're gonna make calls like that. Like, I gotta feel it. They're going A. Take a chance. Yeah.
Rely on like sort of capsule through the middle of the map. That was sort of the big thing. If you have no pressure on the pinch there, can you tough?
You talked about the pressure on Cloud9 for this series. Some pressure on these opening few maps because you gotta think the control going the way of FaZe. Finally, though, their first blood for Kremp. We know how good he can be in that position as an entry. Had some brilliant moments last year with Thieves. And while he continues to open them up, takes out 2. Last player up is going to be Cell now, 1 versus 3. Cell just comes hammering through the door and he will fall. So Cloud9 finally on the board.
Yeah, I mean, both teams able to find just openings B side with that first blood onto the tiny terrace. And yeah, Kremp does it all. We saw kind of Cap's POV where he just kind of walks on up, wanders on in, sees nothing. Draj tries to make a play for FaZe on the flank, but they're just in a 2 versus 4 at that point.
So nice answer there from Cloud9. Now, what kind of gamble do they take defensively this time around? We saw kind of letting FaZe waltz into B for free last time around. FaZe, like to take it to either bomb site. Obviously, a different split already out of Cloud9. Well, I thought for a second it was a 2-2, but I lied. Sib a little bit different, is playing from inside of B at least for now.
Yeah, Kremp's gonna go up top though, so yeah, it's kind of like it's a 2-1-1.
Yeah. All right, we're talking like it's soccer so.
But I mean, the good thing with Kremp's position, he can just fly out the window, help out. But this is on Cap. He's just kind of lurching sidewalk, prone there, cannot see him.
Nice help there from Abizi. I thought Capsule maybe gonna pounce.
Yeah, he was thinking about it, but that's what he's worried about is that timing. He did not want to. Wanted a little bit more, and now it's going to turn into, I think, a FaZe round win behind the knife.
Draws the butcher. Sib, last up. Hey, that's what we're Capsule. I mean, his team is like, help me. Like, pop and help me. He's like, trust me, brother. And then he finally does hop and just gets caught.
You just have to lurch a little bit more.
Yeah. It's got to be weird to be in that role sometimes. Like, you feel like you're being selfish, but
that's that spot. It's a gamble.
Yeah, I mean, yes, it is. You're either going to catch him or you kind of have to bait your teammate a little bit and just hope you can turn it into 2. Sim 6-2 start after the ace in round 1. They'll close it out here on the Sib, but things fell apart early. We'll take a look at Dross's 2 within this round. Check it out one more time. The knife hits. Nice reaction there from Dross. as the boys laugh it up and they go up 4-1. Or it's them think about their hardpoint gameplay. I'm sorry. I can't help but take shots because it just pisses me off. It always will, I swear. It makes no sense to me. Ugh. Sib, not scared to take a fight, and he'll be pushing up really. Yeah, he was real convinced there was nobody there, I guess.
I mean, maybe they saw the push A side. Maybe they're just thinking they gave this up. We're into the 2 versus 2.
That just looks so funny from Sib's POV. He's like, do-da-do-da-do-da. Oh, there's a guy there.
Well, they're going to push out Celium. He's been so good here from this spot at times. And all he has to do is find one. And now he's playing his life. But there is the info for Abizi. He just can't get one.
Yeah. Cell's got to die there. And I know it's Cell, but he's just got to die there.
It's the right call to push out a side here. Like, it is the right call.
He just hits the long slide and just fries him, bro.
Yeah, pops it right behind that trophy.
I think he had like 3 health left, so that is a tough gunfight loss, but that's just a gunfight you got to win if you're going to put him away, or put the team away. 5-1 now. Abizi went from Yanin to Cheesin, now waking up in the series. And as good as Cloud9 looked early in search for this roster change, kind of getting beat up a bit here.
A different beast.
Okay, yeah. FaZe historically pretty good at search.
They're all right.
Death, taxes, and FaZe are pretty good at search. That'll be another first blood. Simp tax another one on. It could end here. That opening duel percentage looking good. Their conversion percentage has been great. They try to seal it. More info there for Simp as he's guys on one on the cross. Still lurking on the offside. Will be number 3 in Civ. We'll see when he's going to get involved, but it's not going to be for a while, I don't think.
Oh, they just force a rotate back, but this could be down to Civ. They have to be worried about him. Well, Civ's going to hear all that glass start to break. He's able to find one. He gets a second as well, so he's going to turn this into a round.
That's insane from Civ. I went from saying he might not be involved, which, to be fair, if they went to B, he wouldn't have been. But the fact that it comes down to him and he walks away with 2. Listen, he's done his job. Now can the other boys clutch up? They're going to have to win many rounds in a row if they're going to win this.
Yeah, well, Crump and Spark guessed wrong. They think they wrap back towards A.
Yeah, this timing, though, they haven't got in for the plant yet. This might come quickly. Cloud9 might be able to get any catch someone. They still haven't started the plant. Okay, plant started.
A trophy down.
Do they catch anyone while he's on it?
Well, they wanted a nade, but you have the trophy.
Yeah. Nice little stun then to take a breath. We'll wrap this around. And one goes flying across. Elliott gets tags into both. Just clearing everything. As he jumped across, he's got more to worry about. Taking a different angle. It's going to be Simp with the reflank. He's refranked through, and I don't think he'll be ready for that at all. You can't get out. Beautiful little 2v2 gameplay there from Simp and Cell. Starts behind a Simp ace. They dominate the first blood game. Honestly, they outclass them in pretty much every regard.
Even that 2v2, bit of a risk there. You're hoping Cell plays his life. I mean, that's his strength. But like Bomb's playing a backside. If Simp's in a 2 versus 1, timing's off, ticket booth, he's in trouble, but you trust MC to do that.
Yeah, and it's a big part of why FaZe have been, even when they haven't been playing that well as of late, really it's been the Hardpoint. As much as they've lost these map 1s repeatedly, they have won their search pick very consistently. They've come back and tied the series up at 1-1. They don't blink. They've been smashing a Hardpoint, then they win the Hardpoint, the search 6-0, 6-1.
Yeah, I mean, this is been their goal, their focus. Keep up with this game mode. It's working.
They talked about it all year. Search. I think they know Hardpoint needs some work. Maybe the comms need a little bit of work, but they're search and destroy focused, and you get it there. So a massive map 1 victory for Cloud9 sets the pace early. Any momentum they got silenced, though, with the round 1 ace, basically. Now you think about Hostia to control. Obviously, you have to favor the FaZe side. That's
stable, bro.
Good
luck.
Yeah, no, best of luck to Cloud9. I think win that, though, we got ourselves a series. Desk, what are your thoughts on the first 2?
Search and Destroy was way faster than Hardpoint. Let's take a look at that one first, because Rosalie, Simp set the tone. You saw that in the early round, and they never gave any space to Cloud9.
No, there was just no hope from the side of Cloud9 in the Search and Destroy. I mean, you're going up against Atlanta on one of their strongest S&D maps, and what's crazy about this right now for Atlanta FaZe is their Search and Destroy pool is so strong right now. They now have wins on Dealership, Protocol, Rewind, all in this fashion. We're talking 6-1, 6-2, 6-3s. So Atlanta FaZe has clearly polished this game mode in just the right time.
What is it about this map in particular that plays to Atlanta's strengths?
Well, there's a couple of things, right? It's like if you try to go B, you got to deal with a BZ. And dealing with a BZ is not easy, Chris. Like, so it kind of eliminates one bomb site when you're on the offensive side of things. And then when you try to go A, it's tough because you got Draza playing over there by the soccer stand. He just finds kills left and right, repositions, right? And then MC's playing middle, just putting shots down. You saw Cloud9 tried to get pushed up mid. MC's putting down bullets. Draza ends up taking space, and the round's over. So it just plays to their skill set very well.
Absolutely. And to that point, I think they read the situationals really well in this map as well. Like, there's multiple times you see Simp and BZ get pushed up mid-stairs and just get behind players for free, hit a flank for free. It's because they understand the timings of this map, and they clearly put the reps in. 9-4, now 10-4 on this map in game mode. They've been unreal.
We are on pace, though, for a Game 5. If somehow Cloud9 takes Hacienda Control or Rewind Hardpoint, both strong maps for Atlanta FaZe, but I didn't have Cloud9 taking game number 1, so let's take a look at how they did it. We got the final 60 seconds of this game. We jump in, Cloud9 trailing by 8, 212 to 220, just like that. Spartan Sim catch fire.
I really appreciated the way that Cloud9 played this P3 because once they get all these players down, they instantly push out the Lance capsule. He's going to find 2. Then you watch the rest of Cloud9. They're going to keep pushing out for these spawns. Now, unfortunately, they do get broken again, so it's just a little bit back and forth, but it was just enough to give them 20 points to then push into that P4.
In my opinion, this is like the situation that Atlanta FaZe messes up all the time on Skyline and why they're bad at it. Even on the rotation prior to this, when we get to this hill, they gave up 20 points to try to secure that P4, and they just don't do a good job of winning that rotation. Both times put themselves in a bad spot. So if they can figure out the transition P3 into P4 and not give up so much scrap time, they would be winning a lot of their Skylines. By far and away, the worst part of this map for them.
Pretty solid finish here from Crep. You want to highlight? I'll give you one. How about a triple dose of damage? Crep seals the deal. Cloud9 takes game 1, and then Sim hits him with an ace, ties things back up, and now we're here at halftime. Pretty fun first half.
I thought I said we're going game 5. I said it was 1, 2, and 5 was the route to victory for C9. Unfortunately, that search and destroy, they got clapped. They're in a terrible spot now, right? Because Hacienda Control looking like an L. And then the rewind we saw from Celium, unbelievable.
They need these points if they want to make it to champs, but we do know they're guaranteed to be at DreamHack. Cloud9 just 3 weeks away from heading down south, and you can join us there. Do you want to see them with some fantastic seats? Well, you're going to want to upgrade to VIP. DreamHack.com/Dallas/CDL. I was told you get a DreamHack pass, you get into everything. But if you want a guaranteed good seat, get yourself a CDL pass.
Did you also see, listen, I'm so excited for COD, but also GeoGuessr is there.
GeoGuessr?
Cannot wait. I'm going to be locked watching that.
I know exactly what Perth, Australia looks like to our casters. Maven, have you been
plays a lot.
Have you been down under?
I have not. I don't want to be out playing a lot.
I'm actually Masters rank in GeoGuessr. I'm dead.
No, he plays a lot. You're good at it.
I'm dead serious.
Are you actually Masters rank? I don't even know what that means.
Yeah, no. I mean, if you show me a telephone pole, there's a good chance I can tell you where it is. I'm
That's
dead
impressive.
serious.
Yeah, no, I know you played a ton for like past 4 years.
I'm a bit of a sick, yeah.
I've never played it. I feel like I'd be good at it if I put time into it. I feel
it's like this. Like if there's a cross in the back of a sign, you're in Colombia.
Oh, I like that. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Oh, you're a smart guy. I like that. I mean, we have a lot of players in our league that couldn't tell you where Colombia is on the map. So.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Yeah.
A good amount of them, actually, which is what's terrifying. All right. Well, wait, dude, what was the one? I just saw a video where it was like Scump was doing it. They'd started with like a first grade question, a second grade question, a third grade. What was the one that sent me, bro?
I don't know.
Oh, God, I can't remember. It was good, though. He actually did pretty well, but there was one he answered that was so... Oh, it was, what is the fastest animal in the world? And he said emu, without hesitation. No hesi emu. And I was like, what?
Okay.
Like, who doesn't default to cheetah instantly?
Cheetah? Yeah.
Like, I don't even know if that's correct, but yeah, I think it is. But, like, who doesn't default to that right away? He said emu. Like, no hesi. Not like he thought about it, just emu. I was like, what, man?
Imagine
They got giant eggs. I know they got huge eggs.
Imagine a giant emu running at you, though, at cheetah speed.
No.
Just running
God, that'd be like
over.
Scrap just sprinting at you, bro. Holy hell. That'd be terrifying. This is your Monster Energy matchup. Atlanta FaZe. I'm sorry, Scrap.
That was insane.
Can someone just put his head on email real quick? We now focus to the map 3. And as you said, this is a staple. I can't stop picturing it. Holy hell. I got locked back in. Woo! A staple for Atlanta FaZe.
Yeah, I mean, 10-3 on the year. Really just control. Do you want to play them on Hasi or Proto? That's kind of, they don't play ball. So, I mean, this has been the strategy since stage 1. Hacienda is coming to play, and they're like, yep, we're going to be good at this. We hate Vault.
They sure do. for Hardpoint. I mean, I think they hated it for Search too, but they're really good at it. But no, any of the respawns, not a fan. Okay, well, Cell literally stopped shooting, and Crimp pops a triple there. Brilliant from Crimp. Cell, I think, just thought he finished the kill. I'm not really sure. But the break does not work out well for FaZe. It is all Cloud9. Now this is a time where you sometimes get a little too aggressive on the defensive end. You get caught and things flip on their head. Does the aggression work out for Cloud9 as they try to take space? Sib's still up and battling, and they're trying to continue to apply pressure.
Yeah, this is where normally FaZe are so good at, right? Just getting out of this trap. 45 seconds though off the clock, and really you don't have much room. So great trades there. Kremp having a map or a start so far.
No, you know I've touched on. Like, I think one of the best skill sets or best things you could say for a control team sometimes is dealing with the bad break off. Like, you have a bad break off on offense or defense and bouncing back from it. Like,
yeah, and just realize the importance of, like, maybe even just your single individual life. If you're pushed up into position, the time you can buy your teammates, and one of the best at it is this man, Abizi, as he runs into a pre-aim.
He sure does, and now this is going to be the retake call for Cloud9. Draws in Simp, the two trying to hold. Simp able to take down two now, one-on-one. Tries to hit the pre-fire, but not going to work out as Capsule will slide under it. Trying to hit it quick with the reinforce. Sometimes they'll hit it with 4 subs. They've got 3, I think, out right now. As Cell pulled one out, and they're trying to change the pace. Desperation pressure. Sometimes the call here. There's the second tick done. And Spark gets 2. It's been multi-kills for Kremp or Spark. I think it's kept them in it. Cell not able to put him on skates, and now with that last spawn in, what do you do here? 15 seconds to go for FaZe last push.
Yeah, you're hoping like Cell can find one. Wow, we didn't see how Spark got his 2-piece, but still time for you to get to the objective. Abizi finds the opening. He wants to help out his teammates, though. Deal with that. Gonna be 3 dead for Cloud9.
Go.
Now he's gonna jump to the point. You're on both objectives. You get all 4. Get just the rebound that FaZe have after going 4 dead.
All right, the rebound potential can be so good. Now you get the extra minute in, and well, you played it pretty much even in live, so you're still in an okay spot there. These would be great kills for Cloud9 right after you cap the point to make sure not any kind of clean movement over towards A. Shutting it down on both times. Well, I thought both sides trying to deal with the rock side spawn they knew was coming in. See if this will come down to lives or come down to the capture. Cell looking for an opening, not able to do it. It's a multi-kill from Spart again.
Yeah, and you've always found that one player pushed on up. This time it was Cell. Normally so good in those positions.
I swear Spart has 6 and 3 or doubles.
In them just being aware of this. I mean, Draw's taking a bit of a long route through B. Almost still able to win it. But finding that one player forward has been huge for C9.
4v7. Sib, good he got away with 1. Did they slow it up enough, though? Cell's not going to check the corner. I love the patient play. They're out of Capsule. Spark, good tracking there, close range with the AR. 1 versus 4. It'll go to time. So far, you're able to do on the defense, but I think when new teams, it's not usually a question of defense and control, it's offense.
Yeah, but I mean, just good heads-up plays, sort of what FaZe like to do. Finding that one player, maybe taking a route multiple times, fences, Capsule, we saw from his point of view. Just sort of waiting, platform, just staying patient, not overextending, catching that player. Abizi with the best play to get them onto the B point. But it doesn't matter. 3 ticks, and yeah, you take that if you're C9.
And control, I think, sometimes can be the biggest indicator of like where a team's at. It tests everything, bro. Like, the communication has got to be on point. You get super punished for like pace of play being off or someone ego challenging. Cloud9 do a really good job there in the defense, but now this is the tough part. I know offense has improved on some maps as the year has gone on, but more for a new team. It can be so hard not to get caught in the blender. And if they do get pinned in, if they lose the break, how do they respond?
I mean, you have all 4 right here, really, for both teams. So you're just trading on out right now. And, well, you're going to win it out. But the problem is that took so long. There's already 30 seconds off the clock.
That was a skirmish and a half off the break.
But this allows you to play for the spawn kill. Sib just locked it down offense. You have a player on the point. Well, you had a player. Actually, Capsule's going to go. He's going to go. So you're just playing around the kills right now if you are C9.
Yeah, I think so often you keep a body on the point during that. He's like, I'll push forward and try to get the cutoffs. The next person up, getting to the point, which will be Kremp. But Capsule doesn't really come away with anything. Not able to delay it too much.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to hurt them.
No. See, they're fine. They're fine.
But yeah, just normally you see that player just on the point. It doesn't matter. His teammates off spawn, able to get back into position. Already 2 takes down at B.
He's thinking, let me play from that block heady and just
Yeah, I mean, it should be so annoying to deal with.
Yeah, not even let them like get into garage and finesse. A retake alive and well there for FaZe, so they'll clear them off it.
That was a little too easy.
Yeah, no, that happened pretty quickly.
I thought B was done.
No, so did I, so did I. I wasn't sure if FaZe were going to go at it again. They do. I think Cell was on like 4 straight and then dropped. Okay, so now this is when you're probably in your toughest position.
Yeah,
for
pressure on.
Cloud9. 30 seconds left. How do you get out of this? Capsule the one kind of out, but Sim's got the read on that. Well, he can read, but doesn't mean he's going to finish the book. He gets shut down as Capsule gets the kill. Spart turns into one as well. Now you'll stop it with 12.6.
Yeah, you're going to keep draws over there just in case, you know, they like to rotate through B. B has 2 ticks. You would love to work that objective if you could. Well, Trump's going to sneak on through, and that's going to be the play call. So really, you're doing both right now. But is that not what you want to do? Well, especially you don't want to do that, which is everyone died a simp.
Okay. Well, things fall apart there. I thought they were going to have advantage. Might not be the case, though. We'll see. Can they get to it? 3 ticks to 3 ticks. Time's a dwindling. Last effort to go. Draws this time. The multi-kill warrior to close it out. So neither team able to find success on offense. We're all square in the ticks department.
Yeah, like we see that often, right? Where you sort of put multiple bodies on A, and then if someone gets to B, you start to bump on over, right? You just bump on over through connector because you want to get the B point done, get the minute extension, but they stay because this guy just jumps out the window and kills you all.
Yeah. That is tough. He is tiny, but he's got incredible vertical. Gets in, makes the play.
I've seen him dunk before.
Imagine. That'd be insane. He'd have to, dude, that'd be wild. He'd be jumping over 2 Abeezys.
Yeah, after this, he's going to join the Harlem Globetrotters.
that'd be incredible. And Draws having a solid map thus far, 16-9 leading the lobby. He carries a 5 spree into this on offense. He'll be the one guy playing outer fences. Well, tosses a trophy, still catches a stun. Sip right out the window to maybe try and help him.
Yeah, he's close to the Hellstorm, but he's going to get flanked, actually. Capsule takes the route, able to cut him down. So no streak for Draza, but Simp is here, just pausing the clock, winning the gunfights. Now going to have the help from up top. That's when MC activates, but he does get caught. So Cloud9 are dealing with everybody else but Simp and Abeezy right now.
Nice win there from Spart. I thought Simp's one-on-one was really maybe enough to get a bit of progress here. Simp winning another one. Draws just trying to stay down, but Kremp able to take out both. It was the multi-kills, I think, in the round 1 defense that really stood out for Cloud9. Get a big advantage here because they were up 5 lives for a moment. Haven't really been able to pin FaZe in for too long, but another chance to maybe do it. Making a play well side, that'll be Simp. We'll hop to his POV. Great win from him. I would say get in and get out.
That's great timing there. Draza was almost ready for it, but Kremp now playing his life. Nobody really overextending. Problem is, though, Kremp doesn't have help, and Sib dies. That means well is open, so you can get on to B, and that it just can't happen.
That's sometimes a problem when you get a bit aggressive on the defensive end. They get dropped, and now the progress gets rolling. First tick in. A retake push now for Cloud9. Sip trying to get back involved. Some tags in for Capsule, but Cell off spawn able to deal with him. Second bit of progress is in, looking for the expansion. Cell still continuing to dominate their top hall. I thought Spart was dead to right, so he'll finally get traded out, but it wins that first one on Simp. And now you get the extension. Can he get some progress today, though? That's going to be the big thing.
Yeah, it's just so tough for C9 because you had everything that you wanted, but you're just so split, right? And then you're hoping Sib finds a little bit more once Kremp dies, if they're going to transition out of that, but instead he gets caught. All headshots for Abeezy makes that look like a sick joke.
That was insane because he got hit with like the first 2 bullets there, I swear.
Yeah, it's just a little flinch to the head.
That absolutely was straight headies. Let's see what kind of progress you'll get here as they try to set the pace when it comes to the ticks. Abeezy dies, so nobody on it for now. Draws is thinking, let me finish this tick, and he's able to do that. Finish the tick, and then just keep moving. That's fine. Don't have to worry about any more progress. At least finish that so it doesn't get cleared. And now you're back to the building blocks. Not the easiest shots at range, but Draws will ultimately finish it. Nothing left to actually fight with, but able to reload and get back up.
Yeah, well, he's the one player you want maybe to play a little bit slower. He's just by his lonesome. Again, that one player push on up, C9 have dealt with. The rest of FaZe, though, 10 versus 8, 40 seconds to go. Just trying to find anything.
A little time to work with, but not a ton.
Watch Kremp. Kremp's going all the way through well side.
If they get both these, okay, that might be the time to go.
now.
That's going to be 3 dead. Crimp, what can he find? Nobody onto the point yet. They want the kill. The fact that Crimp gets 2 there may win the round for them. That might be everything to win the round. He doesn't get 2. This might be done.
Well, we talked about the multi-kills in round 1. There's another example of it on defense. For them, though, round not over. 10 seconds, 5 versus 4. Simply able to find a pick.
Up easy. He gets his as well.
Have to play the objective, though.
Bait it out. 3 versus 3. A massive win there from Cell. Maybe switch to the pistol. Capsule had to. 2 versus 2 now. On to the point. Second tick. Ready and looming. Crimp, Spart, Abizi, Simp. To battle we go with 2.6 on. They've got to collapse on the point now. It's getting close to finishing. Here comes a slide out and swing. Simp going to be down to a 1 versus 2. He's not going to be able to take it. Cloud9 clutch up. You were tied, what, 3-3 in ticks, so now 8-3 advantage for FaZe.
But I'll tell you what, I mean, this is a good showing for C9 because FaZe is a team, they win a lot of offenses on this map.
No, 100%, 100%.
Normally when they get offense, like plat control, they start to punish teams. You're just not seeing that.
No.
So good sign early here for C9.
And granted, it has been a couple like multi-kills. Like if Crimp doesn't, for instance, if Crimp doesn't get 2 there, that round might be done. Like there have been some incredible individual moments. Can you always have those? I don't know, but they continue to have these multi-kills on defense. Or if that person's traded out more effectively, it's probably a whole lot more success for FaZe. But the fact is, you still, even for FaZe, you get 5 ticks though. Like you're a heavy favorite now for a round 5 defense. Unless Cloud9 is coming to win this round. If they get 5 though,
yeah, like any other map, I'd be like, yeah, that's cool. But Hacienda, very winnable on attack.
100%, 100%. But this has been obviously pretty defensive sided so far, at least with this particular matchup. So I'm taking defense all day. Nice opening though in the offense. You already have a nice 4-life advantage. Progress happening on both points. Office control to Crimp. You're trying to call game here.
Yeah, so they bump on over. Get ready for this B-side attack. Is FaZe, they're going to try to retake this, and well, retake it they do.
And that retake is real clean. That life advantage goes away. You only losing 1 player in the process, and now you start to layer the map a little bit, get to that 50-yard line, and try to lock in Cloud9. Draza knows he's getting double swung on, so he calls for some help as Simpson comes in to help him. You deal with it there. Abizi, oh, he's taking captives. You smell wonderful. You smell so good. Don't worry about me. I've just got you by your cheeks.
Is that his voice?
Yeah, that's exactly what he sounds like. Abizi finally going to drop, but he's not scared to grab you. Oh, that'd been a nasty second one there from Cell.
Well, let's
that was live comms from Abizi. It wasn't.
Yeah, I heard it. Looked real good off the break. Still a chance here, though. For a moment to get onto that B point, they're going to decap the rest of that Pryes over towards B. Just 1 player is on through, and it is Crimp.
No, it did look really good for a bit.
Yeah.
And the next thing you know, Abizi's grabbing you from behind your base. Things kind of switched real quick.
Well, it depends who you are. You might like it.
That's true. That is true. I didn't see who he grabbed. I don't even remember.
It was Capsule.
Oh, maybe. I'll have to ask him. Will Sibs double give you a chance to at least pause this? Problem is going to be the lives, though. This round's not looking that winnable for Cloud9, but thinking, could you get a time extension, maybe bring it back in the ticks department? Not looking that way. That gunfight will end it. So FaZe tied up 2-2. They'll have the advantage going into the defense. Just got to do that again. If you're Cloud9, you're kind of thinking the same thing. Let's do that again. Let's do that break again. Just maybe capitalize a little bit better.
That's just it. I mean, you have the B setup. You have office control. It just felt like there were some comms that were off.
Yes,
because Crimp was so worried about back block in Shed side. He ends up getting caught through plat. It's just like they had to slow down there.
I assume that's happened. There's been like 2 or 3 times where FaZe have retook like really easily. Like,
yeah, just sort of set up, again, new team.
Yeah,
how you want to set up these points.
That's what I'm thinking it's probably chalked up to.
And like rarely in a pro game do you get like clean 4 dead.
Not really. Especially
it's
on, like, a
like sometimes that's the hardest part. It's like, what do we actually want to do here?
Yeah. I'm sure it's just one domino. Heads start turning and things fall apart. All right. Well, no one has won an offensive round, but Cloud9 have got to win an offensive round win to get the map. This is probably where they were the biggest underdog in the control. A win here would be incredible for their chances in this series. Hoping for a great break. Not looking like that's going to be the case unless Capsule does something insane. Not nearly able to pre-fire that and get the gunfight win, but won't happen. So on the back foot early will be Cloud9.
The problem is now you're spawning broadside, right? So you're not really near an objective. FaZe have angles on the A point. They're locked in down lobby. They know where this push is coming from, so everybody going to turn. Sim just playing his life.
It's not always the worst thing spawning there. It can be like an easy, like the fences route can be so hard. Like that push is so difficult and all, but yeah, when you're all like 4 dead at the same time like that, kind of it all grouped up and everyone can lock it in, it can definitely be tough to get out. But they'll get onto B, they'll get a little progress. See how much more they get. Hold up now.
They're so weak though. That's why FaZe are flying in. And this is where FaZe are so good. They know there's only 2 players alive. The last player in Cell can just try to play his life. But again, it's been multi-kills throughout this game that have been team for C9, and there is another one.
Hold on now. Yeah, Crip has been
only
dishing
player out to BZ.
FaZe able to trade that out, but this is going to be an interesting round 5. 90 seconds to work with. Lives basically even. Crimp continuing to hunt. 2 are going to be dead. Crimp wins another one. 4 straight for him. Continues to just pick apart.
That's all
Atlanta FaZe all going to be dead. Nobody on A yet though. They're just thinking we're getting the kills. Let's push this out as much as we can. You love to get some capitalization done. Though on the actual objective, finally going to get 1 body on it, but they're going to continue to hunt. 6 straight now. Finally, that streak comes to an end.
Yeah, just still playing around the objective. Is C9. Capsule on the point. Pistol out. Good luck peeking this. Number 6 in the BC is going on a long route, though. He's all the way through Secret. He may be the one player to make the play. He's able to find 1. Celium gets in. All 4 dead. 11 versus 9.
Oh, and that's like you said, playing around the objective. They landed 1 person in for a long time.
It looked like 2. Yeah,
no, they did. They did towards the end of it, but like they were really playing around the kills for quite a while there. And I don't know if that's going to cost them. I thought they were going to stack a little more heavily. I love that. They come out diving.
Look like James Bond. I mean, that's 2 dead, and now you're...
Hold up. This is done. This is done. 3 dead, no offense into round 5 Magic. Never seen that before. Yeah, we have. And that's an upset of a map. As Cloud9 take it. And now with the woes of the Hardpoint for FaZe, you got a big chance to take this one 3-1. Otherwise, maybe we go to a dealership to close it out on the night, but listen, that's an impressive round 5 offensive win. Like that is, I think it's just that stretch from Crimp, dude. When he has kind of offense and plat control and goes on 5-6 straight, like
100%.
Yeah, that is like the biggest position on the map.
Even the retake, right? I mean, the retake down the B point, it's like a 2 versus 3. You're all just so weak, and somehow Crimp gets the 2 piece to secure that.
Yeah.
I mean, FaZe are hoping to get them off that and then just again play around the map, play around the timing. But it doesn't happen. And I mean, we were kind of talking about it. Throughout that map, C9, like, they just felt like they had a really good understanding. Like, FaZe, I feel like they don't get blanked on offense often.
No, not often. No, the defense looked good. I didn't think the offense looked that great, but then you have a round 5 like that.
Chance, was it like round 3, maybe?
Well, the second round they had was when they had the nice break, but then didn't really lead to anything. Round 1, they got what, like 2? I think they got 2 ticks at B and 1 at A or something like that. There were some moments. Certainly, but nothing like you got here in the final round. And I thought when they had like the 3-4 dead and like Crimp was still dominating from offense and they only put like 1 body on it for a while, I was worried that was going to end up costing them. But it doesn't. They play around the lives a little bit, kind of get FaZe a taster. That's the same thing FaZe would do, right? Just throw a body on it, let's get hunting. Abisi taking a victim there. Whispering sweet nothings in his ears. Capsule, nothing he can do in that spot. But the last laugh is going to go to Cloud9 New York. A massive win as, again, they are, 40 points out, fighting to bring this close. After the Optic loss today, they got a chance to get a little bit closer.
Yeah, here it is.
Yeah, this little snap here. Yeah, draws. I know the movement in this game can be insane, but just missing.
And then it was just a BZ who was out, and they just had to find him, right? He got a couple engagements earlier, so it's just pick your poison, which corner he's in. And that's what they did so good at. Even on their defenses, when someone would take that route, finding that one FaZe player, Capsule, great little dive there. The Omni movement on point. Map win on point. Cloud9 up 2-1.
So well done. And yeah, I mean, FaZe got caught kind of a couple ways at Cloud9 where like they get pretty aggressive top halls there when it's like a BC and Cell that ends up dropping. They play that a little bit more passively, maybe able to deal with it, or just a really good job from Cloud9 getting out of it. We go to Rewind now. This will be the Hardpoint pick for Atlanta FaZe. If they take it, we got a map 5. That'll be the search and destroy pick for Cloud9, where we've seen them look great. But I don't know. Yeah, this is one that definitely, I think, can go the distance. We shall see.
Yeah, I think this is probably FaZe's most comfortable hardpoint map right now. I mean, with losing protocol.
Probably why they're picking it, yeah. Yeah. I mean,
what else do you have?
No, they've definitely, listen, I know other teams have been hit by it, but like the changes in maps have been not great for them.
Skyline Vault, I mean, Hasi, they're 9-8 on the year, like 50-50. They've looked better than that, but I'm thinking most teams are probably going to veto Hasi versus
Oh, dude, it's Draws' birthday, too.
It's his birthday. Well, happy birthday, Draws.
It's a Monster Energy matchup. It's Draws' birthday. He might need to focus on the match, but he's focused on going out and partying. But he is 24, the demon age.
I don't think he's probably going to play COD.
No, he probably is. He's a freak. Guy just came from Alaska, ready to grind. The Alaskan assassin, 24 years old. I mean, he's, listen, he brought something fresh to this league. He has been a character. You love him or you hate him. It's been good. You know, I love players doing a yap, and I don't know. He did something right. Probably if everyone's chanting at you every time you're playing.
Yeah, he yaps.
Maybe they'll give him a happy birthday instead of an FU chant. Probably not.
Well, yeah, no, just talking there, Hardpoint, I was saying, what was the other map that wasn't shown? But red card, right? Now red card throughout the year. Like,
I hear you, bro. I so you and I have had this conversation about 100 times. Doesn't matter.
Well, I was just more so. Usually they have one.
Doesn't matter what title it is, what year.
Usually they have one they can rely on.
Oh,
it's probably this one.
I would have loved to see these guys in jetpacks, though. Sheesh. They might have been insane. Or maybe not. Who knows? I'll look at the map set. 2-1 advantage Cloud9. They're looking to go 2-1 in the qualifier. FaZe have kind of beat their demons so far with the win over Thieves, the win over the Vancouver Surge. So they're sitting at 2-0, sitting pretty, but in a hole within this series. Brought to you by Monster Energy. This matchup continues to go deeper, maybe to a map 5. We'll see. FaZe come out and take the hard point. So far, so good, at least off the break. That is clean.
Yeah, trying to flip the spawns for P2. Not going to happen quite yet. Abizi's going to cut off Genside, Cell on the other one. This is where Cell had an insane map versus LA Thieves last week. See if he can do it again. Oh, he had a great map one, too. They just lost.
Yeah, no. He had a beast one, but yeah, it did not turn into a win. Now, nice battle back in from Cloud9. Deal with Cell. You deal with Sim's corner. And now you've got spawns and the time. Draws it trying to get through and maybe influence those spawns. You still get one safe spawn for P2 and Capsule, and then it should go the way.
Doesn't seem like they know Capsule's there, though. Everyone started to turn right away.
Yeah, they were pushed up pretty. I'm surprised he spawned there, honestly.
Well, I think they're going to be, too. Yeah, Draws is going to die, and now this is messy. Yep. This is that timing we talked about. Well, where did FaZe spawn all the way out?
Yeah, I thought where, like, Abizi was, or Draws, whoever was pushed up street, like, I thought that was going to spawn out Capsule, but
they did, too.
He spawns in safe, and, yeah, no, you see all heads turn, you get caught. Now, all the work you did just kind of disappears.
Might have just been a little, like, he might have spawned up a little early based on the position. We'd have to go back.
Maybe.
Sometimes it makes no sense, but there's also 3 heads in the feed. All headshots there for C9.
Looking good. And control of the point, and control of the scoreboard for now. Crimp, kind of the closer in that round 5 of the control. Trying to be the difference maker here. Spart's team kill. That's going to be, what, 3, and then all 4 dead. They got one last spawn here. Kreb just seeing what he's going to find, but nothing he can really do. So
I think you take this,
you'll take the, what, final 20 seconds to scrap there? Yeah.
I mean, I think you take this if you're C9, though. I mean, you flip the map for the upcoming P3 and P4, but you see what FaZe are doing. They immediately fight through Courtyard. They want to reflip the map. The problem is they're not anywhere near the hill yet. Yeah, so Capsule's just going to play safe.
Oh, yeah, he gets real deep.
Oh, we have double ones. That's what I was confused by. Got it.
I'm glad you called that out. I'm glad you called that out because I had not noticed yet. So this number 1 is Crimp that we're watching. Please, someone at Activision or Treyarch, or I don't even care where, NASA. Please, I'll take NASA help. Is NASA able to do it? Because apparently we don't have the technology to fix the scoreboard, so I'll take NASA. Spart's shooting nukes, though. That's 5 straight for him. He's number 4, I know that.
He's number 4. Well, we talked about spawns. Somehow Draws spawns all the way on the other side of the map. So it happened to Capsule. This time it's going to happen for Draws. There has been so many headshots, by the way, on this map from C9.
You got headies everywhere, and they're plucking them.
Who doesn't love it when you're playing COD?
Yeah, it's true, Joe. Next hardpoint ready to pop. It is an early rotation for FaZe. This time, nobody's spawning in behind. Now, what can they do with it? Sometimes their deaths come at the worst time. Like right at the beginning of this hardpoint, things fall apart. So far, though, you're okay. We'll see where the spawn comes in, though, for the two FaZe players. They are going to pop deep. They are going to pop safe. So the pressure here, though, already for Cloud9. Rip him out of the hardpoint. Just pushing forward, choking him out. Cell's going to spawn out. Abizi's going to spawn out. Cloud9 have done their work already.
Yeah, but Draws and Simp are trying to hold on. Well, with Simp going down, again, just a money hill where you got to be better if you're FaZe.
Nice job there from Krem. Multi-kill again. 5 straight for him. Trying to soak it up in the hardpoint, get a little bit closer. Maybe to that Hellstorm, and that'll help. Gets the kill inside of the point. Swapping guns, winning fights. I don't think he got it, or he was darn close to earning it off that final kill. 30-point advantage to Cloud9 as the battle continues.
Look where you're going to spawn out FaZe. I mean, before this hill pops, so you should have some room. Draza is going to catch one. Well, we've seen FaZe on this map. It feels like this P5. They can be so dangerous here. But Krem, he might run into his own nade. He absolutely will.
Yeah, he sure does. But his teammates get the rest of the kill, so still in a pretty good position here. Trying to take a route for the pinch is Draza. He's going to get picked up. Abizi gets caught before he can really get involved as you go vertical. Cloud9 shut it down. Spawns all over the place right now for Atlanta FaZe. It's a mid-map hard point, and they can get all over it, and picking up everything is Cloud9 looking to run away with this hard point.
Look at where run away with this series.
Yeah, run away with the series, run away with the hard point. I mean, the control, the biggest shock. I wouldn't have been surprised if this went 5 off of, what, 2 hardpoint victories for Cloud9? But man, if you're able to win this with 2 hardpoints plus the control in a 3-1 fashion, that would be an impressive one. FaZe are getting buried right now. It is staggered. Their hardpoint stinks. Cloud9 looking good.
It's a little surprising considering, like, I mean, I know it was a heroic effort for myself, but getting bodied on this map.
I don't know. What did we see him versus, like, Surge? They didn't look that good. I saw, was that Surge they played?
Just beat LA Thieves. I don't know.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I guess it was the Surge victory. They look kind of messy. Thieves, I think a lot of it is like, I just don't know how much stock to put in the Thieves thing. I think they might be having an event hangover, bro. They won and they're vibing. But this from Cloud9 is just continuing to pour it in. Up 100. Yeah, the crazy stretch from Krem. Sparko's on like 7 or 8 in a row. It's not done yet, but I mean, this is a massive lead on a map like Re1.
Yeah, and if there's any chance, if you're facing it back there, you have to find like 50 here at this P2. You'll see the map. Nobody's really pushed on up if you're C9. Krem's trying to work through, or sorry, Caps are trying to work through Burger on the other side of the map. Nice gunfight, wins by Selim. All right, you've done what you needed to do on this transition period here for FaZe.
As you said, you got to turn this into 50. This is where the comeback has got to start. Cell is starting to take over. Negative right now, but on 4 straight. AR is out and hitting for FaZe. Your best push and break opportunity in for Cloud9. Nice little double chow there. Kin draws a trade out, both he does. So great play from Cloud9. A better one from Draws. You win it on the front side of it as well. And so far, so good with 30 seconds remaining. You've held this perfectly. And honestly, as much as this is not good for FaZe, if it's not for that Caps little spawn the first time we were here, they could look a little different. I'd have to go back and watch that one, but that's where it fell apart, right? You had the early setup.
Yeah, they had one though with Draws. They just threw it away at the P4.
True. You give and you take, COD gods. You give and you take. But that is a flawless hold. And you're right back into it. I mean, even with the flawless hold, you still got some work to do. Down 60, Burger popping. FaZe now going to rely on a break.
Yeah, and this is one of those hills where if you're C9, you just want to be on this as much as possible, right? FaZe are going to be so focused on flipping 4P4, retaining map control, and you're just chipping away. Just chip it away if you're C9, because you are so close to 250.
Yeah, take any seconds you can get here. Just don't allow all this time to go to FaZe, and then obviously get flipped out as well. Spart trying to hit the utility trophy there for coverage, or is it? His nade will hit onto 1. Big seconds for Cloud9 for now, but it's just a frenzy here around the point. Selim is 1 with the ground in the car. I don't know how he came away with 2. Cell's still alive.
I don't know either. Now you have splits. So you got to be a little bit careful, but they're actually going to work out. You see where Draws spawns all the way across the map. So C9, they do what they need to do at this P3.
They do. You get a little bit of time if you're FaZe, but now you'll take that if you're Cloud9, considering the margin you are up. Next Hardpoint, ripping and reeling. Headshots clean from Crim. Oh no! Nobody block it in the back. You can see the angle you're taking from Sib. He had already turned. He knew it was coming in, but that might be a blunder from Cloud9.
That hurts.
Because that, I mean, as much as like I think Capsules and Draw's original spawn might have been a little blessed, that one he just had nobody blocking.
Yeah, and I mean, Sib knew it, right? You saw it from the hill. He turns around. He's like, guys, this is wide open. This might happen. And well, now FaZe is going to be the, well, you think a good spot, but you are going to break down through. So
that's huge.
I mean, you just throw that gift away. You didn't like it.
That is huge. Yeah, whatever present they got.
What a computer, give me a pair of socks.
Yeah, or give me a Visa gift card next time. Let me pick my own present. They toss that gift in the dirt. Now Cloud9 closer and closer to victory. One going to spawn on the back again. It'll be Simp. But not really going to matter. No time remaining here. They just have to rotate, so you want them there if you are Cloud9. Early on the road on the other side of it will be Sib. He's already in position, and he's already trying to get picks. Now they're trying to collapse on this with the 4v3 advantage. Spawning out here old is Draws and trying to fight back, so it's on the 3 players from FaZe to try and hold here. Sib continues to find kills on one side, and he sets his team up for another break.
Yeah, I mean, just great long route there from Sib. Sets up the pinch, gives his team that first kill. It's looking like they're going to do it. Sim trying to fight on back, but only 12 seconds needed here for C9.
And I'll tell you what, if your hardpoint's going to be bad, you at least need your control to look good. And FaZe right now, it seems like only have Search and Destroy to rely on, at least at this very moment. This has been a Cloud9 dominated series, 11 points needed for the dub. It is awesome to see this new roster finding some success early. Yeah, you take the loss to Ultra, but if you can start out 2-1, you gain 10 points on Optic today. Optic, it's mixed feelings. You're feeling good about Mercules' play, but now Cloud9 breathing over your shoulder.
I'm probably thinking like, today's FaZe guys, dude. Always annoying us.
Yeah. Even when they're losing, they're pissing us off.
Pissing us off, but doesn't matter. All props to C9. I mean, just such a balanced effort 100%. In the respawns. Great to see with Capsule and Spart on the roster. They are fired up.
Cloud9, that is a massive win, and they'll celebrate that. Beautiful stuff out of Cloud9. Hardpoint looking good. I mean, obviously, it's the control. The fact they won that round 5 in control, I think everything in the series, otherwise you're going map 5, and who knows how that plays out. That probably would have been a hell of a one. A hell of a map 5, but FaZe already up out of their seats. They've got to be frustrated. And yeah, I mean, I'll be honest with you. You know how I am. I know I'm very negative about FaZe, but I didn't take much from their Vancouver win. I didn't take much from Thieves win.
I'd say a little bit from that.
I really didn't. Just because Thieves are 0-2, bro.
Just won the event. I'd say a little bit from that one.
Yeah, but they just, both their series, the Thieves kind of look all right. I didn't look great in their first one either. They lost to Heretics in map 5. Like,
you're just blaming Nate Shot, huh? Talking about the dinner?
Probably, dude. They weren't focused. It was a little,
I'll tell you what, obviously they have like sort of their fundamental problems, but on the other hand, like seeing sort of Simp and Abizi put up the numbers, well, especially Simp put up the numbers that we're seeing from him in Hardpoint, kind of worries me.
No, it does.
You and I know kind of he's the guy who maybe tries to do a little bit too much for the team.
Sometimes, yeah, he's been guilty of that, I think.
And I think you're starting to see that, where this is a glimpse of they really don't know what they want to do in Hardpoint.
Yeah, sometimes I just want to smack him and be like, brother, you're God, just take over. Like, I don't care who else you're trying to help, I just need you to take over. But yeah, no, he's not looking good. He's not. I mean, Search, control fine most of the time, but
that's because they know what they're doing. They don't know what they're doing.
No, they don't. Which I still just don't get. It's one of the most baffling things in the world. FaZe lose. Cloud9, massive win. Final match of the day. Desk, talk to us.
All right, break it down for me, Ant and Rosalie. Yeah. Is Simp trying to do too much, or should he take Maven's advice and just take over?
I mean, I think at times, yeah, maybe. I think that's been a lingering problem that they've had, but we'll talk about FaZe in a bit. Let's talk about Cloud9.
Okay.
They've been insane.
Is Cloud9 the real deal?
Yes, they're the real deal. I mean, you're watching that, like, the first rotation, P4 to P5, was electric. Kremp popping 2 pieces left and right, like rotating, finding the spawns, and just bullying Atlanta FaZe, quite frankly. And, you know, even in the control alley, that last round was unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, I look at this Hardpoint and I figured Rewind would fit the playstyle of this newer Cloud9 team because it's going to be an extremely mixy map. You have many opportunities on side of the SMGs, but I didn't expect them to win it handedly the way they did versus Atlanta FaZe because Atlanta should thrive in this environment. Abizi and Simp should thrive in this environment, but unfortunately they got shut down this time. I don't know if this is them just getting caught off guard because their Hardpoint is so difficult. Because going off of Chris's point, there was a time where Atlanta FaZe, their biggest issue was confidence, right? And maybe that is going to be kind of playing a part here in this situation where once they're down, they're feeling like, all right, well, somebody's got to do everything, and unfortunately that ends up hurting them more than helping.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen times in the past, like Atlanta FaZe, they have like really close hard points, and when they get in tough spots, it can be difficult for them to get out of it. And they were in a lot of tough spots on this one. I mean, in the game break, we talked about the skyline and how P3 to P4, they just couldn't figure it out. And then on here, like they went down a ton of points. You saw Spark went on a pretty big streak. They pull out all those SMGs on generators, and from there, you're giving up a full 60. So yeah, I mean, C9, kudos to them. They played this phenomenal the entire time.
Atlanta feeling the power of the mustache, and he joins us live. Welcome in to the Monster Winner Spotlight. Spart, congratulations on a massive upset tonight.
I appreciate it.
Spart, can we talk here about this matchup against Atlanta? You guys knew you were on the outside of champs. Was this the match that you knew you had to win, or was it a nice to have in your team discussions?
Honestly, we're just trying to win every single match that we've been playing. Like the Toronto series, we feel like we trolled the map 2 against them, which I feel like if we win the map 2, map 5, we're gonna guarantee it. But yeah, we trolled that series. I feel like this series, I feel like we just came out, played hot. Crimp was going off on the Hossie control. So yeah.
Spart, first of all, congratulations. This is a huge win, especially as far as y'all's schedules goes and obviously trying to make champs. I want to ask, you know, it's not easy changing half the roster and coming in, and I want to talk about comms because in that map 4, there were so many times where you guys collapsed onto the hill altogether, but it was chaotic. Rewind can be a very chaotic map. What is Cloud9's comms like in those situations?
Honestly, our comms are kind of like sporadic, but I feel like it's kind of good. Like the intensity is really high, and I feel like we thrive. Like all 4 of us thrive off that. So
in the chaos.
But we did really mess up on like both P4s by not blocking the back, which I don't know how we like salvaged it, but thank God we did. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they messed it up right after as well. It was a crazy hill. I want to ask you, you've had one of the weirdest COD careers in the history of the esport. I mean, you come in, substitute, you win an event, and then you're like the MVP, and then you end up going back down challenges eventually next season, and now you're back.
2 weeks. It was 2 weeks after. Yeah, 2 weeks after the major.
It's wild. Talk to me about that journey, man. Like, how's it been? Now you're finally back up here, frying, beating Atlanta FaZe.
It feels good, honestly. It's been a long time coming for me, I feel like. I'm just happy that like Lamar and everybody on the team like reached out to me and picked me up. Like, I don't know, I'm ready to play.
Ready to play. I was told, I missed that year, but everyone says, oh, it's just the Volk that they won that event. The statisticians that have been blowing up my Twitter feed are saying, nah, he didn't use it in all the game modes. It was Search and Destroys that won them that event. What was the strength of your team when you won that tournament for LAG?
We won 10 S&Ds in a row. On Tuscan Hardpoint, I would pull out the Volk a lot and fry with it. But other than that, I feel like our S&D was just like a lock, and all we had to do was just win 1 respawn every single series, and it was over.
Which, by the way, is insane because, I mean, you subbed in. Like, that is insane. Typically, you sub in, like, you can win a respawn. Hardpoint's pretty fundamental, but God, the S&Ds were crazy.
Spart, we got to keep the show rolling, but congratulations on a massive win tonight. You now narrow the gap behind Optic to just 30 points.
Thank you, guys.
Knocking on the champs' door is Cloud9, and it's plays like this that could get them to champs. Let's take a look at our Scuff play of the game from map number 1, the final 60 seconds. First it was Spart, then it was Sib, then it was Kremp with the final 3K to shut it down.
I think it was just that interview really helps us look at this at new angle because they all are just thriving in this chaos, right? Because there's a moment to breathe for a second where they push out these lanes, but Atlanta actually re-breaks in. Celium's gonna find that first, then we're gonna get the second on this side of Draza, and Celium's gonna find another, and now suddenly all hell breaks loose. Spawns are all over the place, and the fact that they were able to come back from this situation is absurd to me.
Yeah, just applied a little bit of pressure. They ended up getting like the spawn out, so now we have to get a break here. Capsule finds a massive kill to give him this lane here, bottom bedroom, and then you got Crimp up close and personal, everybody converging onto the time. And once you break into time, it forces Atlanta to have to just flood in and trade, right? They only need a couple of seconds. When you got a player like Crimp up close and personal, the guys can pop the piece.
Crimp, Spart, everyone taking turns as Cloud9 takes down the red-hot 2-0 Atlanta FaZe. Today is a wild one, and we still have 5 more days to go, Allie.
So many more days to go. Actually, not so many more days to go. But you know what we did have already is the start of this day. Miami Heretics at least righting the wrongs and getting a big win today.
Yeah, as we take a look at the highlights from game number 1 of the day, quick thought. Atlanta FaZe throwing to Cloud9. Cloud9 gets in. That is the first round matchup of champs number 1 seed versus number 8. They don't want to play Optic.
Oh my God.
They want to play Sip. It was a throw.
This conspiracy is going all around here. Never rule it out. But one thing I will rule out, listen, Miami Heretics, they have the 2 rookies of the year. Can we just give the award to both of them?
Yeah,
I am down.
I'm down.
I'll rule out this one person wins it, okay? Both of them can co-win it. You got the best respawn rookie and you got the best search rookie on the same team. These guys have been unbelievable.
Best interview of the year as well from Rancor back in Madrid. Well done, Miami, getting the job done against the Vegas Falcons. Pred seemed lost in the search and destroy, more than making up for it in the game 3. It's too little, too late. Let's take a look at Boston because Per J and crew started up 2-0 over Optic in their new FaZe Mercules, but Optic showing a ton of life in the second half.
Yeah, a lot of life to battle back in, but unfortunately for them, Boston Breach is just too strong, or I should say Snoopy is just too strong. This was a big win for the side of Boston Breach, though. They get handed that loss to Carolina, which kind of throws their schedule and a little bit of their plan off heading into DreamHack, but they're sitting fine with points, and with this win, they're feeling incredibly confident, especially in their search and destroy, where they needed work in that game mode.
Yeah, you know, shout out Boston, you know, just continuing what they've been doing, and, you know, on the side of Optic, like, you got to feel pretty good. Like, you got yourself a franchise player, Mercules. The guy dropped 30s back-to-back, games 3 and 4 to rally back into the series. The kid is an absolute stud, almost clutching 1v2s and 1v3s.
Miami was our number 6 seed. They get a win. Boston, our number 7 seed, gets a win. Optic Texas with the 8 seed did not get a win, but they did get a massive pickup. He's your Buckets powerhouse for the day.
Heck yeah, man. I mean, the kid came in, massive amounts of pressure, down 0-2, and still balled out, man. Like, it's tough to do. This kid's an absolute stud. They got themselves a good player for the future.
The man could be going out to bars. He could be partying, living up life as a 21-year-old like we did, Allie. But no.
Like we did.
He is here to just play some COD.
I turned 21 in COVID, so I did not live it up. I lived it very sadly in my bedroom. But a shout out to Mercules because he's 21 and he's playing for the Greenwall in Optic Texas. And still a lot of opportunity. They're still sitting at this 8th spot and they still have points to work with. So they don't have to be too worried just yet, especially with Merc putting out numbers like that. It's up to the core 3.
Look at the swagger of the young man. He's going to be in some DMs, I'll tell you that. Let's take a look at our standings, though. We got Miami Heretics at the top of the leaderboard with 30 points after today's dub. Toronto Ultra still perfect at 2-0, but we had 5 teams with perfect records at the start of the day. It got a whole lot messier at the end.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting tournament, like seeding-wise, seeing how some of these teams are playing, and Cloud9 working to get a winner spot. Looking pretty good for that as it stands.
More fun coming your way tomorrow and Sunday, but quick reminder, it all leads up to Major 4. We're heading down to DreamHack. You can pick up tickets right now, DreamHack.com/Dallas/CDL, and VIP tickets are on sale, so scoop them before they sell out.
Of course, you do not want to miss Dan Ghosty getting on his feet, talking crap across the stage. You don't want to miss The Undertaker when Hoop gets on the stage. So much to look forward to, and also so much to look forward to tomorrow.
Falcons Optic, is that the match you're looking at? Ravens Optic?
I was looking at Miami Cloud9. That's actually a banger matchup. But also, I was kind of looking at Thieves Falcons. That's our monster matchup. 3-0.
Miami and Cloud9? That gonna go hit 5?
Yeah, I think that's the best match of the day for sure. Given what we just saw from Cloud9, could be amazing.
Hey, thank you all for tuning in. Stay dry. We will see you tomorrow, a Super Saturday. 4 games coming your way. 2:45.
Needing something more, overthinking about it all, back against the wall, going through the motions, every day's a different scar, in the shower crying, it's okay to get it off, don't be holding on to pain, it's time to let it go, you got a destiny, and it's time to grow, you got a future, baby girl, it's time to leave the past, they won't say it, but I say it, get up in your bag, Get your together, homie, get up off your. You got a world to change, you know how long the fame will last. The message live forever, the real live forever. Love live forever. Become who you was destined to be. It's time to wake up. Who was asleep? Take a walk with me. $1,000 shoes on my feet. 1,000 views. Give me all them views on the beach. Blue faces, 22 acres. Let me be free. Elegantly loading bullets up in the magazine. Aiming at the blimp. The world is mine and I want everything. Picasso with a pistol. Van Gogh with the pole. Basquiat with the barrel. Art hitting your soul. Wait to buy my mama Benz and get it out the way. Can't wait to look back at my life and smile cause it was great. Can't wait to buy my mama Benz and get that out the way. Can't wait to look back at my life and smile cause it was great.
Give me the He's 15 times.
Yo. Mom's not up. Mom. Hit twice, mom. He's going
Let's double chomp, bro.
He's going on.
Chomp Scott.
Yeah.
He's weak. He's so weak.
In the water.
Nice try, bro. Oh, really try?
Oh my god.
Come on,
bro. I'm not even trolling.
Just went
snell
match in a row.
Come on, that's trolling.